insurance on yourself if something were to, God forbid, happen to you. You fell off a cliff while base jumping or skydiving, or you were in some type of accident, and your family wanted to essentially regenerate your previous existence back to that save point. You may have that opportunity. And for anyone out there who's ever lost anybody, this gives people a lot of hope, perhaps, that you may be able to limit the losses for the future generations of your family. And there's even another type of technology known as revivification technology, where we may actually be able to bring people who were once dead back to life.
Bring them all back. You know what? That's amazing. We can have a little shindig, a little hold down with all my dead relatives, great grandfather, great great grandfather, every single person that lived in some kind of little soft, cool bodies. You know that? Yeah, I got every single great grandma's back. Oh shit, great grandma's back too. If I know that, it's boy, look what happens. Thanks to technology of some kind. We get more specific with it. We look at Rabbi Rothschild living up the street. Rabbi Rothschild said he had to continue our prayers in the whole.
Apologies, I didn't realize it was still up. If I may ask, has anybody heard from our favorite mascot, Bitcoin Obama, recently?
He does tend to do that a lot of the time. He gets everything sort of. I saw him munching like empty water bottles and plastic bags and mud. Yeah. You think that's bizarre? Like, you think that's some kind of new baby? Yeah, he's eating the same time. He's eating all that trash. He used that as an excuse to get access down to the beach and he keeps the pigs. He's gonna lay eggs. I hope so. I love it. The Bitcoin baby turtles that come out of there are going to be on their way to go. I'll sell them right to the circus. I'll sell them right to the circus. Take this Bitcoin. Everybody knows how to use the best ranch. Way to be cool and proudly all the time. I think Dudes Along Mars had a ranch, maybe. We had like 3 acres. We had a little bit of a, excuse me, I see that bar. I was going to get this bad news. Millions. I have some questions. What? Yeah. That's a big time, man. Maybe a goddamn picture of something. Should I go ahead? Go ahead and suck my dick. No. What do you mean that'll be worth? That'll be a goddamn your thing, too. Yeah. We go about 6:45. Get 10 seconds. I'll give you the turn out. Okay. What's the number? Turn up. I'll fly. So, I would love to. And I'm saying that. You know, there's a funny thing that happened to me recently. I got nominated for a political post. All thanks to you here. What? Sincerely, yeah. Sincerely, I got nominated for a political post. So, I got nominated for a political post. Nigerian? You got goddamn for real, yeah. They know all about you. So they were. I don't give a fuck about that. Send a new mood in my house. And he's on our hijab again. I think he's going to die busy. What? I'm sorry, what were you saying? Yeah, so it's an opportunity for a positive change. You know, like you guys really sparked. Now you know you were the start of something great in this community. In my area, yeah, you know, a lot of people are trying to replicate what you did, but you don't know legends only do the things that you did. Legends only tell me what to do. So like you sparked up positive things in my area here.
We got you put in jail. You're saying we did positive things for you. We made you. We put you in jail. That's not good. You should be paying jail.
So I'll be giving you updates, yeah. So like it's been roller coaster of emotions since.
What? So how long have you been in prison? Really? How long have you been in jail? You probably got locked up for 1 day for like a misdemeanor for postal flyers. What are you talking about? You got arrested for political speech thanks to taking Bitcoin exclusively?
Yeah, you see, for the rest of my life, I'll be completely grateful. Like this is another dimension. Like I've always loved being at the tip of everything. So like this has been really great for me.
What are you talking about? You went down and said, right?
Bro, that's an imaginary deal.
That's what I'm saying. Shut the fuck up. I got a word. Alright, I'll put on file now. You know. Alright, but Manila, welcome back from you got that made up there.
Yeah. It's nice being here. Excited.
Straight to hell.
So how's everything going? I love the vibe here.
Yeah,
How is that DJ work? Are you not a DJ? I have a picture of a very beautiful cow for you. You love ranches, right? There's a cow picture I have for you. Bro, you're making me laugh out loud in the middle of the night. It's the midnight.
Niggas in the same piece of goddamn too. That's right. Oh, man. You can ask me 2 seconds, Big Woman down.
So what work are you doing now?
I said 2 seconds. I'm at 20 seconds, really. You know what I mean?
Do you think that we're just in this?
Put your thumbs in my chair again.
You suck at your DJ work.
So nuclear bombs coming to your village.
Nah,
What is it? Techno village! Alright, how the song's over. Goddamn question.
you sound like you're high. You think alcohol?
Yeah, you wish. I'm hard to get to be the goddamn live. On the goddamn airplane blue. Time for a bomb.
You rabbi. You don't listen.
Rabbi's higher than me.
What up, Pink?
I'll turn that TV down. I'll turn that on.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
Call him motherfucking yellow fellas. Big old Mandela. Hey, man. Shut it down.
Bitcoin Mandela. I took a poll of the entire Bitcoin verse, and they all want to know when you're going to follow me back.
Rothschild. Rabbi, I would just like to wish you a happy Easter next week.
All right. Well, you enjoy that. I will be celebrating Pesach, my man. Any news on Bitcoin Obama in all seriousness? Is he okay?
We sent him to a FEMA camp to get his foreskin extracted. We ready to put the FEMA cops flying around for no goddamn good reason. 20 years those things flying around. Not for good use. Now we got Palantir to make this stupid plan. Silence. Rabbi, I have a good update for you.
Please, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so I heard of Bitcoin Obama singing on Brilliant Space some days ago. So, have you heard of it? Yeah, I did.
Excellent. So he's alive and breathing. What about his friend, his vertically challenged friend?
The midget.
Yes, how is that person?
No, I'm still here. I don't tell you guys. Where goddamn Nigeria you from anyway? You from that No. I'm not from Lagos. Yes, I'm close to Lagos. Lagos like the goddamn blocks. You guys better real building. I didn't hear you. Obama is in Kano. Obama's in Kano. He's in the goddamn nowhere. He's a legend. He's a legend. He's a legend in Kano State. He's over to $50 an entire year.
How's the cell phone store?
What?
How's the cell phone store?
Yeah, that's our phone store. I think he's done it. He filed chapter 5.
Does Nigeria have a chapter 5?
I think we just changed the name and go to a different town.
You go from selling iPhones to Androids or vice versa? You don't say. Last I heard, he was attempting to get a 2011 white Mercedes-Benz. Does anyone know anything further on his vehicle choice?
I think he did. He got it. Yeah. He didn't put a single photo because he wants to go big. He used to have a red Pontiac. Very snazzy. Whatever, he really got to say. You gotta
Riser, how are you? Yo, dog.
How's it going?
I'm lovely. I'm in the middle of a call with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu crew. How's life in your neck of the woods?
Oh, very good, very good. Continue. I don't want to interrupt.
No, are we gonna watch documentaries?
Uh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I was gonna. Did you watch the one that I streamed? The first one.
I watched it
Hands
all.
on a hard body.
Dude, yeah, and I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but did you see why they don't do that contest anymore?
Um, no, not really.
I mean, you would either know or you wouldn't. It's not like a not really thing.
I mean, I tell me the reason why they don't do it, because I think they do it because Mr. Beast has done competitions that are like based exactly on that, like origin of hand on the thing, last one to take it off
No,
loses.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying who can stay on base the longest. I'm talking about this dealership in Texas. Why they don't do it anymore?
Okay, why is that?
They don't do it because in 2007, a contestant, after 50 hours or so of hands on a hard body, went across the street to the Kmart that was closed, broke in, loaded a shotgun that he stole from the store, and offed himself.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's awful. Hi, Mama Riser. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah,
Nice to hear your voice again.
absolutely. You as well. So Riser, yeah, how terrible is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty sad.
Oh, it's
But
awful.
I mean, I feel like they could definitely perhaps still do it if they had like a spotter and medical stuff.
Too tragic.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
the dealership got sued by the widow of the guy, basically for not having proper like psychiatric care, and so here's the breakdown. Here we go. Oh, pardon me. It was 2005. So the contest became a national phenomenon. It was ultimately discontinued following a tragic incident in 2005 where participant Richard Thomas Vega did what I said after dropping out of the competition, leading to legal action against the dealership regarding the effects of sleep deprivation.
they didn't have a good enough waiver, I guess.
Well, I don't know exactly, but that's really sad. I mean, um, when you're sleep deprived, you begin to hallucinate. Your body becomes weak, and you're basically pushing these people to their limit. And the rest system, I don't think is really wasn't that great. It was like 5 minutes per hour and 15 minutes per 6 hours. Um, Also, you're dealing with the heat. Boy, wasn't that one guy like extremely excited about his air conditioner? A 20-ton air conditioner. Do you recall this part of the? I heard him say that,
That
and
made me laugh.
I immediately had to look up how big is a 20-ton air conditioner. It's huge. He's like, you could kill yourself. You could freeze to death with my air conditioner. I'm like, wow, how big is this thing? And apparently, he did get it at a good price or whatever, and he could literally turn his living room into a refrigerator, which was pretty fascinating. I was
Minus 12 degrees the AC goes into. And then his wife, like, they were both missing teeth. The wife was missing the two front teeth on the top, and then he was missing, like, the two bottom ones.
yeah.
And together when they kissed, it was like a full mouth forming. And
That was a real
the wife, he's like, I had to move out my children out of the house so that we didn't use that 20,000 or 20-ton AC, but just to acclimate her to the heat. And I thought she was gonna win because he was like, my wife is stubborn as a mule and like she can stay up for like 100 hours at a time. And I didn't even understand what the competition really was at first, because like the rests and stuff. I was like, wait, are they gonna just like take like nap time or like what's gonna happen here? But then as soon as once I figured out it was like a sleep deprivation contest, basically, like it, holding the truck is like the easy part. It's the staying awake part that is like the real challenge. Like that's like the whole thing basically. And there's some crazy characters
And the
in that
standing.
thing.
As I watched this, it was heartbreaking to me that we have people who have millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars, and yet you have other people who have absolutely nothing and are just giving everything of themselves for a truck that is going to depreciate within a year of its ownership to half its value, and then from there eventually it will just become scrap. Yet these people were sacrificing everything. They were sacrificing their jobs, they were sacrificing time with their families. um, it was fascinating to me, their mental health, their physical health. um, it was fascinating to me, the really religious lady who kept listening to cassettes. Man, I wondered what was on her cassettes. And how she was.
The part where she just like burst out laughing was really funny to me.
And she had her whole religious congregation. Like, I love this, that one lady was interviewed who was like, I was praying for her at 6 a.m. and she told me at 6 a.m. she just began to laugh. Well, I'm not taking credit for that, but I know other people were praying for her as well. I just thought that was so cute. Like, that her whole congregation was going for her. And
yeah, no one else had any like objects on the bed of the truck. She had like 5 cassette tapes and like 2 Bibles.
Exactly. She made that thing her desk. And it made me think, like, where would I want to put my hand? Would I want to put it on the bed? Would I want to put it like on the side mirror, like on the hood? And I found it interesting. There was all kinds of like um strategy that I was thinking. And then, you said the sleep deprivation would be difficult, and it absolutely would. I think another issue is the standing. Like, if you noticed, the third to last person to leave, the guy, when they were doing drug tests, that man who had won the previous year or 2 years or whatever, it's like they don't have some kind of like condition in this contest that says you can't just keep winning trucks every year. But apparently they didn't think of that at the time. Usually, a contest like that says if you win once, you're done, or you can't compete for 10 years or 20 years or something. You got to give somebody else a chance. But that guy was back, and I thought he was going to do better. But I found it sad that he was so confident too, but he just could barely walk to the drug test, and they were like he never returned to the truck, and that was really sad. And then that lady just jamming along. I figured like no one's touching this lady, though that one guy just basically had gleaned, the guy who won gleaned all of the information that he needed. And uh, the other issue is you weren't allowed to squat either, because I thought, well, why wouldn't you just squat? Like, but no, there's none of that. I would have an issue with the bathroom. Like, I don't know. What if I have to go to the bathroom? I know you every 5 minutes, or every hour you get 5 minutes or whatever, but sometimes you have to just go to the bathroom, and that would have been a challenge. I was
Yeah, you got to watch what you eat too.
exactly.
Try to eat as little or time it. You have to time it for like, is it the 6-hour intervals? You get 15 minutes.
Yeah, which is not a lot.
Yeah.
I would have told them when I was on my break, don't talk to me. That's my break. I'm using all of that energy to rest. You can talk to me when I am against the truck, but they weren't using that type of strategy. That one,
It's pretty fun. like people on their breaks, they're getting like
Massages. Absolutely.
Some people are getting like massages, other people are like smoking cigarettes and eating Snickers. Like the polarity there is interesting.
Right. That one guy.
Some people are getting vitamins, like vitamins and oranges. Other guys just like chocolate bar.
Right. I was very happy that. Go ahead.
What?
Rabbi, like that other one that left.
Yeah, I did.
I love that movie.
What movie?
I did. I told you about searching for sugar money.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something that I have to see. I found it interesting that they were that one. I thought she was a pretty lady, especially for the conditions she was under, and she ended up winning the next year. I was really happy for her. She made it like 40.
Oh, yeah, that girl, yeah, she did come back.
Yeah, and that I think is a great story. That they made that documentary into a musical.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it was
Wow.
at the San Diego Playhouse in 2013.
That's so
I don't know.
Christopher loves musicals and plays.
It was
It's
a
an interesting topic for a musical because it's like normally you have scenes and like the scenes are like we're going to this location and they change the background, but this one would basically be like we have a Mazda and we're all putting our hands on it and singing songs about people getting out.
the documentary was adapted into a musical, Hands on a Hardbody, commissioned by La Jolla Playhouse, La Jolla, California. The book is by Doug Wright, music by Amanda Green and Trey Anastasio. That guy's famous. He did something big. Um, he's in Fish. He's the lead guitarist, composer, and singer songwriter of Fish. Lyrics by Amanda Green, music by and staging by Sergio Trujillo, and direction by Neil Pope. After a run at La Jolla in 2012, the musical had a brief engagement on Broadway at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, with previews beginning February 23rd, 2013, opening on March 21st, 2013, and closing on April 13th, 2013, playing 28 previews and 28 performances. The musical received 3 Tony Award nominations.
wow.
I wonder what the music was like. There might be a soundtrack somewhere.
I can imagine the names of the songs. My legs hurt. When can I sit down? How much longer until the break? And all of the other
Waiting to take a
classics.
crap.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting as well that they were very strict, or they like people felt that the judges should be stricter, and the marketing director of the dealership or the contest was like, look, they're voluntary, they're doing their best, but there are people. That one lady like exploded. She was like, they took their hands off the truck. If you're not going to enforce this, I don't want to participate. It's like, all right, calm down. I understand, I get what you're saying. That's a legitimate gripe, but I don't know if
Yeah, they showed one person literally take her hand off, and they like slow moed it and replayed it, and then she put the hand down and then like lied to like the judges on camera. They didn't win, but I feel like if you're gonna have a competition about no hands on the truck, like they should have enforced it better and been strict. But it's kind of pre the days where they had just like GoPros and like 15 different cameras that they'd set up and review. I'd imagine it'd be like more of a nuisance to do all that.
that's true. And it was a small dealership in rural Texas, and it didn't have.
Oh yeah, was this whole thing like an advertising ploy
Oh, of
to
course,
promote the Mazda?
of course. That wasn't it a Nissan?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Nissan.
Yeah. So, and this would be a popular thing that radio stations and dealerships would do. Dealerships are very common advertisers, and so you could get the radio station at your location for long periods of time, and also they're going to talk about how nice the car is or the truck or whatever it would be. This was very popular, I would say, in the 90s in the United States until this incident. I wondered what happened to these because they stopped. Now, I understand with the YouTube world where you can have people have perhaps better waivers and such that it becomes more popular. But this used a big one that they used to do was who could drink the most amount of water, and that killed people. And then the radio contest would do that. That was another popular one that they would do. But the
I
car
mean,
one,
hot dog contests have been around forever,
most certainly,
and they have people that are just crushing it.
most
Doesn't matter.
certainly.
But they're not like advertisements, I don't think, unless they're advertising hot dogs.
I would love for them to
They
do
probably
a "Where Are They Now" of the people in that documentary. Like, hey, you guys did this. You could tell they bonded over each other, and none of them really got too upset at the other person, even when they took their hands off or whatever. And if you saw at the end when the guy and the lady, the person who came in first and the person who came in second, they were embracing, like they had gone through like trauma together or this like enduring challenge, which I thought was really interesting. That they weren't mad at each other. That lady was really nice, and um, I would have liked it to have had a narrator because it's just like I needed more of the information regarding like the rules, what was going on, who was who, what was what. It was a lot of just like my feet hurt, my
they
legs hurt.
didn't even show people that were in the competition until like 5/8 of the way into like the movie. Like we find out like one of the finalist people is like some Mexican guy who's like pretty young. And it's like they only showed him like at the very like towards the end. It's like we didn't even know he was in the movie.
Yeah. Um, I thought it was really interesting. I found it interesting as well that Quentin Tarantino recommends it as one of his favorite documentaries. I was trying to interpret it like the camera work, the sound and things. It's just like a beautiful snapshot of American life in the mid '90s, and I thought that was really interesting. I found it very sad though how poor the people were, and they were making such major sacrifices for perhaps nothing. I mean, a lot of them, uh, most of them walked away with nothing. First prize got the truck. Second prize got a $250 gift certificate, and then third prize got some gift certificate to some restaurant or something. Like that's it. But these people,
Yeah, they could have given all the participants like $10 or something.
well, you know what? That's funny. Whenever these things are mentioned, it takes me back to the 2012 giveaway um, for some video game contest, and I mention it often. But what the grand prize was, and then uh, numbers like 7 through 10 or something, or maybe here's what it was. The famous Bitcoin video game contest occurred in 2011 during the AOV IC Cup Star League StarCraft Broad War, where the 5th through 8th place finishers received 25 Bitcoins each as consolation prizes. At the time, the prizes were worth approximately $41.25 in total, but if held, they would now be valued at 2.5 million, given Bitcoin's current pricing. So basically, did she say? I wonder if anybody held on to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Then there's the classic, the Bitcoin pizza, the first ever documented transaction of Bitcoin for a commercial product was for Papa John's, May 22nd, 2010, for 10,000 Bitcoin for two pizzas, and it
Wow.
considered the most expensive pizza in history. Um, So it's about worth about $1 billion, which is just absolutely wild. So, um, yeah, I was enjoying that one that we were watching yesterday, the second one. But so we should. I don't want to say we finished that tonight because it was kind of boring, but um, it's something that was fascinating to me as well. That they were doing this.
Yeah, we'll finish the last half hour.
Yeah, absolutely. They were doing this contest for £5,000. Now I understand £5,000 in 1960s pounds is more significant because of inflation and such, but
300 grand or something.
which which to me seems like somewhat low.
For risking your life going into unknown waters.
Exactly. So, um, yeah. But okay, so what's on the agenda for tonight for documentaries?
I think we're gonna watch the internship, like the movie, not documentary. But I do have another documentary. A few. I mean, there's always more documentaries to research. I have some other ones in the pipeline, so I'll hit you up for that. I just wanted to call and talk about the hands on the Mazda car because I thought it was
Nissan.
funny. Nissan, yeah. And they're just like, I just want to win this truck. The Texas accents were like killing me.
Yeah.
One lady said like they're like required to wear these like gloves, and then she was like, there's something like her hands got like too itchy or something at the end,
Right.
and then it was like burning her skin, so she had to just drop out.
It was. She said
And then
she didn't realize her one hand was burning, so she took her other hand off to itch it, and then she had removed both her hands, and she was disqualified.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you would have had some loophole to get over like the no leaning thing, because like the leaning, like not no leaning was like the one rule where it's like you better be standing, and the instructor guys like you can't like lean on the car at all, I guess.
Right. I mean, there's not really a great loophole around that. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, use some kind of stilt system that I've seen, but it wasn't really around in the 1990s. But basically, imagine like leg, not leg stilts, but leg.
You have an exoskeleton, I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly. And I've seen that, and you can somewhat make it look like you are standing with that. But I'm sure it would have made some kind of sound, or somebody would have been like, "You're taking like you're hunched over a little bit." Um, I think that if I were running a contest like that, I would not have it. You had to keep your hand on it for whatever. I would give people like it had to stay on continuously for the entirety or whatever, aside from breaks, unless it was less than 5 seconds, something like that. Because really, um, if you get into like physics, no one really touches anything. If you really think about it, it's just like molecular repelling. Uh, the atoms don't really actually touch, and so you aren't really touching it anyway.
Everyone's disqualified.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Exactly.
after all that.
I would say that I found it interesting the drug test at the end. I don't know if they knew that that drug test was coming, um, and it made me think.
I may have been introduced to like a later year or something after the first guy won. It was just popped up on God knows what
Well,
during the breaks.
well, imagine you were like, I mean, the some type of stimulant would probably be of certain advantage to you, and then all of a sudden they would be like, "Oh yeah, we have a drug test." You'd be like, "Oh, I did all of this only to, test hot for a drug
I was
test at the
gonna
end.
say, like, there's like, if you have ADHD, you get prescribed Adderall, which is literally amphetamine. So I was like, if you medically need the drug, it's not like an illicit controlled substance. Would that be allowed? Because you can get pharmaceutical amphetamines depending on your condition, and you can get a lax ADHD condition.
In 1990s rural Texas, no one had an ADHD diagnosis.
I'm aware.
Now, let's say you did have to have something, then you would just have a doctor's note, and then it would perhaps be allowed. But those people, no, they're they'd never. I would almost, I would, I would highly. I have high confidence that not a single person in that documentary had ever heard the phrase ADHD or that acronym. No, if anything, in the United States at that time, perhaps Ritalin, but that was more prescribed to children. And I found it interesting that the guy who came in third and the guy who came in first, they weren't like perfectly standing straight. They were like kind of dancing a little bit, like swaying from side to side, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been a little bit of a waste of energy. Um, I
No, because like the guy who came in third, who was a awesome character. I love hearing him talk, but he went off to the washroom. He was like, my ankles are numb, my feet are numb, and a few other people said that they're getting numb from standing still. So I think that was like that was like why the guy in first probably won, is because the previous winner told him, like, you need to keep your body moving and circulation going and blood flow into your damn legs, or else they're gonna go numb, and then it's not gonna be a good time.
I wonder what that kind of contest would be like if you allowed people the opportunity to sleep. If people would just go for like hundreds of days, which I imagine they might. That's why they force it to do that. If you allowed like an 8 hour sleep break, it would basically be like who doesn't have something that they need to go to for the next year. And so this it's really about sleep, perhaps, and the standing aspect of it was interesting too. I wondered, they were talking about like the heat, and at least they weren't exposed to the sun. That would have been an issue. Um,
Well, the
the
one guy who was like, "Yeah, get rid of the tents. Let's crank it up.
right,
Make the car scolding hot,
yeah,
just burning you.
a
We'll see how many people last."
a black tarp, that's an issue. That lady who won the next year, she was funny. She was like putting on her makeup like on the truck bed. The ladies were taking their real estate on that truck bed. With the lady with the cassette tapes, and the other lady had her like compact, and she's like putting on makeup. And there was the one lady who lost or dropped out pretty early, where she was like, I was a waitress, or I'm a waitress, or whatever, and I need this. I absolutely, they all needed it. Nobody does a contest like that if they're not in serious need for something. And I wish they all could have won it. I would love to see
I
a.
mean, it's the equivalent of like a $60,000 truck being given away. Like it's it's like a lot of money for most people
Agree.
who want to do it.
I would love to see a where are they now with these people. Many of them, I'm sure, have died. Some of them, though, I'm sure are still alive and could give a really great sequel. They should do it again. Everybody who's still alive, there should be some dealership out there that should recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to capitalize on nostalgia. And they could have all of the necessary medical treatment for anyone
Painful
there.
version.
But you'd take all of the people, they'd be like, they'd probably be in their, they'd be middle aged, or if not older. Obviously, some of them were middle aged then, and see how well they could do for a brand new Nissan truck today.
Yep.
I'd watch it.
Yeah. The winner guy from like the previous year was like, I think the only guy that could compete with me on this would be like some guy who recently got out like the Marine Corps. and then they like show the guy who's like, I recently got out of the Marine Corps. Like he only lasted 2 days or something, which was a little surprising. But he said that his body was giving out, so maybe he wasn't
I would have been
doing
like
enough. Ever.
I would have been like the one guy who was like, I was so excited for the contest that I didn't sleep the night before the contest started. So I'm already like sleep deprived. I would have been exactly like that guy. I would have really had some trouble getting to sleep. I would have been thinking about my strategy. And then his friend was like, yeah, you shouldn't have eaten that candy bar. Candy's the thing that'll do you in. And it's like, no, maybe it was the fact that you hadn't already slept an extra day.
Oh, did he actually say that?
Yeah, he had a friend of his who was, well, the one guy he had a hat on. He was an African American man. He said, I was just so excited that this contest is starting Monday morning, and I wasn't able to sleep the night before, and so I'm already going into it really tired. And then he had made it like at least 24 hours or something, and he was just like, I. He was worried about the rain and the lightning and thunder. It's like, dude, that's what's gonna scare you, not like being having no sleep or having to stand or whatever. Like some lightning and thunder, but he dropped out after something like 24 to 36 hours or something, and his friend was like, yeah, you shouldn't have had that candy bar. Candy's not the way to do it. And they didn't really give his response, but I just remember being thinking to myself, wow, way to kick this guy when he's down, that he's already exhausted. He already didn't sleep the night before the contest, and you think that he didn't do well because he had a candy bar. I thought that was unfortunate. Another
I
thing.
like how the camera crew was like trying to like find like interview people on their way out, and sometimes they just failed miserably.
Right.
And they're like, "Oh, she's good." And they're like, "Have you seen whoever?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, she's just wandering home at like 4 a.m. after being up for like 4 days. No one drove her home, even though she had a friend there."
The fact that
And then they barely got to the girl who quit because she was being honest and pissed off about the referees not calling people out. She was like hopping in her car and they like
right,
over to her.
the fact that they did not have food and coffee, and I'm sure they probably had water, but like I would think, or you would think, that there would be some type of restaurant or something that would want to get involved with this to make sure that the people were adequately sustained. But it didn't seem that way. That one lady, the pretty lady, was like, I had to have some police officer go get me a cup of coffee because I just needed something. And the other people, like, you wouldn't expect like a police officer to have to go get coffee. That wouldn't happen today. That there's not like that type of relationship between a the authority. I mean, they'd have to put it on TikTok.
If a guy had asked that, it was like an old guy. He may not have.
Exactly. But you would think that they would have had just like coffee there for them and water or lemonade or something, but it did not seem like they had that much. They had to have like their families come and support them. And the guy who won, I mean, he said he was going to give the truck to his wife, which was a nice thing, and he already had a truck. He seemed like he seemed like he could have gone longer. It wasn't like uh, coming down to the end for him. I thought it was a very interesting. Pardon me.
Right? Seemed like he was in the best shape. He smoked.
Right.
He was older.
Right.
Like I wouldn't have been kept just lining them up for the one that would win it.
I agree. They were.
When they said his background story, he said that he used to go hunting, and he would just have to sit and wait and wait and wait and be patient and then wait some more. So he was just like a master at just waiting. It seemed.
But the key word there is sit.
Also, like another good point that the defending winner or whatever it may was like, it's a contest of who can keep their sanity the longest.
I agree with that.
You just like your mind goes crazy after being sleep deprived for so long.
Well, that lady just laughing like randomly. that would freak me out. I'd be like, what is on those cassettes? Why do you think this is so funny? Um, and the guy who said he would be in the deer stand or whatever, you sit in those things. So I didn't know if that would be such an advantage. They talked about the age, the like right age of someone. Like some people were saying like 19 to 27. I would probably think that there'd be some advantage to that. But then again, just having experience is another thing. But like Mama Reiser said, the guy smoked, the winner smoked. He wasn't super thin. Like the guy who came in third and won previously, that guy seemed thinner. Um, the lady who came in second, she was not in good shape at all, and yet she did really well. It's interesting to me too that it went for like 70 hours, but the year before went 87 hours, and like just the toil that must have had. Um, I found it to be just quite an interesting documentary. I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah. Now the record was like 102 hours, which is like 4 days of being awake. It's a lot. I think you can die of sleep deprivation. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, certainly. Clandestine organizations have used it against people as a type of torture.
Yep. Yeah. Well, do you have any strategy to stay awake, or what's the longest time you stayed awake?
I think I did 3 days, and um, I the strategy was basically like tons of caffeine, and um, I would say that that's about my maximum until I'm just so tired that I don't hallucinate, but I just like the world becomes very slow to me. My processing skills are weakened, um, and I don't like doing that. On this stream, the longest I've gone, I think, is 2 days of no sleep, and usually that would happen under a case where I would sleep a lot the day before, like I don't know, 12, 14 hours or something for one reason or another. And then I'd be trying to get my hours back to normal. Um, whether that would be, I'd be able to do that, is difficult. Um, so I have done some pretty long endurance without any type of um, medical prescription or something like that. Your body after like 36 hours starts to really slow down, and you're not able to process certainly um, be in your sharpest form. And you also, like, whenever I've done it, I haven't been very having to have to be very physically active during it. um, that causes a lot of issues, I think, because you just become tired. And if you are
Think
extreme,
a monk, like if a bunch of did it, they would be able to like meditate, rest, and like actually like somehow not like last a lot longer.
uh, yeah, perhaps I would learn about like MK Ultra torture tactics of the CIA. And one of the things that they would do is sleep deprive people. And uh, I think the longest that they ever had somebody, I don't know if this is published, was like a month. And they did it with light and sound, and the people were never the same thereafter. So there's a certain point that you reach where you become like reprogrammed. Like it's an awful type of torture, and so I do my best to not go down that far. Uh, if anything, I just try to get adequate sleep and rest.
Some guy who was on like Mr. Beast video was like who can stay in prison for like 30 days or something, and they like wouldn't really let the guy leave like on his own, and they were like keeping the lights on and like literally sleep torturing this guy, and he was like traumatized by it and wanted to like sue Mr. Beast or something. But I thought after like 10 days you can just like die.
Oh,
Sharks and like orcas and stuff can sleep like with a quarter of their brain or like half their brain, and then be awake for like the rest of the brain is awake. So they could do this contest probably. It would go on forever if there's sharks on the sun. But
I can recall one time I was on spring break with some friends, and we went to Las Vegas, and we were gonna go to Mexico, and we did. And I'd been up like already like 36 hours or something, um, and I was already really tired, and we were driving to Mexico from Las Vegas, and we needed a driver, and all my friends were like, we don't want to do it, we don't want to do it, and I didn't want to do it either, and I was so tired that I had to pull over, and I said, "Look, either one of you other guys drives, or I'm going to fall asleep while I drive." And so, fortunately, we got coffee, and somebody else drove, and I was able to get some rest. But I can recall that was one time where I was probably up for at least 40 hours or so because of all the traveling we were doing and such. But then another time,
well, you've met Apollo, right? You've met Apollo before. He would just go driving like 22 hours a day and sleep for like 2 hours, but do that over like every single day for like years.
right? Yeah,
Which is wild to me.
he's been in my house. Yeah. I I had another incident that occurred. This was on stream. This was in like 2022, I want to say, and I would uh, get up really early. I was running projects for a major corporation in. I was running global projects, and so I had a group that I was helping in what's called APAC. That's Asia Pacific area. Then EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East. I had another set of projects, and then I was helping a Latin American team, and then a Canadian team, and basically I would be up at like 3:30 in the morning or so, and I would be on a live call by 5 a.m. and I would just lead what's called like a scrum. Like basically, I was a scrum master, uh, basically leading these projects of different developers, and I would do that until like midday or so, until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I did this one day, and really was just
You just got arrested for drunk driving.
I know, and I was burning my candle at both ends, as they say, and I just kept losing more and more sleep. And I was driving home live while streaming on GoPros, and fortunately, my car had a self-driving element to it. It basically had um, lane protection, and I fell asleep for about, I would say, like 30 seconds going 70 miles an hour on the 405. And I was really close to my house, but I remember being like, whoa, like I had to snap out of it and roll my windows down. And I was very close to my house, but just thinking to myself, like, I can't do this. I cannot run myself to the point where I'm absolutely exhausted. It can be very dangerous. And like Apollo would do, there's something called West Coast turnarounds, which are like pet pills, caffeine pills, and they used to be much more legal, at least in the United States. Um, uh, Different over-the-counter types. They call them pet pills or like weight loss supplements that were basically legal stimulants that people would use to lose weight. That became illegal. It was called phenendrine. It was called fen was the big lawsuits that occurred because they caused cardiac arrest. But this used to be something that people would do to stay up for really long periods of time, truck drivers especially.
I was driving to the airport once at like 5 a.m. and we were like in a taxi thingy limo, and then the car in front of us. I'd never seen anything like this, but just scraped into the guardrail in front of us, and just like sparks were just flying out like it was a miter saw just cutting through steel. Like just tons of sparks for like 7 seconds, and then the car like was like oh, and then just like woke up or something and just continued driving along in front of us.
Did that person fall asleep?
They're either drunk or fell asleep or both, probably.
I could see that. Well, it's sleep deprivation is very dangerous, and in a case like that, I would have expected the um, the dealership to recognize that they're pushing these people to the limit. I was also really interested. I found it really interesting that they had wireless microphones. If you notice, they had wireless microphones back then that were live on the radio. And I understand why you would want that because a cable to a radio station would be extremely prohibitive. But that seemed like pretty advanced technology that they had. I just found it to be a really great time capsule of what life is like then. And it was very accurate to it.
Yeah, and I guess was it just happening in Texas where they were doing that
No, these happened.
car
These,
hunting competitions, or was it around?
these happened in every city in the United States at some point. Essentially, every small town, every probably medium-sized town to large cities, and especially when the radios got involved, because that was constant advertising for the dealership.
Right, but nowadays they don't. There's nothing really that's like a crazy public contest that they're doing for cars, is there?
Because the
It's more.
lawsuits became so people became so litigious that hey, you caused mental strain against me. So and so cheated. They're they don't do them anymore.
Yeah. Another strategy that I like, no one did in that particular contest because they're all like nice people or whatever. But I've seen it in like the Mr. Beast ones where it's like okay, everyone's going to sleep or whatever, and just one person just to try and read out the competition just goes off screaming all night so no one can sleep,
well,
just to like make it much more intense. And so I mean, the one girl, arguably like the gospel girl, was like being like super annoying and trying to annoy people out of them. But the other lady was like, "I'm just gonna block it out. It ain't
right.
gonna affect me."
Well, in the Mr. Beast ones, they let people sleep, so that's the big hindrance to these. Um, I also think that the dealership model has changed a lot. So dealerships used to make their money generally on selling new cars. They didn't make so much on selling used cars. That's why they always push new cars. And then they made some money on the service. Today, they make more money on the service than they do the selling of new and used cars. So basically, they have you as a customer for a much longer time, and it's more profitable. Back then, when you're selling a new car, you're doing that to get attention to your dealership. You're and there are only so many different ways to advertise. There's television, there's radio, and there's print media and perhaps vertical media like billboards. But there's not a whole lot of other things. Now today, you can target your audience, you can use social media, you can use digital advertising. There's just a lot more ways for a an organization to be able to get business, and they don't need to do that. And I also think that radio stations aren't as willing to participate in these things because there's some liability there. After the 2005 incident with this person, no one wants to have their business connected with anything like that. So you could say, look, it would be great to drum up some business. That's great. But there's a huge risk here that someone might go off the deep end and absolutely ruin the business's name and open the organization to some type of liability. And so I just think companies have really pushed away from that. But I I I know that there are a lot of businesses out there that do contests, and people get really excited to do them. And there's a certain um, competitiveness to it, and people do that. I know there was an organization that was giving away coffee for a year to the. They were opening up a chain. They were giving out coffee for a year to the first 300 customers of their new business, and you had to be there by like 6 a.m. and you had to wait. And I know that I I was working nights at the time, and so I would get off of work right around that time, and I just walked there and got a stack of 300 free things for coffee, uh, or 360, like one coffee a day for a year. And there were people who had been waiting out there for like like many hours basically, and I just was able to be one of the last people, and I was able to get the same prize that they got. They don't really do those things anymore. They I think things have just become more expensive as well, that they just don't want to give something away. Giving away a car is very expensive. Giving away free product of anything is very expensive, and organizations just aren't that willing to do it anymore.
Yeah, it brings up out of state budget.
That's true. Um, but the advertising bounty and prize they'll do.
The advertising bounty and prize they'll do. What do you mean?
Or the marketplace.
The marketplace that you mean Upcake?
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom about it?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's really, really, really challenging. It's a big idea. It's not a. I was saying to Zach that the challenge is going to be executing on it, because anytime you come up with something that is going to change the world, you have a lot of blockers and a lot of things that you need to figure out and get by, because it's new, right? It's not a sponge daddy that sells itself, and it's it's a one-time thing. It doesn't change. If you've worked in software, if you're a scrum master,
Yep,
right?
absolutely.
Any software related things have to be updated on a regular basis. There's customer issues. There's just, it's a big idea,
I
and
agree.
therefore it's a challenging one to do as one person.
Oh,
And
I agree.
it's changing a model, right? It's a brand new thing.
I
So,
want to do it as one person.
well, you would start as one person, and it would be hard to get funding for it. Like it's a great idea. It's just really, really big.
Oh, absolutely. I told Riser, I launched a startup within the last 10 years or so, and the overhead for any type of business is so great, especially in 2026, that's usually prohibitive. There aren't many tech startups that are forming that don't get acquired very early on if they're a really great idea, or absorbed into some large company, because they either fail due to capital restraints, or uh, they're just too big of an idea. And this in this case, there's a lot there. It's a great idea, and I think that if it were done correctly, it could be very successful. But at least when I ran the startup, I had like an unlimited budget because we had an angel investor. That helps. That's what you would need to be able to do this, and you would become an enemy in the marketing world to every single marketing department of every Fortune 500 that exists. And in addition to every advertising agency. So, are you going to be able to shake up the market that way? But it is, and Riser, I sent you something, and we've talked about it a little bit, that uh, Meta at least has stated that all of its advertising by this summer will be perhaps AI enhanced, or they will at least allow for that option. Whether how much influence that's going to have, you tell me. I can tell you, I'm on social media,
Which company is that?
Meta, so
Google?
Facebook, Meta, so Facebook. I can tell you the TikTokers that I see. I created this robot that basically makes my entire life into short music videos, and it is uh, uh, basically every 7 minutes a random song that I have created, not created, a random song, a top 100 song from any decade basically is in this giant playlist of like 20,000 songs that I made. And I made this robot that automatically up automatically takes 1 minute of my life and plays music over it. And while the video is processing and uploading, TikTok shows me a random creator. And these creators are getting so good. The AI for some of these creators is so good. I can't tell the difference. Sometimes I'll look at these things and I'll be like, "That's a real person. That's a real person. That's a real person." And then I'll look in at the profile and it'll say AI account. And it's to the point. At least in psychology, it's called the uncanny valley, where you can't tell the difference between real and AI, and we're at that point, and it's going to be very easy for these large marketing organizations to no longer need to pay actors, no longer need to pay musicians, and basically do everything in AI, and it looks very realistic, perhaps better than what the human eye would be able to perceive, and once that happens, we're at a point where something like Upcake or whatever you call it, Riser, becomes uh, perhaps almost old technology, and you'll have to bring.
I don't. Well, here's like what I like. Even if you have AI advertisements that can be created for super cheap, that's okay. That's great. You've created an ad for super cheap, but how do you actually measure which one of those AI ads, which one of the 1,000 ones that you've generated, is going to be the most effective against real, actual people?
I agree.
And so this marketplace is measuring how effective it actually is, not just like the creation of the ads itself.
I agree. It's basically grassroots focus grouping,
Yeah.
and
Like AI is all.
You need data to predict that.
Well, but it understands humans, right? So AI is already, yes, you need data, but it's going to have that data on it's a predictive model. It's going to have that data. So it'll be good for a bit, but AI is just freaking taking over everything.
I agree.
So the interesting study here is really doing deep research on where advertising is going to go and what impact AI will have. Because if I had to guess, I would guess that AI is going to be able to predict what the most successful video is.
Well, it needs data from the actual target audience.
Yeah, but
it'll just figure it out how.
Well, you could look at the most successful ads. You look at where they're placed, understand the demographic, and then read historically which ads have been the best, and then analyze them to see what the formula.
So
which is what people have been trying to do for a really long time, is understand what formula, right?
that's correct.
AI just going to have that capacity too. Like the more I read about AI and the jobs that it's taking over and the impact on the economy because of that and what jobs are going to disappear. It's pretty wild. So I think we should do a little bit of research on what AI, just test it to see where AI thinks it's going.
And I think, like, from an artistic standpoint, and like creativity standpoint, think like I don't know AI can produce a bunch of schwap, but that schwap is not necessarily. I mean, I haven't seen any. I haven't really like looked for like. I mean, I guess I have looked at like video and image generators, like in turn, and it's actually freaky. There's this website that's insanely good for making liminal spaces or any any type of image that you want to readjust. It's called the Recraft, and so you can plug in. I mean, maybe I'm just like destroying my own point that I'm trying to make here, but you can plug in an image of the liminal space into this AI, and then adjust the slider for how much you want it to look like that previous image, and then just click a button, and it'll generate a brand new liminal space that is like same look and feel, but totally different. And what amazed me by that is like the amount of variations that it's able to do from like a single image while still creating things that are unique, creative, and different every time was just like insane to me. But so it definitely has the capacity to remix that creativity. I'm sure the capacity for it to generate it will get better, but I mean humans can be pretty funny, so you're competing against authentic human creative output, which I don't know, it's kind of like a battle almost.
There is outside the box thinking that may occur. I think with at least Upcake or whatever you want to call it, there's another aspect to it that hasn't been mentioned that I think makes it very powerful, and that is the fact that users will have to use their own social media to link to Upcake or whatever it's called. I'm just calling it that. And thus, you will have crowdsourced advertising that may stay on a user's profile for days, weeks, months, years, and it's free advertising for a corporation. And that aspect of it, I think, would be very attractive to corporations. That AI can't do that. AI can't force you to post something on your platform, on your account, if you don't want it. It can show an ad there, yes, but somebody has to pay for that ad. Free advertising is the best kind of advertising. And so if you have the market, basically the users of the platform who are willing to make some kind of creation either by themselves or with AI or whatever and post that on their own profile, that's an incredible tool for advertising that isn't currently utilized. And the idea that it would be a contest like system is exciting to people. It brings back that competitive nature that people have, like in Hands on a Hard Body, that everybody wants to win. And so, yeah, somebody's going to post something on their social media account, link it to Upcake, and then see how it does. And maybe they'll take it down after the contest ends, but a lot of people won't. A lot of people will want other people to see the art that they created, and it's basically creating a new type of economy.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Zach just walked away.
Oh, absolutely, yes. So
just kind of getting the darker. So, where you live in California?
that's correct. Right? Yeah, I'm based out of Irvine, California. Which, if you're familiar, it's Orange County. It's just south of Los Angeles, about 45 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. I've heard of Irvine. Don't really know California that well. So.
That's okay. It's between San Diego and Los Angeles. It's where Disneyland.
Oh, okay.
Irvine borders Anaheim, which is where Disneyland is, if you know where Disneyland is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. So, yep. And, we're talking about AI and how powerful it is. And I want to reiterate your point. We don't even know what to expect. It is certainly replacing people's jobs and quite quickly. I started this stream while still employed with a major organization and have been able to use the savings that I have from that position to be able to finance this. And when I started this in 2021, I was able to live my life during the pandemic. So this stream has actually seen what the pandemic was like But then moving into November of 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT, and then was actually
Yep.
a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. So I basically have this like pre AI part of my stream and then post AI, and I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 5, its competitors of Grok and Claude and Gemini, and what they've done to society. And I think this is a really exciting opportunity to be able to study, especially in the future from a historical standpoint, my streams as a time capsule to be able to see what life was like before AI and after AI. I was on a podcast
Right.
earlier this week, um, an Australian podcast, and uh, we were talking about basically what you and I are talking about, the impact that AI has on uh, our society. And basically, we still don't know. There are so many questions that exist, um, but perhaps I think maybe historians in the future might look at a stream like mine or other people's who have huge amounts of data, uh, to actually be able to get a porthole or a vision of what life was like, and I think that'll be really exciting for people to study in the future.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So
I think
one thing,
it's going to be terrible. That's my prediction. It is a really, really, it is so, it's so efficient that, employees save hours and hours, and eventually that leads to job loss. It's going to lead to a lot of job loss. And that's really sort of a sad state.
Agreed.
I mean, even my doctor's office, and I've been to going to that doctor's office since the kids were little, like for 30 years, and you'd call, and a receptionist would answer the phone in within like 3 minutes, right?
Right.
And now you call, and you're on hold for in a line of people, and there's no more people. The office didn't grow or anything. It's just that it's auto recorded, and the recording tells you, your wait time will be 12 minutes, and there's three people ahead of you, and then it will say your wait time will be 9 minutes, and there's 22 people waiting. Like it's just all screwed up, and I just think it's so sad that a doctor's office with you know 14 doctors cannot afford a receptionist. And that's what they're doing. They're just tightening the reins like everybody else, so they can take a little bit more money home themselves. And it's just service is just it's been going downhill forever, but it's really really getting bad when it's just going to be everywhere, absolutely everywhere.
and
So
and,
anyway,
and we don't
a
even
little.
have robots that are part of our daily lives yet. But when that occurs, and it's probably within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to see massive uh, loss in especially blue collar workers, and see similar. We already see similarities in white collar workers. Coding isn't really a career anymore. Um,
No,
Customer
it's not.
service is no longer a career anymore. Uh, and very soon we'll see positions like perhaps um, certainly truck driving or any kind of long haul driving will have been replaced. Additionally, it'll soon move into even positions that people would think that were almost irreplaceable, like electricians and plumbers. When you eventually have a robot that doesn't need a break, that doesn't need to eat, that can work 24 hours a day, and all you have to do is invest in a team of them or whatever, and they just have to be plugged in. Why wouldn't you do that? You could create your own business that way and reap the rewards. Now, do I think this is good for
That's
society?
not what humans are going to do, though, right? Like, what are humans going to do?
Well,
What's our good? Where's the purpose in life?
that's an excellent question, and I have
And
these
it's so
discussions with
important.
with
It's
people
not. It's
and I really think that we may, and I could be wrong, but experience a new type of resurgence in the arts and in human made items. There will be a desire for people to have art still. It's something that people enjoy. And AI art will not, I think, be as valuable as handmade arts that people have. And thus, we may see some type of secondary renaissance of music and art and pottery, and because people won't have anything else to do, everything else will already be replaced. So the only thing that humans will be able to do that is of more value than what a robot can do are the arts. No one or very few people may want a piece of pottery that was created by a robot, but they may want a piece of pottery that was created by an up and coming artist just because they know that it was actually handmade and what goes into that.
I mean, I think like something like a teacher might not be so easily replaced. It's like the robot has the data, but it's lacking a human connection. So anything where there's like a mandated like human connection to be formed will be difficult to be replaced.
I I
In
disagree.
my opinion.
I, di- I,
Interesting.
I disagree to some extent because people will just not know what it was once like to build that type of bond with the teacher. And they'll just understand that they lived their life through a pandemic where everything went remote. And instead of a teacher who normally would have a classroom between 25 and 30 children, now has 100 or 200 people who they're teaching. But since they don't have to control them and everyone is in front of a screen, they basically have all the attention that they need, and they just have to go through the lecture. And even at a certain point, that can be replaced by AI. Now in healthcare, we already have robotic surgeons that are more accurate than normal surgeons. I think this isn't even an old study, but they had a robotic surgeon that was I think 86%, or oh no, not just surgeon, doctor, a robotic doctor that was able to diagnose people with 86% accuracy, and this was 2 years ago. When a human doctor, even the best ones, it was less than 80%. It was about 78%. So already, this is old technology that's already more accurate than a human. And then when it comes to surgeries are already there's something called the Da Vinci uh, robotic surgeon that
Yeah.
surgery can be done anywhere in the world with
Yeah.
extreme accuracy, laser precision, um, and you can have basically a robot that has some human guidance be able to perform 8 or 10 different surgeries over the course of a day, when normally that would just be one surgeon. A surgeon could only perform one, maybe for the week or whatever it may be. um, and certainly when it comes to the idea um, of properly diagnosing different diseases, doctors are all.
Diagnosis for sure. They win. AI wins
It does,
every
and
time. Yeah.
exactly, and in law as well, AI wins. When you would go to law school to just for 3 years on top of having a 4 year degree and just learn how to brief, uh, and a brief might take you a few hours to be able to do, a chatbot can do in a matter of seconds. And I really think, and I've heard this before, that the top law firms in the world will essentially collude to have software that's better than any of their competitors, and it's very expensive, so that small attorney practices would not have the same opportunity at the case law and such, and it would be very expensive to use to be able to get a membership or the credits to be able to use it, and basically hold much of the legal world hostage because of the paywalling of the different uh, software that they use for legal briefs and looking up uh, perhaps legal uh, prior legal cases, and thus you would have to use one of these major uh, law firms, or else you're going to be at a significant disadvantage. That your briefs and your legal arguments won't be um, as
Yeah.
as good as the big guy from the big firm, and and looking at things like accounting. I mean, I already would trust AI accounting more than I would trust.
And analysis, and there's no more find the missing penny in your, you know, in your worksheet or anything like that. Those jobs are all toast.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's why
Quality
quality
controls.
control, absolutely. And that's why the influencer, if you ask, at least in the United States, an American young person what the top desired job is, it used to always be athlete, but now it's become influencer, because there's some idea that the ability to perhaps becomes independent, financially independent and self-sufficient for long periods of time by gaining a network and gaining a community, may have more opportunity than your previous lawyer, doctor, accountant, sports star.
Yeah.
And there may be some truth to that. And I see these streamers. I mean, I certainly am one, and I know that it can be extremely lucrative for the top, top streamers, not for everyone, but given enough time, long periods, uh, if you're able to do anything for a long enough period, generally you will gain traction and you can become successful. I'm not saying you absolutely will, but you look at, I don't know if you're familiar with a podcast like the Joe Rogan Experience. It's the most popular podcast generally in the world.
Yeah.
It started out as just Joe Rogan talking with his friend in his apartment or his house, and they really didn't gain too much traction for the first 5 years or so. They didn't have many sponsors, but eventually, Joe Rogan's approaching becoming a billionaire just by talking into a microphone, because he's been doing it now for 17 years. And a lot of people have jumped on that
Is there like
podcast.
music playing in your stream or something? Because there's like a lot of background noise.
Oh, yeah, no,
I'd like to.
there most certainly probably is. It's probably the radio that I keep on 24 hours a day. Is it echo or is it uh, music?
It's like sounds like background rock music, but it wasn't happening.
It wasn't happening
It
previously.
wasn't. No.
Okay. Um, I will. I'm going to mute my microphone for a second and tell me if it shuts off when I shut it off.
I don't hear
Okay.
singing.
No, I know. I was just muting myself. Could you? Did it shut off when I shut it off?
Like now it seems fine again, but it like would come on. It sounds like a soccer game or something in the background. We'll continue. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll let you know if it actually happens again, and then yeah,
Certainly.
we'll find it.
There are some other people in here who are, some of whom may be playing some kind of sport, and it might be coming from them as well. I'm not saying that that's true, but they all seem to either be muted to some extent, so I don't know how they would be doing that. But anyway, just let me know. Um, in terms of the influencer world, though, it when I probably 10 years ago would say to a kid who said I want to be an influencer, I'd laugh at them, like, come on, get a real job. With the AI revolution that's occurred, that seems like a viable option, and the younger you start, the more advantageous it can be. And I was saying previously that TikTok is just, it throws content at me, and the devices that I'm using to create these music videos are, I don't know, probably like 10 or 15 feet away from me. So I don't necessarily, I'm not paying attention to them, but many of them say parent run account, where parents are basically monetizing their children at whatever age they may be to generate more income to the family and perhaps give their children a head start. And I can say, is that good parenting, or is this something that I endorse? And generally, I think that we should allow kids to be kids. But this was done previously with child actors and pageant parents, and those kinds of things. And I recognize that parents are uh, becoming more and more desperate for money, and they see their children as perhaps when I say children, you have to have at least be 13 to have a social media account. You're supposed to. Um, but for those kids who get a big following as a young person and then they become an adult, that's quite a head start that they can have in selling things and partnering with different organizations. And it may seem
Well,
like
it's an education for them too, right? It's like teaching them some other, a vital, well, not a vital skill, but it's a skill and it's a potential path, career path, I guess, at a young age. And some of them are genuinely interested in it. So I think it depends on the case.
I agree, but there's no health
And
insurance, there's no retirement. Like, what do you do if you get a copyright strike and you lose access to your account? Are you just then a burden to society if you accidentally have an accident or something like that? It's it's uh it's a dangerous game that the influencer route poses, and
well, it's funny because as Zach and I were talking about this last week about just the notion of social media has really promoted and this really really promoted this notion of not working for anybody else and being an entrepreneur and making your own money and why share the pot and all this stuff, right?
right,
But essentially all of that, whether you're an influencer or an entrepreneur, you don't have health, like you don't have healthcare benefits. You're on your own, right? You
right,
don't have healthcare benefits typically. You don't have, you know, I work for a large corporation in Canada, a telecommunications company that's in healthcare, IT. But I have a pension plan
exactly,
that they put hundreds of thousands of dollars over my career into a pension plan. When I retire, I'll probably get an exit package worth, I don't know, $300,000 to $400,000,
right.
right? These are significant things that as an independent entrepreneur you have to build it to the point where you're actually and put in these kinds of benefits for your employees but also for yourself, and that doesn't come at the beginning. That's years and years into it unless you get that massive investment up front, which again they make it sound like this is super easy to do. It's not that easy to do.
You're absolutely right.
90% of startups fail. Um, yeah.
And
So anyway, it's just interesting. Like whether you're an influencer and that happens, and something happens to you, and you're toast, or anything when you're really on your own. Yeah. So Zach's, I guess you guys are whatever. So Zach's brother is a YouTuber,
right, very successful.
and very successful YouTuber, and it's like it's crazy how much money he's made. Crazy. Um, but no, so he hasn't had a problem with that. But he's kind of, to me, needle in a haystack.
Absolutely.
Like for him, who just had a ton of money at 22 years old, more than I have at 22 years old, right? And and, and carrying on, like continue. Now he's 24, but um, that he got lucky. He worked hard. It was his fourth attempt at doing something online, and he is just, I don't know what to call it. He's just got the right set of skills for it, and he got lucky.
Absolutely.
But most YouTubers are not. They're just not in that category, as far as I can tell, anyway.
Oh, you're 100% right. You know, you said 90% of all businesses fail. And I think there's the statistic 90% of all restaurants in the first year fail. And when it comes to influencers, it's got to be 999 out of 1,000 fail, or at least never reach what your other child has been able to reach. I mean, it's just, like you said, a needle in a haystack. I can tell you, as someone who is fortunate to not have to do some type of uh, what would I want to call it, ambush to go viral. I recognize that it's a long game that I'm playing, and
Right.
I recognize also that it's just my life. It's what I enjoy doing. That it may have some value in the future. But I can tell you, like, and I'm not alone on this. I had an X space, which is like Twitter, which is on video, and I had it open for 24 hours a day for 365 days, and I gained 31 followers. Like that's it. I can tell you that I've had many of my channels. I'm live on quite a few different channels, but I don't ever pay attention to subscribers because it just means nothing to me. Um, but I don't have more than 100 subscribers on most of my channels. I can tell you that there's another person I know who live streams their life 24/7. They're on day like 310, and they have 300 followers. Like basically, they get one follower a day. And if you don't have
Yeah.
some kind of niche, like catch someone's attention, kind of idea, if you think you're just gonna go viral by just sitting there, staying there, unless you're gonna play really really long game, it is not going to be too fortuitous to you. I can tell you, at least like from this Discord, which I have a lot of pride in, because it's 3,000 people I've been able to meet, really interesting individuals, and I didn't start this Discord originally. It's only been around for almost 2 years, but to get even 3,000, like to have 3,000 people with whom I can interact, um, uh,
Yeah,
is
that's big.
is
Yeah.
is is difficult, especially because Discord doesn't allow you to promote yourself very easily. I can tell you on Instagram, I have like 10,000 followers, and on Twitch I have like 50,000 followers. But those followers don't pay attention to me nearly as much as the people in the Discord or even the people on X. So it also depends on like what platform you're on, and how engaged people are. I was in a call with someone. He, as you may know, this guy. He's a hacker from Uruguay. He's very popular in the Twitter space verse, and he has like 45,000 followers or 50,000 followers on X. And as he has said, that 10 years ago, when his account was 10,000 followers, he had much more interaction with people and made more impressions with people than he does with an account of 50,000, just based on competition and based on like lack of reach and all of the things that can happen. I many times brainstorm with Riser about going viral, and I uh, I I think that I have a good strategy, which is this, which I haven't been utilizing as much as I should have. I go on people's podcasts. So I said previously I was on this Australian person's podcast earlier this week, and he invited me to do like a 5-part series. So the first one is going to be on life extension. The second is going to be on earth improvement. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space exploration, and the fifth is going to be on the search for intelligent life. And basically, these are like interesting topics that I'll be
Yeah.
able to. Someone's going to hear what I say and say, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast," or "I'd like to, like basically to get
Yeah.
my brand out there more." And I did this
Okay.
recently. I've only started this like this week, and if you're like, "Why didn't you do this before?" It's just a thing. Like Riser and I were trying to give it a name, and we called it ambush guesting or something like that, where you just put out a bunch of requests to be on people's podcasts and see if any of them will request, like allow you to come on. And I did this to another person, and they're going to have me on their podcast. And I basically have said to myself, if I make this my job for the next 52 weeks, and I'm at least on one podcast a week or so, uh, somebody's going to hear what I do and say, wait a second, you mean I can go back to any moment of your life for the last 5 years, essentially, and see your life from multiple angles, and you have all this data, and data is Earth's number one resource. It surpassed petroleum in 2018. There's something to that. That's a really interesting project, and perhaps I'll get more more influence because of that. And really, I do this because it's enjoying. I get a lot of enjoyment out of recording my life, like a journal, like a diary. So it doesn't cost me anything from a personal standpoint. I'd love to be married and have children and those kinds of things, but fortunately, as a male, I'm able to not have the biological clock that I'm fighting against as much as perhaps I would be as a female, and I can delay some of those decisions. If I were a female, I don't think I could have taken 5 years of my life and just dedicated it to live streaming. I would have wanted to.
Increasing technology.
Pardon me.
Well,
There's increasing technology.
Well, yeah, perhaps. So um, I Riser and I have discussed the podcast element and having your own podcast. See, both he and I have had our own podcast with limited success, but the idea of just if you have at least one account, I have like a Twitter account that has. I've had Twitter accounts of tens of thousands of people, but they get banned for whatever reason. And you don't always know why you get banned. It's kind of this uphill climb that you have, and then they can sweep your legs out from under you, and you're back to square one. But enough people know about me now that it's a strong enough medium-sized Twitter account that I can go to people, and it shows that I have some legitimacy, that other people have listened to what I've said. And I've been on other podcasts now, and it's basically using those to say, hey, if you found what I was interesting on this podcast, listen to me on this podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot that at least personally, that I can talk about from a science perspective, from my project perspective, from just like we're discussing the future of humanity, that people will have a 30-minute or an hour-long conversation with you. And so that's the strategy that I'm using. Whether it works or not, well, we'll see a year from now. We'll see where we're at. But I think that from an influencer perspective, you have to, everybody needs like something different. Like your son found a niche that is extremely, allows him to be extremely successful, but who knows if
can
that's.
I tell you a little bit more about that?
Absolutely.
Because who knows? There may be something informative in there. He didn't pick the niche that he likes. He did not do this for his own personal enjoyment. He researched and found through deep research the niches that he felt that from everything he found, that would be the most successful. So the niches that he's in, one is true crime. I think he kind of likes that. The other one is anime. And anime is like he couldn't care less about.
That's interesting, but it makes money.
But he produces all of these anime, and he's been very successful in the anime space and the true crime space. And he's explored like other ones like space and a History Channel, and and he's learned along the way, but he spent a heck of a lot of time. So his focus was, how do I do this? How do I be successful at this? And I'm going to follow that path. I don't care if I like it. Right. So it's very, very different than what I'm hearing from you, which is this is something that you are really, really enjoying, and you're probably not driven like my son is super driven for business. He said, from the time he's been like, 3 years old, I'm going to be a millionaire.
And he did
that
it.
kind of thing. But he's been really, he's just very driven and focused on it. So this was really about being successful and not about, what turns his crank.
Absolutely.
So that's a personality thing, right? Like that is really a personality thing. Like you're going on it sounds like you've got a plan and you're going on the podcast and you're being very deliberate about that to build up your business,
That's true.
which is really important.
Absolutely. And I've been in the startup world. I've worked for major organizations, and I've made a good amount of money for the age when I started this. I couldn't be doing this without it. And
Yeah.
but to me, there's a historical impact that I think is really like drives me. That the footage that is being recorded and the events that are being recorded will be extremely of extreme value to civilization in the future. And I just look at how we look at old photographs or old videos and the vintage and the nostalgia that people have from that is it. I would be dishonest to say if I did not connect to that and think that there was something really special in that and wish we had more of it. And there's lost footage and all the other aspects of society. And I do know in the back of my mind that data is Earth's number one resource, and that I've got quite a bit of it. I really mean this. I think I have more content. I'm almost certain I have more content created by one individual than any person ever. Nobody is on YouTube on 20 different streams simultaneously, 24/7 for almost 5 years.
I don't get it. Can you explain something? What if you do want to go out on a date?
Yeah, that's a great question.
You can still do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Like I've said, like I've had people come visit me. It's more difficult to do IRL streaming because of the data issue, overheating of phones, power issues, and like you're driving in a car. I mean, unless I'm in an Uber, and I've done that. Um, it's just more complicated, and I'm only live on one stream then. And I like being live on 20 different streams. But yeah, if there was some woman who came into my life and said, "Look, I am all on board with this live streaming thing. I love it. I want to live with you. Let's do this together." I'm not saying that I would be against that, but I'm not looking for that. Um, I recognize that this this project has the opportunity to make me and my family and my generations to come wealthier than we'd ever want. And so it's almost like just be patient. And also, I might be able to get some. I'm not saying I wouldn't be able to get a really wonderful woman now, or that I haven't had the opportunity in the past, but uh, the fact is, I'd be able to get perhaps any woman I'd want on earth had this gone viral or does this go viral. There are a lot of people out there who would find it attractive to be on the world's largest timeline and to make merge their life with the world's largest timeline. That I recognize that if I just keep focusing on this, that the women will come and I'll be able to have my pick of the litter, so to speak. But I mean, really, uh, I want someone who would be comfortable being on camera and living their life on camera. But if she said, "Hey, I want to have privacy," I'm all about that. That's absolutely fine. I understand that too. I don't. It's not a deal breaker if she said no cameras in the bedroom or no cameras for our children or something. Right, exactly. So I understand that there are some limitations, but I really um I want a woman. I've always felt this way, that I would be older when I would get married, because I wanted to be established. And if I weren't doing this, I would still be in the corporate world and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Recognizing though that this this opportunity, in addition to being able to archive the world's history, uh, can make me not just a millionaire or a billionaire, but into the realm of a trillionaire, meaning just like generational wealth that I never need, my children would never need, my grandchildren would never need. But then the opportunity to give back to the world is really important to me as well, to help every single person who's helped me on this stream, not just be able to take care of themselves and their friends and their family, but to be able to start charities to help the world, and not for profits to help the world, and really start my own, in my own way, a peaceful revolution. That's really exciting to me. And I recognize that it's a sacrifice that I am making, but I I'd be basically doing the same thing, and as with most people, they're just relaxing in the comfort of their own home, perhaps watching podcasts, watching sports, and interacting with their friends. If I may ask, do you mind if I use the restroom?
Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Go for it. Take your time. Why don't you take it back?
Thank you for your patience.
Did you take your hand off the Nissan?
No, I didn't. I just swapped hands.
I was never in contact to begin with.
That's an interesting point. Couldn't you imagine in mid 90s Texas, one of the contestants is there making that argument? You know, according to physics, none of us are actually touching this Nissan. They'd look at you like you were bonkers.
And you pull out your cell phone and he has chat GPT in his phone in the future.
Well, you most
People are
certainly
just
would
like,
then.
"Whoa."
I mean, one of my favorite
Guys,
quotes is Arthur C. Clarke's: any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic. And that would certainly look magical. I mean, I know when I first used, actually, the first month that I used ChatGPT, it stunk. It was very unimpressive. I mean, it did not get a lot of things right. And I remember being like, oh, this is just like a regular chatbot that I've used on customer service websites for years, and this stinks. But it got very good very soon thereafter, after launching. And yeah, so
there's been people who have been in like an actual courtroom and have just pulled out their phone and chat GPT, and then chat GPT just like hallucinates a bunch of made up case law, and then they're like, WTF.
well,
You can't just point to this robot every time because it's not actually factual. Again, it's going to be better.
that's dangerous. And
Currently,
people have tried to use that in at least in California courts. They will not allow you to be represented by artificial intelligence. You still need to have a representative who has passed the California bar. Even though ChatGPT has been able to pass the bar from a test perspective, you still have to be a human. And I think that there will be some type of restrictions on some professions that perhaps the ones that are very powerful, doctor, lawyer, CEO, venture capitalist, perhaps they will say, no, you can't replace these positions. And just because of the power of those roles, uh, they may be, I don't want to say completely irreplaceable, but certainly not as easy to replace as a standard customer service agent.
Yeah, I mean robots are also useful too for like diffusing bombs or like fighting fires and or being like a soldier or something. And you can like proxy saving life in the form of a robot.
So
But um,
there's an organization in San Francisco called Stop
yep,
Killer
the
Robots.
eight stop the killing robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I first heard about this organization, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like that, it seemed um, almost humorous, such a name. But with each day, that becomes more and more serious. And we've already had incidents. There was one in Dallas, Texas, I think we've discussed, of a robot that actually killed somebody. It was like basically a remote control, but it killed somebody had somebody hostage or something, and that was like the first documented killing of an individual by a robot that was not in wartime or something like that. And we see what's going on in the Middle East, that the the best tools of war are no longer aircraft carriers and battleships, but are drones, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. We need. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't saying like yeah, police should necessarily be robots, but firefighting or is like something where you're saving people from dying, not killing other people. And
Right.
same with bomb diffusing situations that could be useful, or yeah, rescuing a dog from wherever that can't be reached by humans.
Right. But, there's
Yeah,
a fine line between a tool and an actual actor. And we have in the United States already police departments that have robots that are basically for awareness uh, on the streets. That's, I don't know if you've seen them. It looks like a giant egg, like Humpty Dumpty, and it basically has cameras on it that goes around different parks and has like a little speaker on it. And if you run into trouble or something, you can go up to it and it will press a button on it and it'll notify the police or whatever. But uh, and somebody's watching it from a remote location. But it's kind of one of these things where uh, there's a fine line between that and RoboCop.
yeah. I mean, what if the robots are using non-lethal stuff, and what if if they prove with like driverless cars that the robot cars are killing less people than humans on average? Isn't it generally safer to have like we prove that robots are less trigger happy than regular humans with emotions and PTSD? Wouldn't that be a good thing, arguably?
I am a huge advocate of non lethal alternatives in law enforcement. And I have always said this, even as a young person. Why do we give police guns, or why do they have such active ability to use a gun when there are tranquilizers out there that have been used for the last century to bring down big game? Meaning, you can take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart almost immediately, and that elephant will be incapacitated for 30 minutes or an hour or something for you to be able to do whatever you need to do. And then it's brought back and it's back to normal. Why can't we use those on individuals? Basically, I think that society should replace firearms in law enforcement with tranquilizer darts. Now, do I think that
And I made the argument before. I was like, well, like the dosage apparently of those tranquilizers varies from human to human. But even if 1 in 10 people die from a tranquilizer, the alternative is the bullet, where it's like 10 out of 10 people die from.
exactly?
Even like the worst. You know,
Exactly. And you could use different types of concoctions or tranquilizer chemicals. You could get something down that, I mean, I am a perhaps naive but or just a positive individual who thinks that you could use the same. There is a world out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but science could find that you could use a dart on a small woman and a large man and not have to change anything in it. Whether the dart knows the like can sense the size of the person for how much dosage it's going to give, or just it basically will not kill them. It will just like, here's an example. With the taser, or like use of like electroshock, they don't take into effect the size of the target. It's like, if you're going to get tased, you get the same taser as a small woman as you do a large adult, or a large man, I should say.
Same pepper spray, same rubber bullet,
Perfect.
same handcuffs.
Exactly. So I think that the same thing could be done on with non-lethal weaponry, and um, I don't know. So at least in the United States, there's a big loophole that's known as qualified immunity that allows police to be able to use excessive force at times if needed for the to ensure the peaceful restraint of an individual. But even at times, it can become lethal, and you can't sue them on this grounds. But there's a major push in the United States that, and I think it's going to be brought not by the, not by a grounds a grassroots level, but I think from insurance companies. Insurance companies are finding that it is becoming, and I should say local departments. It's extremely expensive to pay out on bad cops. Like, basically, if you run the statistics, like like 10% of bad cops cause 90% of the force's problems, something like that. And if you require police officers to insure themselves, just like you do with a car, if you're a bad driver, eventually you'll be unable to drive because you won't be able to pay for your insurance in the same way as a police officer. There's a push for this, and I can see this potentially happening in the future. And there's going to be a time where there's an overlap between AI and robotic law enforcement, and and perhaps some type of insurance regulations or restrictions on bad cops, because um, it just becomes extremely expensive to have a police department that is getting sued all the time, and eventually some cities and jurisdictions are just going to no longer be able to fit the bill. And they're going to say, look, we're going to move the insurance liability from our small town or medium city or large metropolis to the individuals themselves, being the police officers. And I think if that happens, you'll see a lot, many fewer accidental shootings of people, or people will be far less, police will be far less motivated to pull out that gun.
Yeah, no, I agree. Um, I had this hypothetical or like question in my mind regarding this earlier, but I'm at the end of my caffeine rush. Um,
Do you need a police officer to get you a cup of coffee like that lady on Hands on a Hard Body?
that would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice.
Very well.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier about like the AI advertising thing. Like, arguably, I think there's like if AI could potentially be a good thing because it like if you have every like democratized access to AI where anyone can create their AI ad and make a really phenomenal AI ad, then it's like the same thing. It's like instead of they made the best ad that's just like using or the camera, it becomes like who now made the best AI ad, and it's still the exact same competition. It's just the tools are potentially unlocking more creativity, basically. And if you've ever used AI, like video generation, like the prompting is important, and you don't really ever hardly get what you want exactly the first time, you know?
I
And
agree.
also, I think that like the target marketing, like the, the type of advertising, I think is also important because there's some ads that you might see on Facebook where it's like, yeah, sure, a custom tailored ad would make sense in that regard, but if you have an advertisement that's going to be seen by millions of people, then you probably want the most effective ad possible, the one that's going to stick in their minds the most. And so it kind of depends on what you're going for a little bit and how much of an impact you want to make.
Well, um, you and I discussed this at one point. How I think in the future, and it's already, this isn't new, but when you have an advertisement, if you can connect it with a real person that people know exists with their handle or whatever, how much more powerful that ad is going to be because people know that it's not automatically generated or does that make sense?
People are basically like boycotting AI slop on the internet already with like YouTube videos that are just AI garbage and like you can tell that the voiceover is AI. Like I hate that personally. If I see a video that's just like some annoying, like you didn't want to pay the narrator and now your voice is just like clearly AI. Like I skip those videos all the time. People are like, this video sucks. It's clearly AI. Fuck you.
But those are the ones that I can almost guarantee that you have seen some type of advertisement that is AI that you didn't know was AI.
Yeah, no, I don't. I disagree with that, perhaps. Yeah.
So for whatever you want to call your company, I call it
I
Upcake
mean,
because it's easy for me to remember. Um, you and we're talking to Mama Riser as well. Um, she recognizes how expensive this could be and how this could make you an enemy. But all you really need is a website that can post links, a comment system, a voting mechanism, and then you would just go to different organizations to basically sponsor contests. And once word of mouth gets out about it, everybody's going to come to you. So I think with this idea, there's limited overhead. Where this idea fails immediately is if you're hosting all the data. It's too expensive. But if you're not hosting it, it's just links that people would see. It's like Riser, if you look in this Discord below, you're gonna see a section. So under 24, there's 24/7 live streams, and then you're gonna see like a heart and a cowboy hat and a heart, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. Do you see that?
so, I see there's Rabbi Rothschild's arena and the live stream and then radio stations.
Okay, the section below radio
Oh,
stations.
yeah, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
at the
that.
bottom of that,
Oh,
do you see TikTok music videos?
do I have to go into the about section?
Uh, no, there's no about section. It's okay. So below, there's a red heart, a cowboy hat, and a red heart. Do you see that? And it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then it says moderator only, rank ups, and then AMA technology, Instagram, Linktree, press releases, TikTok, YouTube, podcast, leaderboard. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then do you see TikTok music videos?
There's one that says TikTok.
Below that, it's like 5 down from that. It says TikTok music videos.
No, under the cowboy hat and heart one, it goes technology, Instagram, Linktree, press release, TikTok, YouTube, podcast, and then it goes to a different section.
No. And then it says leaderboard and then TikTok music videos.
Yeah. Mine says leaderboard and then rabbi interviews, rabbi calendar.
Oh, okay. Just
rabbi
one moment.
CPT.
This is really interesting. Okay, let me make sure that it is available. The reason why I want you to see this is basically what your website's going to be. Oh, apologies. Can you see it now?
No.
Let's see here. So you don't see a section that says TikTok music videos?
No, not in that area.
Okay, I'll just send you a link to it. And the reason why I want you to see this link is because it is essentially what your website would be. It's basically like hosted links. So the only difference is you would you would be able to see the whole video on the website and current, but like basically Discord isn't okay. I just that's actually not what I wanted. TikTok music videos.
Oh, I see it now.
Okay, so go there, and you see that there's just like every 5 minutes or something a new music video that's being created. As I've been talking with you both, there are random music videos that are being made.
Yeah.
But Discord is not hosting them. TikTok is. And your website would be essentially this. The idea that you would, except you could play the video. There'd be like some kind of embedded video that it would still be hosted on TikTok, but it would just give like a little thumbnail of it, and then people would vote on it. Discord doesn't have the capability, or under current conditions, they don't want to pay for all the hosting, so they limit how much a user can basically host in their Discord. However, TikTok allows for you to post whatever you want, generally, from a capacity standpoint. So what you would do is be like the Discord. Like you will just have links like this, but when you click the link, it will take you to the person's page, or you'd be able to view an embedded version of it on your website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get that part totally. I think my mom does too. But that, Mom, explain where you think the costs come up.
No, you know what? I will another day. I don't have the brain capacity to do that right now.
You told me the other day about all these systems.
I did. Well, I was just saying, basically, when you build a system, well, it depends on whether you're building it. If you're posting things on, I don't even know what Discord is, but if you're posting things on TikTok or some Discord, I guess is a discussion group. Is that right?
We're in Discord right now. This is Discord.
Oh, okay. So if you're no, I was saying if you were to actually build such a system, right?
Okay.
Then you billing systems, reporting systems, enrollment systems, audit systems, operational systems. You've been. It sounds like you've worked in IT, right? So
Absolutely.
all of the things that if you're building out a system, you need all of these subsystems around it.
That's correct.
You just don't build a platform that connects, content creators and the general public or whoever else. I'm not. I haven't really. That's why I say I don't really have that. I haven't modeled this out or anything. But you need all of these. You need security. You need like privacy. You need legal. You need all kinds of things. And there's cost to doing all of that. If you put up a website and you go, hey, vote on this thing, your costs are much less.
Absolutely. And that's why.
So you can do the simple model, or you could, but the way Zach was describing it to me, it sounded like he was going to build this platform.
That that won't work, and I think we're all in agreement on that. If you have to host everything, if you are the
Yeah.
even if you'll have some legal issues, but they won't be nearly as big as what it would be building your own platform. The big issue is hosting.
Right.
The big issue is hosting the data
Yeah.
because that is a monthly bill that you will get that will continue to increase. Essentially, I mean, I'm sure they have Craigslist in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Craigslist, think of it. It's a very simple website that doesn't have huge amounts of data that are being stored. So this would be like a something simple like that. That let's use a real world example. The Coca Cola Company wants to get better advertising for what they're doing, and they you connect with their marketing or somehow, and you say, look, normally you're going to pay a marketing agency $1 million to do your holiday campaign ad. That's great.
Right.
What you can do is give away a $100,000 to the winner of a contest, and you're going to get, instead of the minds of a boardroom of 15 creatives, you're going to get
Right.
15,000 entries on this. And not only that, to the people of Coca Cola, these people are going to host their contest entries on their social media. So whenever their friends are just scrolling through their social media, it's a free Coca Cola ad for you. And it isn't just for as long as you want to pay for it, it's free, and it's free indefinitely. Some people are going to take it down the second the contest is over. Some people are going to leave it there for 5 years, and it's going to have impressions on people 5 years from now to drink Coca Cola. And all you have to do is give away $100,000 in a contest, which you guys do all of the time. And if you will agree to putting up the money for this, you wouldn't start with Coca Cola; you'd start small. But essentially, that's the goal. We're going to be able to cut your advertising budget by, for just the holiday season, $900,000, and they spend more than this on their digital campaigns. But we're just using round numbers. And on top of that, you're going to have 100 times more reach because all of the contest entries are going to be hosted on social media, which is going to allow you to dominate digital platforms where you would never be able to get previously. You wouldn't be able to get on some artist's platform, some artist's main page under normal conditions. They wouldn't care enough about Coca Cola. However, the fact that this artist put in work to create some kind of video or AI or some type of commercial or whatever it would be, you are now going to be able to, the word would be almost seep into the areas where your marketing previously would fail. And you're going to be able to do it for cheaper. And for Riser's point of view, all he has to do is have the money and have people have the links, and it would just give a picture just like I showed in Discord, and people could click a button and it would play a video, and then people would just upvote it and have the comment entries. And then let's say the contest runs for a month. At the end of the month, whatever one Coca-Cola chose wins. It's not necessarily who has the most upvotes, because people can game the system that way. We just want it to be whatever one that Coca-Cola likes, and Coca-Cola takes that and puts it out as their holiday 2026 campaign. And all of the people who didn't win, either out of sheer laziness or because they actually appreciated uh, 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 what people said about their art and got more people to go to their social media, are going to keep up a lot of Coca-Cola ads when previously they wouldn't have. This will basically transform social media into being just, hey, here are pictures of my vacation, maybe 10 different pictures of those, to being maybe one of Coca Cola and another of Anheuser-Busch and another of Honda. And so for every 10 videos that somebody may upload, they may get some free advertising, and that could be long term. And on top of that, it creates type of a new type of industry for artists and creators and people who are into video editing and actors and uh, people who just may say, look, we're going to put something together. We think it's really creative. And if Coca Cola picks it, we have a chance to make basically a year's salary on this contest. And there are going to be a lot of people who apply for the Coca Cola contest because that's a big brand and it's a big prize. But you're going to have some smaller organizations, maybe even a small restaurant that may say, look, we don't have $100,000 to give away. We don't have $10,000 to give away. We don't have $1,000 to give away, but we'll give you $100 in our gift cards, and they may get 30 entries for that just in a local contest that they're having. And basically, I've said to Riser about this. You're going to be able to lower the costs of marketing, which are extremely high for different advertisers. You're going to be able to essentially invade people's social media in ways that you wouldn't have been able to do previously, which is positive for the advertisers. You're going to allow creative people to be able to make more money, and artists, it's going to benefit them. And all you have to do is host a bunch of links on a website. Now, will you need general counsel perhaps at the beginning to have your terms and conditions? Absolutely. So you're going to have some type of legal team, and but in terms of um, this is where this is brilliant by him not hosting it. Let's say that there's some kind of I don't know, just malicious content somebody doesn't like. Well, guess what? Riser isn't hosting it. TikTok's hosting it, or Instagram's hosting it, or YouTube's hosting it. So long as it gets past their very strict systems, generally it's going to be fine on Riser's website. And so you basically are going to utilize all of the general counsel of YouTube, meaning Alphabet, and Facebook, meaning Meta, and TikTok, meaning ByteDance. They're already basically the filter for all of the content that you're gonna have. So you don't have to.
What about this though? Because I think there's a little
Miss Aquarius, I'll be with you in a moment.
Sorry.
Good night, Rabbi.
Okay, Miss Aquarius.
I'm play tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Take care. Go ahead, Mrs. Mama Riser.
So, if I'm creating an ad for Coke,
yes,
then I'm not allowed to use the Coke logo, right? Like that's without authorization.
Well,
so I can't create a Coke ad. I would, which is why that's where you put that on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, and you're basically pirating. They'll shut you down.
People do that all the time. If they have a Coke in the background of their video, or they drink a Coke on camera, there's nothing illegal about that. And and Coke itself, once they can change their policy to say we want people to be making more content with Coke in it. If we get too protective of our label or of our trademark, then we aren't going to get as much advertising. Now, where Coke is going to be extremely litigious is if you try to make your own formula that's like Coke and have a similar red trademark or red brand. That's where they want to be litigious. But basically, having people drink Coke is just better for their is better for their brand.
As long as it's in as long as it's in the light that they're looking.
Yes, so we talked about this, Riser and I did. What if you have a situation where you have someone who, uh, like maliciously takes Coke and just pours it down the toilet and says this is garbage? Okay, their entry is going to be all the way at the very bottom, and on top of that, under current law, they're able to do that anyway. So you just don't pay attention to those people. But you will get some people out there who create a better ad campaign than just your standard Coca-Cola and the polar bears or whatever it is. And the people at Coke are going to say, you know what? Previously, we would have gotten from our marketing team and external marketing teams maybe 5 good ideas. But using Riser's idea, we got 5,000 really good ideas. We had a bunch of people vote on it. And on top of all of that, there are so many impressions because people are going to be voting on this that Coke is going to be on all these people's minds because they're going to see Coke ad, Coke ad, Coke ad, Coke ad. Anybody who's and so previously, I mean, I could really say, under what conditions do you have somebody who voluntarily watches 25 Coca-Cola ads one after another? It really never happens. But in this case, you would have tens of thousands of people doing it.
Right.
And people would do it just to see the differences.
I like the idea. I was kind of stuck on the execution because I'm posting and all the stuff that goes with it.
If you use,
if you're voting and that's counting and that's a contest, there's a whole bunch of crap about that. Like it's a bigger idea.
Oh, it most certainly is. But it's so big of an idea that you have I don't know how many children you have, but you have 2 very successful sons, one of whom I think could be much more successful than the other one, even though the other one is doing quite well. Riser is the type of thinker and an outside the box thinker that has some ideas that can make him a millionaire, billionaire. So I would say to you, by the time that you're of retirement age and looking at that perhaps few $100,000, you're not going to have to worry about that because you're going to have 2 sons who are extremely successful. And with the ideas that Riser has, if he were to create a website with the links and basically use the different social medias as a filter and just connect with some smaller brands just to start, and they will see how successful this is for their brand. He's going to have all the big boys who are going to want to play and going to want to be on this website. They're going to be able to save money on their creative. They're going to be able to have more effective social media and branding. And then on top of that, under no other condition are you going to have somebody voluntarily put an advertisement on their social media unless they know that this is a contest entry and they're proud of it and they see it as art and not necessarily as an advertisement for a large corporation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as I say, I do like the idea. I was like, I think the execution, I think his next step is to really sort of plan this out and understand the scope of it and understand an approach to it, and then get working on it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, did Riser tell you how this idea came about?
I know that you two were talking.
So
something. So he did tell me this a while ago.
Okay, so.
But yeah, go ahead. Tell me again.
Oh, absolutely. So, Riser, do you mind if I tell her how it came about? Okay, so I was in an X space call with cryptocurrency, and they said that they had a website and all this, like they had just this plan, et cetera, et cetera. And I said to them, I don't understand why you're doing what you're saying you're doing. And I basically said, look, it'd be much better if you just were a marketing, whatever, contest. And so I initially brought it up with this other organization. And they were like, that's the best idea. Okay. They loved the idea. However, I haven't heard anything from them. And so a few months went by, and Riser and I were talking, and I said, I had this discussion with this other person, but I don't know if they ever ran with. I mean, this is a big idea, like you're saying, and it takes a lot of it takes a lot of work to do. But if you want a million, billion, trillion-dollar idea, here is one. And then we started to talk about it and brainstorm on names and some other things like that. So it was something that it was a conversation that I had with a different organization, but they didn't have. I mean,
Yeah.
it just it to me just made sense. And I've got a few of these really big ideas that I think could be really good. And Riser and I talk about them, but basically, what I'm saying is that there is a void in the market right now, and Riser could certainly fill that void. And all of it really all it's going to take is a website that is a name that's memorable, and he has some
Right.
other names. Riser, what did you say? What was it called?
It was called Crowd Spark.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Like okay.
It sticks out in my head because it's like a food and tangible. But uh, Crowd Spark is great. I like that one too. Um, and so he's got the name. So then he's got to get the website. And once he gets the website, then he's got to start populating it. And once he did, then he has to find someone to uh, basically put up a little money for a contest. But it could just be gift certificates. It doesn't have to start out as huge cash prizes. And then he's got to get people to know about it in the market as artists. And the way that he could do that is through social media that already exists. But it's and then he would probably have to. I mean, I'm sure at some point have to have some type of legal mind review the terms and conditions because this is going to be a contest and to make sure that it's legal at your location and everything because there are some issues with that and then running a contest this is going to be an international contest um, how is that going to work and how can you assure that
The money flow, like need some kind of financial system for the money flow, right?
yeah so he basically
Potentially, and
he'd basically need to perhaps organize, and he wouldn't have to organize this, but just find an escrow system. So basically, these already exist. So a company
right,
puts up
yeah,
the 100, so they don't run away, and that the money isn't
yeah,
delivered until there's an actual winner, and all of those things. But
right.
he uh, there within any of this have we not said he has to hire anybody nor does he have to. I mean he might have to hire some people at some point but that's down the line. He could use just contractors in the meantime. He already knows how to program to some extent so the website wouldn't be that hard. It's really about marketing and if anything and I tell him this he's got to be faster at moving these things because the void's not going to perhaps be there forever, and he's going to want to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. Again, this was a conversation that I had months ago with a company. I don't think they were more. This is what they wanted to do. Instead, they wanted to give away cryptocurrency to organizations, and they didn't want to run it as like a contest, and they didn't want to bring in. They wanted it only to be like small time creators, and I was like, why limit yourself to small time creators? Why not just pay cold hard cash to individuals, create like artists from corporations, and these kinds of contests are done all the time, and they thought it was a great idea. I still think it's a great idea. It just it like the big thing is the website. So Riser, let me ask: do you have a website, or are you able to host this anywhere?
I built a prototype website with AI already, and I've seen the layout and visualized it a bit already. And then I was like, at the step where I'm like, okay, use their sign in stuff. I need to, like, you can basically apparently only use like Google and Discord to sign in is like the best way to like sign in without having bot issues because you don't want bots obviously. And then in order to make that happen, I had to subscribe to like a Google Plus account to get like my own domain name and stuff. And then I was like, oh, I don't have money for this subscription for this stupid thing. And then that's as far as I've gone on the website. But I've mostly been working on the presentation and also trying to identify any like potential hazards and road blockages in the whole system, like AI, and understanding how the hell AI fits into this and whatnot to begin with, because they don't want to start something if the balloon's going to pop.
Absolutely.
But I think it is a huge opportunity, and I do want to move along with it and dedicate a bunch of time to it and bring it to life as fast as possible, and effective as possible, because I like having challenges to do every day, and specifically building businesses is like a fun challenge.
Absolutely. So, Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do.
Bootstrapping a marketplace is like kind of notoriously difficult, because you need both companies that are going to want to host the contest, which requires awareness, and then you need users as well. So you almost need a sales team to some extent to actually really pitch it to companies, but you could probably build a robot to do that. Even like calling people and actually explaining it. It just might be better. At least having an amazing website that explains the benefits would be good. I think wrapped with money and influencers, basically.
It just takes some emails to do that. You don't need a cold calling team. Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do. I would recognize I don't have the funds to do this, and my parents, I'm not going to them. But you have your brother now. Hold on. I would come up with a really good pitch to him. I'm not
going to do that.
Why not?
I would put venture capital in Silicon Valley and burn their money.
It's not that much money.
It's important to keep it intact, and getting to business with your family is not the route to go.
Okay, I mean, wouldn't you eventually tell him about it anyway?
What?
Wouldn't you eventually tell your brother about it anyway?
Yeah, but he does not. He's not into investing in startups, whereas venture capital is literally designed for that.
Okay.
He's very risk averse anyway.
Okay, that's fine. It's just if you go to venture capital with this, they can easily just take this idea and leave you in the dust.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, basically, you're going to be giving them the golden ticket. If you go to venture capital and you say, hey, I can put all your marketing teams out of business and create this, they're going to say, okay, that's great, Riser, and they're going to be gone. And let me just say this. I know that I don't know. Mama Riser makes an excellent point. It's not good to get into business with your family. However, you could at least tell your brother about this idea and say, look, I know that you found success in some other ways. I want you to know that I would basically run this organization. You could just be an angel investor, and it's not like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking like maybe some small startup capital, and he might like the idea. If you put together a nice video for him and showed him the website, he might say, you know what, I'm doing really well right now, but this is a really good idea. This might take me from millionaire status to billionaire status, because generally a YouTube, unless you become a major influencer, that's difficult to do. However, it's not if you have some type of idea like this and just run it by him. If he says, I hate that idea, that's the worst idea ever, okay, so you tried. But he's not going to go run away with the idea and make a ton of money off of you like venture capital will.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll be. I mean, maybe 10,000 operational cost-ish, maybe. But I feel like to actually get it off the ground, you need influencers to promote it, and you can sell them equity or give them money or both. is the only way we're going to get those people to actually get the word out there. Because you want to hit the ground running and not. I get that it is nice that you can do it like baby steps and start with little Joey slushies or whatever, and like 4 people. But like, I don't know, I think it's much more like just makes more sense to pay a bunch of influencers that are also in the areas of interest that are related to this, people that are into indie filmmaking and indie AI creations and video editing, or people that are into comedy or just creators in general, and directly target those people because that's one side of the audience, and then say, look, there's opportunities on this website where you can make money doing ads for companies. Check it out.
I think if you go the
But that would cost something.
if you go the influencer route, you're throwing your money away, in my opinion. There are enough small to medium sized businesses just in the podcast realm that are doing everything that they can to grow as organizations. And these are companies like, and I'm sure you've heard them, like the Me Undies of the world and the Square Spaces of the world. They're not super giant yet, and you basically can say to them, "Look, I want you to get better creative. And the way that we're going to do that is by you sponsoring a contest on my website. And you guys already have social media. You just have to put a post up saying, hey, we're running a contest for Squarespace. Whoever comes up with the best ad for us on Upcake wins $10,000. That's in their best interest. And then you don't have to give your money away or anybody else's money away to some influencer who's not going to care about it. You use the advertiser themselves. They already have a platform, they already have a network. And that's just going to improve their sales. It's going to improve the impressions that they get.
Right. Yeah, no, that's great. I like that.
So this, and again, this is what I would do. I would. You already can't afford the Google Plus account, like what your mom said. There is capital that's needed for this, and you have a normal family, but you do have one uh, person who could perhaps help you, who you can trust. And instead of going to venture capital, that's just going to take this idea and steal it, because you can't really protect it. There's no trademark. There's no patent. There's nothing you can really do to stop someone from doing this. I would at least make my brother aware that I had this idea. I mean, that's the best thing that you could do as a brother, and just he's already had a lot of success, and just ask him his opinion on it. But I'd also come up with a business plan to say, look, if you want a part of this, I'll give you 50% equity in this. You don't have to run anything. And for uh, all I need is the website and just basic operating costs. I'm not taking a salary out of this. And your brother may say, wait, for like $10,000, I can basically perhaps have the opportunity at being a billionaire. He makes $10,000 easily in a few days of revenue on his YouTube channel. That's not anything serious to him. But if you came up with a really good video that was exciting, that shows how this is an industry shaking idea, he might go for it. And if he does, it's going to make him a lot of money. It's going to make you a lot of money. And look, I've been around a lot of millionaires in my life.
You think I could like literally just launch it for $10K?
Yeah, I do. You just need the website. All you need is the website, and then from there you just send emails, or even you could just get in contact with these smaller companies like ZipRecruiter and MeUndies Squarespace. Not super big Fortune 500s. We're not talking about Chevron or Canadian Railways yet. Nothing like that. But people who are already looking at ways to advertise. And really, the podcast realm are these people, because to do live reads on podcasts is something that they have within their budget. And you basically are going to say to them, look, I just want you, instead of spending $5,000 to have somebody read your ad on one podcast, take that $5,000 and say, we're going to run a contest, and the best ad wins, and this contest is available on Upcake. And you do that with 4 or 5 of these different organizations, and you do it for free. You don't take any cut on this, and you're going to have them be overwhelmed with really exciting opportunities from which to choose. And they're going to come back to you and they're going to say, Riser, we've been just doing the same old thing because that's what all our competition does, and just writing a check every month to podcasters to do live reads. And that didn't get us anywhere. That's not posted anywhere. With yours, we got 1,000 entries on this, 500 of which are still posted on people's social media. And look at the one we chose. Look how good this is. We're not only going to use this on our own social media, but we want to take this to the next level. We want to make a full-on commercial about this. And at no point in this does it cost you money.
Sorry, what did you say?
At no point in this do you have to go to an influencer. What I'm saying is you keep all the costs extremely limited. And what do I say you need the $10,000 for? You just need basically a website and a pretty tight pretty tight terms and conditions. And those would be your 2 major costs. And if I were your brother,
So legal fees is like less than 10 grand.
I mean, you're basically going to be able to draw up the terms and conditions with ChatGPT, and you just need a lawyer to read it over and essentially give their approval on it. And this isn't going to be very controversial content because it's already got to be hosted on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch or Twitter or one of those already. So you're basically using the power of the technocracy's legal teams, and at the very end you're the cherry on top to just make sure that everything for the contest is binding. But this is what I would say to my brother, because he's the perfect person for this. I would say, look, I'm not asking you for money. I want you to know that I have a really great idea and I'm going to do this one way or another. Do you want to share of this? From what I know, anyone who is a thousandaire wants to be a millionaire. Everyone who's a millionaire wants to be a billionaire. And this is an opportunity for him to really take his wealth to another level. And I understand he's risk averse. That's fine. We're talking about 3 days of YouTube revenue. I mean, very small amount here. He might say yes to this if you propose it in the right way.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, I would not go out asking him for 300,000.
No. Stop that.
I know you're not. I know. I'm just saying I would not do that for 10 grand. I don't know what his net worth is. You're a freaking millionaire at 22. You may very well not give a shit and be open to it. Well, my mom says he will give a shit and he won't be open to it. But at least it's an opportunity, and
it's worth the risk on his end.
And you have to show him something. He doesn't want to see an idea. He wants to see something. And he wants to see, he's like any other investor, he wants to see traction. Wants to see blood, sweat, and tears into it. He's stake into it.
I agree, and that's why I would tell him exactly where the money's going. We're going to need $2,000 for a website, for website hosting and everything, for 12 months. We're going to need $5,000 for the attorney to review the terms and conditions, and then perhaps another $2,000 or $3,000 for any type of other overhead that you're going to have. Logos and all of that stuff you're going to be able to do organically. And you just basically say to him, and I would make a video for him, very easy. He can look at it on his phone and say, hey, this is really great, or this is not great. And if he rejects it, okay, that's fine. But the second you go to venture capital on this, they're going to say, Riser, we're not interested. And they're going to close the doors on you, and they're going to steal your idea.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the warning on that, because I
mean,
was like, oh.
You're basically you're the Winklevoss twins, and you're going to be going to Mark Zuckerberg telling him about Facebook.
And you know where I would go for content creators? I would advertise Upwork.
Oh, that's a great place. Absolutely. Upwork and
Because
and Fiverr as
there's a
well.
ton of people who are out there, they're looking for money. They don't have work. If that's in their space,
I
Yes,
didn't know there was advertising on that.
yeah,
Upwork.
because you're advertising like, hey, this is what I need. So this
Wouldn't
is
Upwork be like, we don't want that?
they don't care.
no, they don't
I
care.
don't know that they care. You can do anything. I'm looking for this people. I'm looking for you to do this if you want to, blah 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 blah.
Are you familiar with
Put
Fiverr
us the
as
best app, right?
Are you familiar with Fiverr as well? Fiverr.
I've heard of Fiverr.
Yeah,
The
so
only reason I know about Upwork is because, my son uses it for YouTube a lot.
absolutely,
He finds stuff out.
and
So Fiverr is the same, is it? Yeah.
yeah,
So there you go.
exactly,
Okay.
and that's essentially what
There's
you're.
probably 12 platforms like that.
That's true. That's true. Those are the
Right?
big two, though. Yep, those are the big two for gig work and small time creator jobs, especially for video editors and such. But essentially, Riser, what you're doing is you're building that type of platform with less overhead.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's a thought, and then
Less overhead than Fiverr?
yeah,
Aren't those already like low overhead?
they are, but they have a lot of I would say uh, they have to at least store a lot of data when it comes to the transfer of files. I think that they're at least looking at 5 gigabyte um, hosting. You're not even going to have that. Everything that you have is going to be links. Like basically, your website is going to be the most efficient website that it could be to keep costs extremely low. You're not going to have an app, which is $100,000 in development that you're not going to have to ask your brother for. You're not going to have a
You don't
pay.
think it needs an app?
Absolutely not.
Because aren't creators
Absolutely not. App. Look, I've launched apps on both the App Store and Google Play. That's technology of 10 years ago. Everything now is in a browser. That, or it's moving back towards a browser. And there are things.
Oh, so it still has to be mobile friendly, though. Would you say?
Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. Yeah, you don't want people having to zoom in on everything, but you just make everything browser based. That's how you keep your costs low. You know what's called the Apple App Store tax, where they're going to take 30% of any transaction. You don't want to get involved with that. You only want people going to a browser. It's literally, instead of Craigslist, it'd be Riser List or whatever you want to call it, and people go to it and they can submit their links. And at the end of the contest, the Coca-Cola company or whoever it is gets an email of the top voted uh, entries. They can either look at every single entry, but they don't have time to do that. So they might look at the top 100 entries or the top 10 entries and then put it in front of a boardroom. The boardroom chooses the one that they like. They pay out the contest. You take 10% eventually of the contest amount, and then they're going to come back to you in quarter two for the next idea.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Let's
I
let's
agree.
and let's just for my own um, happiness and perhaps for everybody's here. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to speak into this idea, and I want the good, the bad, and the ugly. Here we go. I have an idea, and I want you to steel man it. How a new type of marketing strategy could arise that is industry shaking. Instead of having individual marketing teams that can be very expensive for every Fortune 500, and also marketing agencies, that this effort could be crowdsourced and essentially have a very simple website where users submit links and the website hosts the links, and it would be basically companies sponsoring contests, and the links would be hosted on different social media so that costs would be kept down. So, for instance, you could have a major company like the Coca Cola Company who had a contest for $100,000, and they could choose what crowdsource ad that individual creators, small time influencers, could create for them, and how this could eventually be the future of advertising. You're circling a real shift in its raw form. So here we go. At its strongest, your concept is a platform that replaces traditional marketing teams and agencies with a global competitive crowd-sourced creative marketplace where brands post campaigns as contests and creators submit ads hosted on existing platforms, TikTok, YouTube, etc., competing for large rewards. If executed well, this could radically lower cost structures. Companies like the Coca-Cola Company spend millions on agencies, productions, and media buying. Your model eliminates agency retainers, outsources production to creators, uses organic social distribution instead of paid media. Net effect is cheaper plus more scalable experimentation. This would unlock massive creative diversity. Instead of 10 agency creatives, you get 10,000 creators, different cultures, humor styles, niches, native content for each platform. This mirrors why platforms like TikTok outperform polished ads. Raw creativity wins attention. Turn ads into performance competitions. Instead of guessing what works, let the market decide. Views, engagement, conversions, reward top performers. Marketing becomes closer to a trading market of attention. Align incentives better than agencies. Agencies get paid regardless of performance. Your system, creators only win if they perform. Brands only pay for results. That's a huge structural innovation. Now, the real problems. Why this doesn't exist at scale yet. Brand risk. This is the biggest one. Big companies prefer not to risk off brand messaging, offensive content, legal violations. A bad viral ad can cost millions in reputation damage. Quality control problem. If 10,000 people submit, 9,500 will be low quality. Reviewing becomes a nightmare. Agencies exist partly to filter chaos. Incentive misalignment for creators. If only one winner gets $100,000, most creators get nothing. High quality creators won't participate long term. This becomes a lottery, not a profession. Platform dependency risk. If everything lives on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you don't control distribution, algorithms, monetization. That's dangerous for a core marketing system. Legal IP ownership issues. Who owns the ad? The creator, the brand, the platform? This gets complicated fast, especially globally. Now, the stronger version. This is where it becomes industry shaking. Here's how you evolve your idea into something actually disruptive. Performance based creative marketplace. Instead of just contests, build a system with three layers. Tiered creator system solves the quality and trust. Creators are ranked. Tier one, proven performance. And we've talked about this, Mrs. Mama Riser. So don't think that I just couldn't say all of that into the prompt without it shutting off. Proven proven performers, tier 2 emerging, and tier 3 open entry. Brands like Nike or Apple can open contests to top tiers only or go fully open for experimental campaigns. This filters quality without killing scale. 2, a hybrid pavement model solves creator incentives. Instead of winner take all, small upfront payments for participation, performance bonuses, views, conversions, big prizes for top performers. Turns this into a career path, not gambling. And we've talked about this, how this opens up a new type of industry. Built-in performance tracking layer. Your platform tracks engagement, conversion, return on investment. Think which creator generates the most revenue per dollar. This is what agencies pretend to do, but rarely prove cleanly. Brand safety AI plus human moderation. Before anything goes live, AI filters risky content. Human reviewers approve finalists. It solves the biggest corporate fear. Distribution engine, your secret weapon. Don't just host links, aggregate performance, boost winning ads, repost across brand owned channels, potentially fund paid amplification. Now you're not just a contest platform, you're a media engine. What this becomes, the big picture. If this works, you're not just replacing agencies, you're creating a global market where attention, creativity, and advertising performance are traded like assets. That's closer to stock market mechanics meets influencer economy meets ad tech. Why this could actually win? Because it aligns with existing trends: rise of individual creators over agencies, decline of traditional ads, algorithm driven content discovery, performance based everything. This is basically Uber for advertising creativity. That's absolutely correct. Final reality check. This won't kill agencies overnight. Instead, what happens is start with mid-sized brands. That's exactly what we were talking about. Startups, direct-to-consumer companies prove better return on investment, faster iteration, viral success rates. Then enterprise brands adopted for experimental campaigns first. Eventually, it becomes a standard channel alongside agencies. Bottom line, your idea is viable as it revolves from contest website into performance driven creative marketplace with trust, incentives, and distribution built in. I agree with that. And I think that if you were to take that idea, make it perhaps a little more succinct, put some examples in it, and you said to your brother, I know that you don't want to necessarily get things in the family, but hey, that the Rockefeller families did pretty well. Your family could do well at this too. You could say, uh, I am looking at the need for like $10,000. I don't want to go to our parents over this. I don't currently have this money, and I want you to know that I will run this, and basically, you don't have to do anything differently. If it's of interest to you, then let's see what happens, because this has the opportunity to be $1 billion idea. If you don't want to have anything to do with this, that's fine. But I felt that it was prudent to make you aware of it first. Before I go and give this idea to some banker or some venture capitalist, why not keep it within our family so that we both have the opportunity to become billionaires? And you never know, your brother may say that's a really good idea. He's into digital advertising, and that's how he makes his money. So of course he's gonna have his finger on the pulse of this, and you never know, he might say that's a good idea. How much do you need? And you may say, look, just to start off, I can't even pay for a Google account. So I know I'm going to at least need a few $1,000s, but just to give me some of a cushion, I need $10,000. And you can, I'm your brother, you trust me, you can see where all the money's going. We're going to need a little bit for legal. We're going to need to for the website, and then I'm going to not get paid anything, and I'm going to reach out to these different small brands and even direct to consumers, and I'm going to get a few, just like I do with the podcast. I reach out to these people on Twitter, and they get back to me right away if they're interested, and then we have a podcast later that week. You can do the exact same thing with email inboxes and social media.
Yeah, no, I like the low cost bootstrapping approach that doesn't get it rubbed right away by venture capital. I think it's good. They did say in the ChatGPT response that you need like AI moderation and human moderation in there, which is also something. I mean,
Eventually,
yeah,
eventually. Look, if you have 7 contests going on at once and 38 entries for all of them combined when you're first starting out, you don't need AI. Eventually, as you begin to scale this, absolutely. But it's going to start small, just like anything does. But again, I think a good example or analogy is this is a Winklevoss twin idea that you don't want to just go giving to Mark Zuckerberg.
I think the AI is also is not necessarily for just filtering out like whether there's a naked butt in the photo, but for actually like recording the audio and or even using visual analysis of the advertisements itself, and then like again like analyzing all of these different ads
You're not going
and
you
using that to insights to companies as well.
you're not going to get a naked butt. If it won't go on TikTok, you're not. It's not going to get to you. It has to get on TikTok first.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
So basically, you're using all of their overhead. TikTok uh, from ByteDance and Facebook from Meta and YouTube from Alphabet, and you are and leveraging that for yourself. You're using their lawyers, you're using their AI systems, you're using their login methods and their moderation policies. All you need is the link.
Fact. Yeah, heard. I really love the idea, and in the advertising market is $1 trillion, and but
That's a
yeah,
that's a nice
the
pie. That's a nice pie. We've talked about this.
Yeah,
That
but all of it. You just need like a little bit, a little
exactly,
tiny bit,
exactly.
right?
Yeah,
You
when
get 1%, and you get 0.5%, and you get any point.
no, I'm just saying like some businesses they're like niche and they're going after like the skating rink like boards market or something. It's like a small market, but it helps when there's a giant market.
Possibly in the beginning, like I work for TELUS. I don't know if Americans know TELUS, but we have like three major telecommunication companies in Canada, and it's one of those. But they've been doing the same ads for years and years. Like they have it set. I can't imagine that this would ever work for a large company like that. Not
Yeah, no, this was like a risk that I identified also. I think it depends on the company, but the wide like Doritos. No, nothing to do with the negative advertising at all. Like Telus has a very distinct advertising flavor where they use the same purple font colors and they use cute animals and they basically are like, tell us, we advertise with cute animals. Where like Doritos was using the Super Bowl like for their Super Bowl doing the contest approach, and they consistently got these top ads like all the time. But supposedly they stopped doing it because there was a lack of like congruency with the brand itself, and like you can think of probably a lot of companies like the bank that does like the hands in my pocket songs or whatever. They have like these consistent ad like kind of things across like some of them decades probably. So
guys come over down.
that's exactly
And
right.
the mid, and if when you get to the large, it would have to be like you have to do this specifications. If I'm even writing, now nobody's handwriting letters anymore, but if I was used to have to go and get, I couldn't even put a logo on a piece of paper without following the specifications,
Absolutely.
right? Like
Brand
but yeah, that's a later problem anyway.
brand requirements and licensing.
Just not.
Ab-
I don't
absolutely.
think you'll get those guys for a long time.
Absolutely. And
no,
I would say to, let's say, the CEO of your organization, you guys are great in Canada. How would you like to be AT&T globally? And meaning we'll take you to the next level, and you're already paying marketing teams to put out the same garbage that they've been putting out for a decade. Why? They're not doing anything different from you. All you need is a chief marketing officer, a small team, and use our platform. And we're going to give you the same animals with the same purple logo and everything, but we don't have retainer fees of a marketing agency. We're going to save you money. When you can say to a CEO that we can save you money and huge amounts of money to get either the exact same results or better results, they're going to have open ears.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah, if it was actually like in tune with the brand's decades-long advertising campaign, I guess.
they
It depends though. Like not every single company is like that.
they won't choose anything that isn't in line with what they want. And it's the crowdsourcing that's going to basically give them the seal of approval before they already do. Who knows? Maybe cute little animals isn't the best for their organization and they don't know it. They've just been listening to these creative agencies for the last decade. But perhaps cartoon animals are actually better and they haven't been using those. I mean, this slight adjustment can change the way that they do business. In the United States, and Reiser and I have talked about this, and this is globally actually, the number one search term that is paid on Google is the word insurance. Basically, for Google Ads, if you want your company to show up for the word insurance, it is extremely expensive for per click. And this was 10 years ago when I researched this. It was like $7 every time somebody clicked that. But the thing is, when somebody has insurance with you, they will have insurance with you for decades, and that's basically an excellent customer to have. But in the United States and perhaps globally, all insurances are generally the same. They just become in competition for marketing. So one, like in the United States, Affleck has a duck, and Geico has a gecko, and perhaps and like Liberty Mutual has an emu. They've all come to the same conclusion that using these animals is perhaps the best way to advertise for their insurance. However, it's taken them 20 years or so at least of competitive advertising against each other to be able to figure that out. They would have been able to figure this out far earlier if they had crowdsourced this and had actual numbers to be able to say, we want a cute animal. It's just, it's like, oh, duh.
Yeah.
And your organization has figured that out. People like cute animals. I've said this previously for health companies. Why name your health company Truvina Health, some made up word, when you could just name it something that people align with and understand, or at least have a mascot that is tangible and people identify. That's really important. With that said, Mama Reiser, you brought up a really good point. We don't need the whole $1 trillion pie. We just need a small slice of this, and it triggered in my memory a story that I really like, and I'm just going to share with you in just a moment. It's a story of a man who owned a small but pivotal share of Middle East oil rights. His name was Kalust Sarkis Gulbenkian, an Ottoman Armenian oil genius known as Mr. 5%, because he eventually held 5% a 5% stake in the Turkish Petroleum Company. Gulbenkian was
Wow.
instrumental in the 1907 merger of British Shell and Royal Dutch to compete with Standard Oil, and later founded the TPC in 1912. His initial share distribution in the TPC was 40%, but after transferring 25% to Royal Dutch Shell and the dissolution of the Turkish National Bank, his portion was reduced to 5%. Despite this small fraction, his personal holding and expertise was crucial in navigating the complex colonial competition between Britain, Germany, and the U.S. for Mesopotamian oil reserves. And this man, as I understand, what basically he did was he uh, he was able to get the rights to oil that the Ottoman Empire didn't really feel was that important at the time. It wasn't like gold or silver or diamonds or something like that that caught your attention. And so he was able to essentially recognize it. And there's a quote of his: I'd rather have 5% of a large pie than 100% of a small pie. And then there's also a phrase that I always hear in crypto that is something like I'd rather have 10% of a watermelon than 90% of a grape.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the one I always find interesting is MasterCard. Everybody knows that. It's got like 3% of the market or something.
And
The 3% of pretty much everybody in the world, every adult having at least one credit card is huge.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what's
What you're saying earlier about the like Telus perhaps being like reluctant to trying a new form of advertising, like away from the cute animals. I was just thinking like how the hell would that really work? But kind of like what you're saying, if you're selling a product like a food product or a merchandise product to Walmart or Whole Foods, you're gonna test it out in like one store first, and then if it does well in that store or that local region, you're gonna expand to more. and more, and then eventually go nationwide if it's actually selling and doing well. But basically, like what Telus could do is take that advertisement that gets amazing feedback on Upcake or CrowdSpark or whatever, and then do a test in a certain area with that ad and then compare it, I guess. But I don't know if it's that easy to test the comparison, but I don't know. Conversion somehow on a bus advertisement or whatever. But
That's difficult. That's difficult because that's impressions that aren't tracked. But social media impressions are tracked. The amount of people who click on something is tangible and easily is an easy data point to be able
yeah,
to chart, and
right.
that's what makes this extremely lucrative.
Yeah, because they could just you launch a targeted ad on Twitter to specifically like Prince Edward Island or something, and see how people react to it,
Yeah, I
or
mean,
wherever Mexico City. You know.
if I were explaining this to a class of first graders, I would say very simply: is it better to have 10 people look at your idea and give you feedback, or 10,000 people look at your idea and give you feedback? And every single kid in that classroom is going to say 10,000. They know that more numbers means better, and it's in this case, it's true. You're going to get more feedback. You're going to, and the part that the AI didn't even recognize is the fact that you're now going to be able to seep into people's timelines, into their algorithms organically for free. That's incredibly powerful. And the amount of people who just like advertising, like creative things, they're going to go on Upcake or Riser's website and just look at advertisements all day, just like they look at purses on Instagram. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
Or people like that go on IMDb to view movies, or go on wherever like to review. There's whole platforms built around just reviewing restaurants or whatever the hell.
Exactly.
Google.
And Riser, you and I both, of the things that we discussed, one major one is comedy. Now imagine you get a really funny ad or a series of really funny ads. People are going to post that link on, or essentially share that link on their own social media just because they want to make their friends laugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's both like a perk and a limitation, because it it makes people want to just upvote the funniest thing, and if it's a serious product, which I think that the vast majority of products would probably be open to having humor in their ads, because humor is a very good way to get people to be interested in the first place. But if it's like a medical device or some really bland industrial machine product or something, like where humor is not necessarily the best way to reach like their target audience, it could be not the best. But you also need the target audience feedback, as well as just the general vibe of it.
Well, and that's why you allow the company to choose, and you don't leave it up to the people. And we discussed this, but just so Mama Riser's aware, there's the story of Bodie McBoatface. This originated in 20. Okay, so you're aware of this, right? With basically,
Yeah, I love that.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's what you want to avoid, forcing a company to have to use some type of advertisement that they may not want to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't use Bodie McBoatface at a different time, or it just goes viral. It's cute, people like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be promoted by the company. Uh, I think that
So
that's
it's give the company a huge boost.
exactly.
There's a lot. There's a lot to unpack still, but good conversation.
Excellent.
What were you gonna say?
What was I going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy that your mom knows about Bodie McBoatface, and you guys. I don't want to take up all your time. You're gonna watch the interview, so go watch the interview together. But Riser, if I were you, I would put together a really nice business plan. You're going to need one anyway. I wouldn't necessarily go buying anything else. You're fine with what you've got. And I know who I would have to convince. I don't know about your relationship, but you don't need to ask him for hundreds of thousands of dollars, nor would you ever. This will start to make money within the first few months. Like, this isn't like, hey, we're cash strapped and we have to keep growing in order to start bringing in some income. No, literally, and Riser and I have talked about this. You're going to take 10% of every contest. So if Coca-Cola wants to have $100,000 contest, in order to post it on Upcake, it's $110,000. But that's a flat fee. There's no more to it than that. They don't have an agency that they have to pay. Riser gets $10,000, and the contest is $100,000. And then Riser, you're going to start making money right away.
Well, I could get in as an investor, but I'd have some conditions that Zach may not be happy with. Such as?
Have to shave.
No, it's not shaving. No.
Have to take a shower every once.
No, I wanted him to get out dating. I think that the most important thing is to find the right person. So I want that's would be my condition. That is a totally mom thing to say, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what. Your son, when he wants to put his mind to it, won't have an issue. I know that I've had. He's been in calls that I've been in with women, and they find him to be very attractive. So you've done your job there. I mean that.
Birth to one of the greatest looking people in North America.
And that one is pretty easy. I know that everybody has their own strategy, but it's a numbers game, and the dating apps allow for it to for Riser to be able to have his choice of any woman that he wants on these apps. But I understand his focus on wanting a business and to be successful before that happens. And he's still young, but he's got a lot going for him in terms of he's smart. He's very funny. You raised a very funny son. I mean that.
I agree.
And so he's not going to have trouble with women. It'd be one thing if it were like, is he ever going to get married? No. The second that he turns his mind to getting married, he'll be able to get married. But with this type of idea, I think that Mrs. Reiser, you can invest in anything you want. I'm not going to tell you one way or another, but he doesn't need your money. You should keep your money. He needs like 5 days of your other son's revenue from a YouTube channel, and you're going to have two sons that within the decade, by 2030, are both billionaires.
No, not billionaires ever.
Oh,
no
yes.
Billionaire?
Oh, yes.
They're problematic.
Oh,
in my opinion.
Okay, then he
Too
can.
greedy.
Then he can. Then,
No,
then
the
he
guy
can.
who bought land on the Amazon.
Then he can.
Chop that.
Then he can give away all of his money. But I'm saying, like we talked about, I think Reiser said that marketing is a trillion dollar industry. It's even bigger than that.
Yeah.
And all we need is Mr. 5%, even less than that. Like you said, 0.5% of this, and he'll be a billionaire. Yeah. And he can give it all away so that he, is always just a multimillionaire, whatever you want him to be. But like, if you don't need to convince your other son, he's the one who needs to just put together a solid business plan, and your brother won't look at it as his brother coming to him for money. He'll be looking at it as his brother has a really good idea to make a ton of money very easily.
Do you have siblings?
I'm an only child.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, siblings can be complicated.
I recognize it, and maybe that's why I think it's so easy. But really, if
what we care about is peaceful, harmonious, close relationship. That's it. And I have seen in my lifetime a lot of cases where
It wasn't telling the globe story.
brothers can get into business together and it goes south. Like I've seen it multiple times. I had two uncles who lived two doors down from each other and did not talk for 35 years over a business deal. They bought all these globes back in, I don't know, the 60s or something, and there was like thousands of them, and then they thought that they would sell and they didn't, so they lost money and blah 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 whatever.
They bought cheap globes on Boxing Day, and they could not sell the globes.
They get out of date, right?
Yes, they do.
So anyway, so just like I've seen multiple times, and I'm not against what you're saying at all in terms of, but he will want to see some meat on the bone, not just hey, I have an idea. That is not the time to approach him. And as I say, I have my weird things. I think all young men should be out there dating. That's what I want to see. So now that I've embarrassed my son, I will leave the conversation.
Oh, I don't think you said anything to embarrass him, and he shouldn't be embarrassed at all. His mother wants the best for him. That's only an admirable trait of a parent to have. So you didn't say anything embarrassing. And
I don't think waiting on it until you're successful is the answer. I just don't.
Okay. I understand.
You build together.
I get that.
You figure it out.
I get that, but then you got to give up half of it.
It's your partner.
I recognize that. Well, let me ask you this, and this is going to be extremely how would I say uh, material, but
Sure.
But let's just be honest. If your son was successful with this business, he'd be able to get on a scale of 0 to 10. Any woman who's a 10, she comes from a great family. She's absolutely brilliant, drop dead gorgeous, the cream of the crop of women, not just in your area, but in all of North America, perhaps the world. That's what you want for him, right?
No, I mean, like the perfect 10 is not what it's about. It's finding the person that you connect with. Period. That you communicate with, that will be a good partner, that will be there, good bad. I understand, like, money is not. I don't want my sons to be with somebody because they have money.
No. I understand that. You'd be able to connect.
I want them to be with somebody who's a solid, really, really great, rounded person with wonderful morals and maybe a good sense of humor, and somebody who would be a great mother if they choose to go that route, but a really, really supportive, great partner. Which I think you can find that before the successful. You don't want to. I worried about that with my other son. He's got a wonderful girlfriend, and she has no idea that he's so successful. He is not, because he hasn't really told anybody that.
Was it one day she's gonna be like, oh, by the way, I have like $40 million.
Well, she has some idea because he's taken her on.
He's driving a BMW.
Like, she knows she's not blind, but
he's wearing like a $4,000 watch.
She doesn't really. She knows that he's doing well. She has no idea.
My brother is pissed away thousands on a watch.
So okay, so if he's willing to do that, he might be willing to consider this. He
That's why, which I guess they are. But anyway, so no, I don't think it's about waiting until you're successful at all. I think it's that,
Okay, but financial security is something that females look for in a partner.
It is. It absolutely is.
To the qualities that of somebody that will be. They're not looking for, oh, I need somebody right now who's got all their shit together. They're looking for somebody who possesses the right qualities to actually be a good partner and be successful. It's like, so anyway, that you asked my opinion, and that's my opinion on this, honestly. and I think all young men should be out there because this is the time. This
Okay.
is the time, man.
Okay.
This is the time where, you know,
Okay.
what
with all
if
things
you don't
being
make
with
till
all
you're
things
42,
with all things being
50,
equal though, with all things being equal, that Riser will find a woman who he connects with, who's funny, who's humorous. Would you rather have her be on a scale of 0 to 10 a 6 or a 9?
in terms of what?
Her everything else the same, education the same, family the same, but in terms of her beauty.
Beauty?
I know it fades, but what I'm saying,
You're asking Gandhi here, apparently.
Well, here I can Gandhi. No, the thing about it is, it's whether or not where they're attracted to him.
wait,
Period.
everything else
And
is
I
the same.
really hope he doesn't go for the tans because the tans generally have, a bunch of issues
Wait,
that are going along with being a 10.
but not all of them do.
So
Not all of them do. Many of them are educated, smart, will love him, and want to be with him for until the day they both die, God forbid. And that's what you
I
want.
don't care what they look like. I really, really, really don't care what they look like. Honestly, okay. So I've met some. You would call them tens.
Yeah.
That and young girls that are tens, and as soon as you're in, like, no, they've got problems.
Oh, then they're not
I just
necessarily. Then they're
took a
not
picture of
tens.
one that is mind-boggling, like insane, and she has, yeah, she's no. It often comes with a lot of things wrong, right? Because I was not a 10, I'll tell you that, but I was a good-looking young woman. And you'd walk, it didn't matter what room I walked into or down the street, everybody would stare at me. Everybody.
Sounds like
And
a
so
10 to
it gets
me.
to your head, right? Like it's screwed up. It screws up your head because then you think, well, I guess, my looks are everything. And it's just not. It's just not about that at all. And maybe it's a maturity thing. I'm old now, right? But I'm just saying I would not go for a 10 ever.
Okay,
I
that's
just
right.
wouldn't.
Okay, then a 9, but let's say a pretty.
No, no.
It
Honestly, go for, go for. Okay, I'm not going to say go for a 4, right?
Aren't you just so kind? All of that for fuck the 4s.
Okay, no. Let me take that back. You want a 10 in terms of quality of person. Absolutely. You want a 10 for somebody who's supportive, kind, generous. All of those things should be 10. Education. Okay, well, if that's how you're measuring it, I'm like a 4. I don't know. I've got a high school education. I'm a senior solutions architect in IT, but I've got a high school education, so I get that it's really important, and obviously, like, I've learned a lot along the way, but
Have you seen the Nathan, or it's a Nathan Fielder from Nathan for You. He has a show rehearsal about this guy who's going to trivia night every night, and he lied to his friend group about his education, saying that he went to university and everyone in his friend group university when he didn't. And there's this whole like multi-episode thing about this guy who's just petrified to reveal the truth about his education to his group of friends. Pretty funny. Anyway.
And then the other thing is, like, Zach's brother,
yes.
high school education. So, would I say, oh no, you can't possibly, be with somebody? As long as they have street smarts, as long as they're, intuitive, as long as they have a high EQ. You guys have to have a woman with a high EQ, right?
I agree.
Those are the things. So yeah, 10 on that level. Looks, honestly, I don't know anybody that you're attracted to. I don't actually care if she's a 4. She's probably not going to be a 4 because those poor girls that are born as 4s, right? that's kind of unfair, but it doesn't matter. You're probably not going to be with somebody that you're not really attracted to, and you will be shocked that you can be attracted to a 5 or a 6 or a 7.
Oh, those are great numbers. Seven are great numbers. Look, I think we can both
Yeah,
agree. He's your son, so your say has a lot more. But what I am saying is, we want her to look in his eyes be a 10, and for him to be in her eyes a 10. They may not be tens, they may not be perfect, but we want them to love each other and feel that that is the person for them, right?
exactly. It's who
Exactly.
you connect with. It's whether it's how you if you share a similar perspective in life. If you can, if you wake up with somebody that's happy every day, that's huge. If you wake up with somebody that is a 10 in terms of their looks and they're miserable every day, that's not, you're not going to last. You're just not going to last, right? So it really is, I hate to say it, guys, it's really about the personalities. And yeah, maybe if you're a multi-gazillionaire or whatever, do you get like the best of the best of the
Wait,
best?
and that's
Yeah,
what we're
but you're
talking about.
probably
And
have
that's
screwed up.
and that's what we're talking about. Your son has the opportunity at that. He
Yeah,
does.
yeah, of course.
He absolutely does.
Yeah, but they're in date, and I keep saying to them, they're not going to come. And I would say this to you, Rabbi, even though I barely know you, they're not going to come knocking on your door, right? Get out there.
Hold
Show
on.
up your billion.
They
Get out
wait,
there.
wait,
Be
wait.
it.
Riser hit the nail on the head.
Sorry.
Riser hit the nail on the head. They will if you're a billionaire.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, when you're all wrinkly and old and you finally make it, no. And also you need practice. You got to get out there and date because
Oh,
you got to date some. You
oh,
got to kiss some frogs,
wait,
right?
wait, wait. When it comes to
It
that,
takes a while to figure out and get good at relationships.
wait,
It just doesn't happen. So when you're suddenly ready for your 10
no, no,
to
no.
come along,
I,
You're gonna screw.
at
you're
least
gonna screw it up.
wait.
Screw up. Go screw up relationships now. Go figure out what works, what doesn't, who you like, what personality traits you don't. Do all that now. So then when you meet your 10, then you're a 10 because you guys like unless you have experience out there dating, you're not a 10. I don't care what you look like when you look in the mirror. You're not a 10 until you because that takes practice in relationships to get there.
Oh, Mama Riser. I at least from my perspective, I've had many female friends. I've lived with women. I have been a pickup artist where I would go in with other pickup artists where we go and see how many women's numbers we can get in a given night. I have even dated women who my profile was so high on Tinder, they asked me out to find out how I was able to get such a high score, and we went on dates in Beverly Hills. So I can tell you that like from the gaming the system and being able to do well in terms of dating, I don't have an issue with that. And additionally, from a religious standpoint, I've had matchmakers who I've been pretty close to perhaps pop in the question with in some um, in some relationships, but I just wasn't ready. And so I agree with you. If I've never dated or never had any experience with women, oh, get out there and yeah, absolutely. But at least in my case, I'm pretty good at all of
You're
that.
ready. Yeah.
I've taught classes on that where you actually have men who come to you and they basically we call them within the pickup artist community AFCs, average frustrated chumps. They come to you, they don't know why they can't get a date, and you basically, if you've ever seen the movie Hitch, you make sure that they're dressing
Yeah.
correctly, that they have proper hygiene, that they are using small tips like eye contact and listening and all of those types of things. And there are certain routines that we do. There are all kinds of things like that. So at least from an experience perspective, I feel pretty comfortable with that. And then there's there are other ways of experience with let's just say behind closed doors with a person and making sure that you're able to uh, bring pleasure to your significant other. Those are all really important things too. And if somebody doesn't have any experience in doing any of those things, and they find themselves perhaps middle aged, and then absolutely get out and date 100%. But at least in my case, I've quite a bit of experience with in all of those realms, and
You've been there, you've done that, and now you're not.
absolutely. But I can use that experience and really, to Reiser's point, um, women will come to you under certain conditions, and if you have certainly a nice investment portfolio that helps. But I'm in agreement with you that nobody is perfect, and from any standpoint. But at least Reiser's young enough that if he were to focus on this for a year or two, I really think that he could make a lot of money doing it. And then go and he could be married by 30. He could have kids by 31 or 32. That's a that
He can do both. You don't have to do just one though, right? Like maybe in your case where you're 24/7 and you're in a very unusual circumstance.
That's correct.
You've got an excuse to not get out there and date.
That's correct.
Fine. I get that. But he's not.
And you're right about that.
He can be doing both.
Absolutely.
And if you're not doing both, then you're doing yourself a disservice.
I agree. And
really, that's how I feel. And I know I'm an overprotective mama bear. I can't help it.
I think what you're saying is prudent. And Reiser and I don't really get into too much in terms of his relationships or anything like that. I don't have too much of a worry from him because I just know I've been in calls where attractive women are immediately attracted to him, and he doesn't really realize it, and that's cool. But that's kind of, you have to know your self worth as well, and maybe it would be helpful if he could recognize and have the.
Talking about Mrs. Aquarius or something?
No. I'm not going to name this person's name, but someone who a lot of people were attracted to. Immediately, one time, Reiser went on cam. One of the first times he ever went on cam, and she was like, "Who is that?" And she was very attracted to him. I'm not going to say her name now. It happened though. I was there, and I remember it quite well. No one in this call, not Miss Aquarius, nobody like that. So you don't have issues with that. Even Reiser, you were like getting a pizza the other day, and like some girl working at the pizza place was flirting with you. You just don't recognize it.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. He doesn't recognize it, and it's just, yeah.
Let's bash Reiser to some more.
No,
well, Reiser is 6'4". Like that in and of itself.
That's all he needs. Right? That's top 5% of the human species. He'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
Seriously, exactly. he could be absolutely stupid, ugly. Exactly.
I know he'll be great once he's out there, but it's just he's kind of waiting. He's doing this. Oh well, when I'm successful, I'll go out, and I just think it's not the correct approach.
I don't mean to beat up on him, but he needs more urgency. Just in his life, in women and in business. Like my big thing with him is in business. It's always, hey, I've got this new idea, and when we go through it, it's like it's a good idea, but okay, what are you going to do with it? And then it doesn't pick up as much traction as I would like. And perhaps within dating, he should perhaps maybe do the same thing. Have more urgency in terms of that. Well, Reiser, I don't want to beat up on you. Most men could only want to be in your position. You've got a great family. You've got a great head on your shoulders. A great personality. You're smart. You've got you're attractive. You're tall. You're athletic. You are a lover of animals. You've got a lot going for you. So we'll make sure that you find an amazing woman. There's no doubt about that. I want you to achieve all the things that you want in this world. And one of them, I know you want to be extremely successful in some type of venture. May not be this one, but in something. But I would say to you, Reiser, you've got a winning idea here that could really be industry changing. And I just know myself. I can be a very convincing person. I know I could convince my brother. If we didn't absolutely hate each other, I would treat this like any other business meeting. I would make sure to be over prepared on all of the, just like in Shark Tank or in Dragon's Den. I would have the answer to all of their questions. And if he eventually said no, then he said no. I'm not gonna ruin our relationship over this. But one thing that Mama Reiser said, that she had two uncles who didn't speak for 35 years. Uh, their idea uh, had a major um, well, they basically were requiring each other's help. You're not really asking for anything aside from him just writing a small check to you, something that he writes for a watch or just a tune up on his for an automobile. Like, this isn't huge amounts of money. You're literally saying, I can't pay 1 year of a Google Plus account, but I have $1 billion idea. I think if you if it were me, I would put together the business plan. I would show my brother I'm really serious. I'd wear a suit. I'd want to, if you can meet with him in person, great. Via video, but I would show my brother that I'm taking this more seriously than he's ever seen me take anything, that I knew my numbers, and then I would give him examples, and I would use my own mother's business organization as the example. I would say, look, you and I both have been watching for our whole lives how this company markets, and they use these animals and all of that, and that's great. And here's one of their ads that they use now for their upcoming advertising campaign. They could just do the same thing that they always do, which is fine, but we're going to give them more options at what they normally do if they don't want to go in a different direction. But here are five, and I would even create the different creative for him, the different videos for him, and say, now, what if you took this idea and you crowdsourced it? And not only would the company have a better commercial, every commercial could always be better for one thing or another. It could be slight, it could have a slightly more attractive person, or it could use slightly different song, or it could use different lighting, whatever it is. You crowdsource what people felt was the absolute best version that they could get, and that made people post it on their own social media. It made people excited about advertising. It made advertising agencies essentially obsolete. It made companies more money. It made people more money. If I had this type of idea that could essentially transform a company that we know really well, imagine what it could do on a global scale. And I'm not asking for much of you, just the initial startup, and from there it's going to pay for itself. It's not like we have 5 years to be profitable. No, we'll be profitable in the first quarter. All I have to do is then email Me Undies and ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Squarespace and Shopify and some of these medium to large businesses and say, you are already running a contest for something. I just want to put that and feature it on my website, and we'll do the first one for free, and you're going to see all of the creative ideas that we're going to be able to crowdsource for you. You're going to be able to choose them, and if you don't like any of them, that's fine. You don't absolutely have to choose something this first round. You could put some kind of terms and conditions on it, but chances are they're going to want to, especially these smaller organizations. For $10,000 to a company like Squarespace, that they paid for that for Tony Hinchcliffe or William Montgomery or one of our other favorite comedians on a podcast to read one time, they will take the risk knowing that the potential payoff is worth immense amounts for them. If I were to be able to say that to anybody, including my brother, he's going to recognize that this isn't his brother coming to him for money. This is his brother coming to him with an idea that can make him a lot of money. And that is a totally different opportunity. You're not asking him to buy you a car. You're asking for him to be able to make more money for himself. And everybody likes to hear that if they are looking to make more money. And your brother's one of these people as well. He likes money. He likes his BMW. He likes his fancy watch. Why not have more of that? I'm sure he'd like a yacht. I'm sure that he'd like to be able to, level up.
We literally were.
Exactly. I mean, I hear how he is, and I don't need to know him. He would. He's a millionaire right now. He's becoming or he's a multimillionaire right now. This money means nothing to him. But if he sees the idea, if he sees how, if he knows that YouTube isn't forever, that there can be changes in the world that may eventually mean that the popularity of his niche isn't forever. You never know. Things can change. But this is a groundbreaking idea that has the opportunity to make him a billionaire. And if Mama Reiser doesn't want him to be a billionaire, that's fine. He can be a 999 millionaire for the rest of his life and get thank you, and just have this glass ceiling of the billionaire class, and does not need that. And I understand that your mom wants you guys to remain grounded and not to become miserly and not to become greedy, and I absolutely understand that. On the flip side, though, your brother loves money, and he didn't come to you with this idea. You're going to come to him with an excellent business plan, and I would make sure my brother recognized that I was taking this more seriously than anything else that I'd ever taken before. I would get a suit if you don't already have one, or I'd wear one of the suits that I already do. You're a good looking dude. You're going to be able to come across attractive to different organizations. And you're going to be able to say, look, within the first quarter, if we have the website, I think that we'd be able to make $10,000. But the second quarter, once we had some satisfied customers, I think we'd be able to make $100,000. And by the third quarter, you just need 10 pretty big contests to make $1 million or so. Perhaps you're going to need more of those. But basically, I'm saying that you might be able to gross $1 million within the first year. Perhaps there's a chance, and you're going to be able to shake up the industry and help people who need money. There's an aspect of that I don't think maybe we're realizing, but there are a lot of needy artists out there and creative people who would love the opportunity of an organized platform to be able to showcase their work. Riser, you're a muralist. And one of the great aspects of being a muralist is that people see what you do. Well, a lot of times these creatives go into a business meeting, they have a really great idea, the business team or whatever rejects their idea, and their idea dies in a manila folder and nobody ever gets to see it. This changes that. This gives them a canvas for their creativity, and that's exciting.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure.
All right, Riser. Well, the ball's in your court. And Riser, do you have any of the dating apps downloaded? Do you have Tinder downloaded? Do you have Match.com downloaded? Do you have Hinge downloaded?
I don't use them.
Okay, but it's a numbers game. Why wouldn't you want to expose yourself to the most amount of great women?
I don't know.
Okay, we can
No
talk.
matches.
Oh, no matches? Are you kidding me? My biography would say this: 6'4". That's it. That's all it has to say. Women are going to throw themselves at you.
Very, very good. I'll try that.
Okay, Riser, we'll work on that. I mean, it's not super complicated, but you need some professional pictures taken of yourself, or at least high quality photos of yourself doing different things. At least one with your dog. That's wonderful. You want one of an action shot, one of you more serious. They don't have to be a ton. If you have anything from the beach or something like full body, that's great. You need 4 or 5 great pictures. We'll write your biography. And I mean, from there, it's just about swiping right. It's a numbers game. It isn't difficult. The way that I was able to pick up a sociologist from Match, she worked at Tinder, is literally just having excellent pictures, having a good biography, and swiping right on a lot of women. And then all I had to do was check my inbox at the end of the day. And now, how did I do it? I had two ways. One, I built a robot that was able to swipe right for me, so I didn't have to sit there and swipe right all day. And secondly, I was able to hack the Tinder platform you won't have to do any of those. I'm not 6'4", so I had to use some of the creativity that I have. But you're not going to need to do any of those things. But literally, if in your case, if it would please your family, you should go at least out. You should have a date every single week and find somebody who you really connect with, and someone who likes pick someone who
Why
likes
not?
someone who likes animals and pickleball and all the things that you enjoy. Like that, one a date a week is nothing, and you have to do that for like 2 months, and you'll find some girl who you really like, and then from there you'll be dating for months and months and months, and then perhaps you may propose and then get married, and you can juggle a cake and a fiance going to be a wife, and then you're like a real person, like meaning a provider and a you are a provider, and you're going to be a normal uh, husband and father eventually, and those are all the things that your mother wants.
Well, I think those are all the things that most people want. Like probably 98% of people, maybe not the kids, but everybody, 99.999%. If everybody's really honest, that's kind of the main thing in life is to find love.
I agree.
So
We have to
everything else aside.
we have to first convince Riser he's a catch. He's got to recognize that he is, and he has to recognize how much of a catch he is. Riser, I love this phrase. Once I was talking with an uncle of mine, and we got into a discussion. Riser, do you know how you know if you're cool?
Oh,
You just know. Meaning coolness comes internally. It's something that you have to recognize in yourself. And if you haven't recognized it in yourself, you should. You're very cool. I'm cool. I'm cooler than being cool. I'm ice cold. And I love having you in my life. And you've got to recognize that other people are going to love having you around, and that you have a very high value. And that high value, that high internal appreciation of yourself is going to go and take you a long way. But you got to recognize it in yourself first. No one else can make you cool. No one else can give you that type of confidence. That's something that comes internally. And you'll understand it. It comes with maturity.
no, I agree. The last like a long amount of years. I mean, was like the last short while has been hell, and then before that was like hell mentally. But yeah, I think hopefully I'll stop feeling as shitty internally, and also just care about myself more, and also do more exciting things. This is kind of like a spiraling, self-perpetuating machine of like negative feelings perpetuate negative feelings, but positive feelings perpetuate positive feelings. So hopefully I can come into alignment with more positive feelings.
You're a cat.
But yeah, one thing that I learned from you is like I've never met someone so narcissistic and egotistical. But not even in like a bad way, but just like the I'm the best thing since sliced bread attitude, and it has actually changed my perspective because literally I have not met any human being alive so full of himself, and I'm just like, yeah, I mean it's not actually a bad thing to feel that way, that you're the shit, and that like you're not even saying that like everyone else sucks. It's just like no, I'm exceptional and an amazing human being. So
Well,
I
thank you.
do. It has opened my mind a bit to be like, oh wait, I can kind of just feel like I'm amazing, even if I aren't and am not doing the most awesome stuff yet. I'm gonna do it.
You are
Eventually.
amazing. You are amazing.
Done awesome shit already.
Absolutely. You are amazing. All right. You go spend time with your family. Mama Riser, is a pleasure to speak with you again. We're going to make sure that all of Riser's dreams come true, and all of the dreams that you may have for your children come true, including not becoming billionaires, not becoming too successful, and finding love and finding people who love them. So um, I I look
Yeah.
I look forward to not just Riser and my friendship, but our continued friendship. And send my best to Christopher. And if you guys ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay?
Thanks so much. This was a real pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk again.
Right
I'm
on.
sure at some point.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Take care. Bye bye.
All right, peace.
Peace.
I will stay in the documentary at some point.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
Yeah, no, not tonight though.
Take care.
But we got some in the pipeline. But
Yes, sir.
thanks for chatting, friend.
Absolutely. Take care,
Have
Riser.
a good one.
You too. Bye. Shout out to Riser.
That's pretty good. Wow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just think, that could be one of the lemons that ends up on your next drink, everybody. Just kidding. Oh, shit. All right, there he goes. Anthony some more, everybody. He's on Instagram at Antoine_the Don.
Don't steal those too. Lemonade.
He loves stealing things worth 25 cents.
He also looks like Wahoo from the Cleveland Indians. Can you see that?
Hold on, he just grabbed something. Oh, Zamora kills himself in a stunning turn of events. What a twist. All right. Mariano DiVincenzo is next. But not before Kaylee keeps us all safe and sanitary up here. Again, the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose famous for their cheeseburgers, believe it or not. I don't know if you've ever had a cheeseburger.
They have cheeseburgers?
Yeah, world famous cheeseburger. How many of you had the cheeseburger at the Yellow Rose? Okie dokie. How many of you love HEB? Fuck yeah. Where's my Matt's El Rancho people at? Where's my Barton Springs, huh?
Where's my Pete Terry's at?
All right, here he is, everybody. Make some noise for Mariano DiVincenzo.
What's up, everybody? So, I know I have a confusing name and identity, but I am actually Latino. A lot of people ask me why I don't do, like, typical Latino humor, and it's because I'm from Argentina, and we're not very Mexican. Yeah. But I do speak Spanish, so that is pretty Mexican of me. But I am more Latino than people think. Growing up, I actually used to perform in a Latin soul band with my friend Erwin. We were called Erwin and Faya. But anyway, I do identify as Latino or Latinx. I don't want anybody to get offended. You're all a bunch of putex. Anyway, here in America, most people know us Argentinians. Unfortunately, they're for soccer.
Welcome, Ethan. Ethan, can you hear me? Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, is there any way you can switch that account with the Baltimore Ravens account?
No one.
Is there any way you can take that account that you have right there and move it in the one where your Baltimore Ravens account is and move the Baltimore Ravens account one in here?
Yeah.
Can you do that for me, please?
The Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, move the Baltimore Ravens one in here and move the other one. So here's the thing, Brandon. uh, I well, let me just ask this. So the one that says Brandon A on it, do you know what one I'm talking about?
The one that has a magic fly.
No, the one that has the word King on it. That one, the one that you're using right now. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can change the profile picture on that account?
The one that got lazy now.
Yep, that one right there. The word it's got the word King on it.
Yeah.
The reason why is I don't want people to. I want people of all backgrounds to be able to come in here, and I don't want to push religion on anybody. And it would just be easier if you could just have anything else. Put anything else you want on there. Is that okay?
Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens one.
No, the one that you're currently using. It is. I'll tell you what the one it is. Just one moment. And I'd really appreciate it. And I don't mind it, but I don't want the one that says Trump Kingdom 2002. Can you just change your profile picture on that one?
Yeah.
I would very much appreciate that. And then uh, that that would mean the world to me if you could do that. You change it to whatever you want. And if you don't want to do that, and I understand if you don't want to do that, then just take that account and move it to where the Baltimore Ravens one is, and the Baltimore Ravens one into here, if that works for you. Either one. In fact, I can even do it. I could even do it for you if you want.
Yeah, it can be fine.
Okay, so I'll do it. I'm going to move this account into the Baltimore Ravens one, and I'm going to move the Baltimore Ravens one into here. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Excellent. I sincerely appreciate it, Brandon. And then you don't have to change anything. So just one moment. I'm moving this one to here. There we go. Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon.
I'm here.
There you go. Perfect. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful night. And if there's anything you need from me, you let me know, okay?
Okay.
Sweet dreams, big dog.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Shout out to Brandon. That was very nice of him.
players or Nazis. Just finish this. And those are just stereotypes. I don't really play soccer. All right, thank you guys.
All right, there it is. Mariano DiVincenzo. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, you were saying it very correctly.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Welcome to the show. How long you been on stand-up?
Like 2 years combined, very patchy. I just
All of it here in Texas?
Yeah, Houston I started, and then mostly in Austin.
You moved here?
I moved here like 5 years ago, and then I stopped doing stand-up, and now I'm kind of getting on it again.
You just restarted?
I restarted like a year before the pandemic.
What made you stop?
I have immigrant parents, and just I went to college and stuff, and they were like, I had a job that I didn't like, but I was taking it seriously, and I couldn't juggle both.
What was the job that you didn't like? Oh, you couldn't juggle it? Neither could the last guy on stage, but he said that he could. All right. What was the terrible job?
I worked in social services. I was like signing up food stamps applications.
Got you. What do you do for work now?
Sell insurance.
And you love it?
Thank you. Yeah, sure. I sell like Medicare plans to seniors, so I go to like small towns and food pantries and just work whenever I want. So it's kind of a good lifestyle, and I get residual business. So I'm just trying to do that as long as I can and earn some money so I can eventually do stand up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think the real loser here is your barber.
Oh, thank you. You know who my barber is actually? This Agamor.
Who?
Agamor, the guy was here last
Wait, the wild man?
Yes.
Agamar?
Yes,
The legend who dressed up extra special last week? That's your actual barber? Are you serious?
Well, he cut my hair twice, yeah.
Did he do that one?
He didn't. I'm overdue for a cut, though. I'm letting it go. But...
Are you being serious, or are you kidding that
No.
Agamar's your barber?
Agamar's my barber.
Oh my god, that is hilarious. For those of you that actually knew who Agamar is, we thought to ourselves just a week ago in this very room, I can't imagine the type of person that lets this man cut their hair, and here's someone a week later, and that is what it looks like. It just couldn't be funnier. Did he cut only one side of your hair? Like what? Yeah. You look like one of the plants from the middle of the Edward Scissorhands movie, like one of those single mothers like yards, and they're just like,
Yeah, your hair.
I know, it's. I mean, I let it go. It looked okay about 2 weeks ago.
It's really leaning left politically.
That's true. That thing's biting hard. So, when you say that it's been a long time, how long has it been? And what's going on there anyway? Like, how do you do that?
I was born in the pandemic, and I did like a comb over, and then I just wanted to grow out like the curls, and it did for a second, but then I didn't maintain it.
Yeah, it's adorable, dude. I sort of like it. So what are you talking about? He's like a grown man. Remember that one medicine commercial where the people all look like the dogs, like they have the same haircut? You know what I'm talking about? It's like years ago. It's such a bad reference.
I know exactly what you're talking
It's like
about.
a Shantix
Like
or
he's like a
something.
poodle or something.
Yeah, exactly. He would be matched up with like a black poodle. For the 4 people that know the old commercial that I'm talking about, this is after 500 episodes. This is what you're stuck making jokes about.
He's got an interesting look, though. He looks like he got beat to it in Bollywood.
Really does. What else about you? What do you do that is Argentinian? You talked about things that you aren't Argentinian.
I do actually play soccer.
Yeah. Are you good at kicking lemons?
Not particularly. I also injured my knee, so I haven't been really busy, which is unfortunate. But yeah, it's a big thing over there.
Okay. All right. Any other special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to sing or something like that. You have a. What's your favorite cereal?
What's my favorite cereal? Man, I don't know.
Special skills or talents. Not everybody. That's Red Band's bread and butter right there.
It's seeing this guy, like a breaknuts guy or something creepy.
I don't know. I don't have any like special. I speak Spanish just the same as I do English, which is that's entertaining these folks. So.
Okay. How about your love life? What's your love life like? What are you into?
Well, it's slow right now. I'm trying to get out there on the dating apps. I was like,
What dating apps?
all of them.
All of them?
Oh, not the like the really kinky ones.
BlackPeopleMeet.com.
Hollywood actors meet. Yeah.
I love it. Well, how about the last date you went on? What was that like?
I actually met someone at an open mic like 2 months ago, which was cool. And then we went out, and it was kind of fun.
What happened?
So it was actually cool. There was like when the Vulcan shows were cool, so we met at airplane and we hung out. And then there was a bunch of free shows for. There was like,
God, you talk really fast sometimes. Do you know that? Like in the middle of sentences, you really just like dial it back. Right at the end of the sentence, you go like slow again, and I'm like, fuck, I feel like I should have heard that.
When I get nervous, I talk over myself.
Yeah, do it again. Tell us more. I want to know more.
No, it's good. So anyway, we went out and we got to see. I think Brett Ernst had a live show that we could just walk in on. So that was really fun during the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, we want to know about fucking you guys banging your private parts together, bro. We don't want to know which comedian you saw. You know what? Then what happened?
Then we went home. We banged. I came really fast because I was shutting through the pandemic. I'm not embarrassed about it. I was just like, it's been a year since the pandemic, and I'm just gonna.
Is that what you said right after it happened?
Yeah. What else was I gonna say? I mean, I wasn't like, I'm not gonna be embarrassed about it.
Are you the kind of guy that like goes again really fast after something like that? Since it had been so long, were you immediately turned on again?
That time I was, but not generally. It's been a while, so I was like, let's do it again.
Where did you come?
Good question.
So
He seems like the kind of guy that would panic and come in his own hand for some reason. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm sorry, this never.
I barely pulled out and came on my sheets and then
And then you put it on the side of your head and you're just like, let's fucking go.
Wait, did you say you came in the sheets? Is it the sheets that you sleep in or the sheets that you use over the windows?
Is that what he said? He just came right on the sheets? Is that what his answer? I was already.
That was my answer.
I love it. Absolutely. It just came right on the sheets, huh?
Yeah, I try to pull out.
That's what the tits are for.
I know. I didn't
Red man, are you talking about yours?
Yeah, you come on your own tits, push them together, and make spider webs when you pull them apart.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Red man. How do you think of this disgusting shit?
Charlotte's Web.
Oh my God. Jesus. Mariano, you ever commit a crime?
Aside from like smoking pot, not really.
Okay, not really?
Think of
What? Huh?
nothing. No, not really.
Come on, you must have done something. You ever throw like an egg at a cop car or something?
Honestly, I have nothing.
Okay. All right, Mariano.
So no favorite cereal. You don't have a favorite cereal, not one of them.
Should I?
Like if you go to the grocery store, what cereal do you buy?
Not everybody buys cereal, but somebody has to.
Usually like Cheerios.
Cheerios. You're a Cheerio guy.
Do you really get Cheerios though?
Yeah, I do.
You really do?
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
You get plain
Honey
Cheerios?
Nut Cheerios. Honey Nut Cheerios.
For your parents or for you?
For myself.
Oh my God. You're just saying honey nut to cover up your mess.
That's right.
Like, no, but it's cool though. They're honey nut. You know what I mean? Like they're good people. It's the good ones. Mariano, I love it. You mentioned before you go, you mentioned your immigrant parents. What do they do? What are they like?
So my dad's an engineer, so he's from like an immigrant family in Argentina, so they're very like just kind of he made it in America, so he kind of had the same thing for us, and so kind of that's like a family pressure.
Who'd they vote for?
Really?
Yeah, that's what they told you, huh?
Yeah, no, that is so like Venezuelans and like people like that are very Trumpers, but like Argentinians are a little more left wing.
Alright, kids in cages.
Just right.
Oh, that's the former president of the United States, Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
that's Mexicans. Talking about us Mexicans.
Really,
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
okay, thank you very much. There he goes. Dump the call. That's the president of the United States. And there he goes. Mariano Di Vincenzo, his first time on Kiltony. Thank you, Mariano. Follow him on social media. It's at Mariano_Di Vincenzo. Gotta love it. This live, raw fucking talent. Anything can happen here.
Do you guys ever have like crazy haircuts like that? Like
I once did when I was in like, I think I was a freshman in high school, me and all my friends, it was the lamest thing I ever took part in, but it was like 1999, and that was the time where like everybody did like the top of their hair bleach blonde, but the bottom stayed the same color.
Yeah, I used to do the flat top. Remember the flat top?
You ever deal with it? You ever bleach it or anything when you were growing
I
up?
did the peroxide one. I was a skateboard douche.
Hell yeah. All right, let's keep it moving. Bradley Yandel. Bradley Yandel. Oh, coming up from this side. Look at this. From right here. Hello, there it is. Bradley Yandel, everybody. One more time for Bradley Yandel. There he is. Here he is.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. God damn it, thank you for your service. We really support the troops. Well, ma'am, sir, if you'd like to support the troops, what are we going to do? I'll tell you how. The clock is stroking on. The clock is ticking on. Blah blah blah. Eat some ass. If you want to honor a veteran, eat some ass. Just go out there. Those motherfuckers died in Normandy on the beaches of D-Day, so you can eat ass. Please your lover any way you may like. And if you don't do that, if you're not a dirtbag or a degenerate like me, it's absolutely fine. You can meow.
You're the worst. What's up, Bradley Yandel? Why'd you sign up for this? What did you think was going to happen?
I've been doing comedy for a month. I don't know what the
No,
hell
you
I was doing
haven't.
here.
Where have you done comedy before?
This is my 9th time on stage.
Where have you been doing comedy? Name places. All here in Austin?
Lucky Ducks, Applebee's.
Hold on. Red Man. Hold on.
Chili's.
Jesus Christ.
No, literally, 9th time. I've done one show in San Antonio.
Name the fucking places that you perform. We don't need help here. I want you to name places that you
The
perform.
Lucky Duck, Blind Pig, Romo Room,
Okay.
and Buzzmill on Riverside.
All right, I believe you now, and I still don't fucking believe. I believe you, and I don't believe you. Bradley, okay, I'll allow it. What happened? Did you drink today? You go to the bar?
I never expected to get on the stage.
I know. Trust me, we can fucking tell you didn't expect to get on stage. Nobody's shocked. Like
Somebody bought me.
that was a spot that you've been working on for a month where I'm like, you just come, I'll pretend like it's random, and you just come on and crush, and that's what happened? That was shocking.
There's a man up there, and he's got a shirt on that says cunt in Russian.
Okay.
You told him to shut up earlier?
Okay, so things, a minute into your interview, you're already talking about things that are funnier in the audience right now? You're going to that? Like, here's a funny t-shirt that I saw?
Was that supposed to refer to my stand-up?
Bradley, what made you start stand-up a month ago, or whatever you said? What made you want to do this? Did someone tell you that you're funny?
I suppose, yes, they did.
Who told you that?
A couple people along the way. The first time I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps. I was 20 years old and I was watching you stand up, and I guess it stuck with me.
Oh, you fought for the United States military?
Yeah, that's why I said eat ass for a veteran.
We didn't understand anything you were saying.
No, that's fair.
How about a hand for this man? I like him all of a sudden. A U.S. patriot. What branch of the military were you in?
Marine Corps.
I love it. Hell yeah.
02 to 06. I went to initial invasion, 04, 05, and then, yeah.
Which invasion?
The initial one.
Oh. Whoa. Which one? Talking about Iraq.
03 Iraq. Yeah.
Iraq or Afghanistan?
I didn't go to Afghanistan.
Where'd you go? What invasion? The British invasion?
Iraq. No, not that fucking old, man.
I know.
Iraq, so you're used to bombing.
Yes.
That was a layup. Come on.
Yeah, that was a layup.
That was a layup.
Yes, you're the Chris Helms worst.
You really are. You're something else, Bradley.
Why does every comic in this town like dress like they're going to a picnic? What's going on here?
Just in case they get invited to one. That's what it is.
I guess so.
Bradley, is this where you're born and raised?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Love that goddamn city. What are you doing out here?
I moved here to play rugby 8 years ago. So I graduated from Ole Miss, and they asked me to come play rugby here, so I played for 6 years. I fucked off a couple years ago, and then I'm just trying to figure shit out, so I'm moving home.
Okay. Wow, one of those Iraqi drones just flew
You
right
see
into the
that?
stage. That was incredible. They heard you say Iraq, and they're zipping right through. All right, Bradley. So what do you do now? What do you do for work now?
Unemployed.
Okay, good to know that our servicemen are being taken care of. You know what I mean? Nothing better than hearing about a good old
I
unemployment.
got fired for being too direct with people at a restaurant.
How direct were you? There we go. We just stumbled across a little pile of gold, didn't we?
I told the manager he should do his fucking job, baby. And I had a Buc-ee's mask on. I told you about Red Band. I saw you. That's right. Vulcan. I told you I had a Buc-ee's mask on, and I cussed someone out in that Buc-ee's mask. And
You can make it move with his mouth, so it looks like Bucky's moving.
you inhale the mask just a little bit, and then you're talking just like Bucci.
Wow. And they, I'm like, gee, I can't believe they would fire you for this. That's incredible.
I can't either, man. I worked there 3 years. I worked at the one in Miami. I was down in South Beach.
The restaurant.
The restaurant, North Italia. Fuck them. I put them on blast. North Italia, Domain, and here downtown.
How long did you work with that company?
3 years.
3 years. And at the very end, you're wearing a Buc-ee's mask, moving your mouth like the Buc-ee's slightly.
Cussing out a brand new manager because the GM's on vacation. And shit was going fucking things were stinking. So
what was sinking exactly? Were you in the weeds? You had to get more bread?
No, I had 20-minute ticket times. I had salads, eating glasses of wine to the tables. I had everything going wrong, and so I told somebody to do their fucking job and have to be the manager.
Wow. God damn. Very interesting. And how long ago was that? How long you been unemployed for?
A month now.
Okay.
And I moved to Nashville May 1st, so I can't get a new job.
Somebody just cracked up at the fact that
You really fucked. You really fucked. I love it.
Do you have any PTSD from the,
Yes, did you see his set? Yes, he has PTSD.
Like real PTSD, like you wake up like in cold sweats and
No. I go to sleep hoping I don't wake up.
so you Jesus.
Way to really tee him up for a big...
You asked, brother. You asked that question, so yeah.
When's the last time you got your ass eaten?
Yeah, I mean, I know you get mad when salads come before wine, but
Yeah.
when's the last time you got your ass eaten?
It's been a couple of years. There's a lovely woman here. She fumbled. We did this, and I mean, she's happily engaged to another Marine who's an officer now.
Oh wow.
But I don't know. I was an enlisted guy. I got out as a sergeant. So
well, if you wanted your ass Jorge will.
Yeah, that's for sure.
where did Jorge go? She was cute.
Yeah.
She was real cute. I met her first thing. I told her Snoop Dogg sucks. And she said, why? I said, because he's done deal with the Koch brothers to build a weed empire. He said, well, everybody likes Coca-Cola. I said, no, the Koch brothers, C-O-C-H. And he fucking ran away.
It's K-O-C-H, right?
K-O-C-H.
Every time I went to their house, I saw the big K.
It's another win for Iraq right there. Another win for Iraq.
Wrap it up, brother. It is.
I love it. I mean, very, very interesting stuff. What else do you do for fun? What else about you? You seem like a guy that has...
I'm a rugby guy. I longboard, skateboard, do stuff like that.
You seem cool. It seems like really cool stuff.
I'm not funny. I seem cool, but I'm not funny.
So what's going to happen? Are you going to bang this married Marine's wife or whatever? I guess I never really followed up with that. Now I'm interested to know.
I didn't imagine the lights would be so bright, but I can't see
her
from here.
Listen to
Yes,
the voice
yes,
of that
I will.
fucking lady. What was that?
Come on, give me my pussy.
Jesus, lady. You don't really have the voice for heckling, huh? Maybe whisper your ideas in someone else's ear and let them yell it.
Anyway, you're 5 years here. Crazy low here.
Jesus Christ. These people getting lit up in the dark tonight. Look at that. Hold that candle right in front of your face so I can make fun of you some more. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Bradley, what's the funniest thing you think you've ever done in your entire life? You ever prank your old bunk mates or anything like that? Or anything crazy?
I'm not really a pranker. I'm the kind of guy that says, if you punch me in the nuts, I'm going to hold it over your head forever to make you suspect when I'll punch you in the nuts.
How do you get nuts way up there?
We sleep on bunk beds. You ever heard of a soap party?
So you're a bottom.
Oh, well,
It's a bunk bed joke.
Hell yeah. One in the bunk, two in the skunk. You know what I'm saying? All right, there he goes, everybody. Come on, make some noise for a real U.S. hero of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America, everybody. Come on. You guys aren't going to get loud for the United States of America? Woo! Have we hit that big of a lull in the show tonight? There he goes, Bradley Yandel. Follow him in the. I can't read his handwriting. Oh, that's another one with bad handwriting. Who would have guessed that one? How about a hand for the great Kaylee?
All right, Kaylee.
What is it again, Kaylee? Kaylee Funk 73 or something like that? Kaylee.Funk 73? Kaylee Funk.73.
Dash.
Kaylee.Funk.
Kaylee-Funk.73 on. So you gotta write it down. We always have to write it down from now on. We're gonna get it right. Probably more people will follow you because I got it wrong, believe it or not. It's one of those things. It's how podcasts work. Then they'll be like, I remember the time Tony got it wrong, so I'll follow her, because other people probably didn't follow her. Anyway. You guys having fun out there?
Indiana Jones?
Anything can happen.
It's Kaylee.Funk.73.
How about DL? We got eyes on DL. Anybody see him? No? Anybody? Yoni? Number 2, did you see him at all yet? Put your hands together for your next comedian, Joshua Miller, everybody. Joshua Miller. Zach Bogus here? Zach Bogus with an earshot? All right, here comes Joshua Miller, straight from the back. He's on crutches. This is going to be good. Come on, guys, make some noise for Joshua. He's on crutches. He's out here fighting, waiting on the sidewalk for an opportunity like this.
He's moving.
Waiting for at least an hour, hour and a half. It is his time. The bucket of destiny has spoken. Here he is. He's moving faster than the people with operational legs. Absolutely incredible. Here he is, sneaking around. Come on, one more time for Joshua Miller.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Man, I thought my mom was the most embarrassing thing I could have had in my life. Then I bought a dog. This motherfucker's dick is hard 24/7. Y'all think I'm playing? We gonna take the shit. He gonna look at me with a hard dick taking the shit, smelling pussy on the ground. Look at me, Dad. You wanna get some of this? Man, I wasn't mad at that. Taught him how to play dead, right? We know he ain't dead. Boom, he dead. Dick hard. Motherfucker, we know you ain't dead. You was not getting this trick down right. But it's great though. Even in the drive-thru. First smell of a French fry. Boom. Hard dick. First time I met my mom. Or he met my mom. Hey, look, I don't know. It's just a cherry push pie. I mean, I don't know the flavor, but if mine tastes like a cherry, I'd be trying to top stem too. That's all I'm trying to say. There you go, guys. That's it.
Hell yeah. Joshua Miller. Is that
What's
right?
up, guys? Yes, sir.
Joshua Miller, first time on the show, correct?
Yes, sir.
I remember you. Look at you. What the fuck are you? I can't figure it out
Big
exactly.
ass leprechaun.
Are you?
That's what everybody else say.
Yeah, what's your ethnicity? Are you a white boy born in the hood? What is this exactly? Am I right?
I've been asked about 6 times if I was Creole.
Yeah, is that right? Is that what you are?
No, I'm white as shit.
What's the eternal gum that you're chewing right now? What is that? Is that just is that your
Pyramid.
regular old spearmint?
Regular
You always chew gum on stage?
No, I was actually outside smoking a cigarette.
Menthol?
Yep.
Wow, you were chewing gum while smoking a cigarette. Wow, double your mint.
Mix all menthol.
My goodness, that, yeah.
You look like William.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna come up here when y'all called him, see if I could beat him up here, but I couldn't hot fast.
Yeah, you got a lot of dog boner jokes. You can almost say it's a crutch.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought there'd be more fucking something else other than dog. I was waiting for any segue in the world there, and you just stayed straight on dog bones. Incredible. What happened?
To my foot? Oh, I saved the dog.
Really? Are you serious?
You tripped over the bone? I took the trash outside.
You took the trash out. What happened? You fell down a step?
Nope. You getting rid of your act?
Yeah.
And bags upon bags of dog boner jokes go to the trash that day.
There you go.
What really happened?
I
Describe to
just
us.
took the trash downstairs, walked back upstairs, woke up the next day, foot was swollen like a fucking balloon.
How do you know it was the moment that you took the trash out? Did you hurt yourself?
I broke the side off my pinky toe. So the doctor thinks I stepped on the step like this and broke the side of it.
You didn't notice it when it happened?
Nope.
Really?
What the fuck?
Yeah, you might have those diabetic feet rolling already.
There you go. I can't feel my toes. You might be right.
Is that true?
Well, not right now. After surgery, I can't feel them yet.
How long were you had surgery?
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
This is actually my last day. Get this thing off tomorrow.
Okay. Absolutely.
Man, I'm telling you.
Passed away. I love it. What do you do for work?
I work at HEB.
Whoa! Bling, 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 bling. God damn it. I thought we had a goddamn American hero up here before, but not for him. There you go. Yes, dogs. Perfect timing for the dog sound effects after the HEB announcement of all the dogs. Of all the dogs. They're all hard as fuck. Absolutely. That's it. How long you been working at HEB?
About 7 months.
7 months. Heck yeah, and I bet they took good care of you when you broke your toe.
Actually, yeah, they're taking all right care of me.
Absolutely.
And when I go back, I get a promotion to be an assistant store manager.
Whoa! Look at that. That's one of the tricks of moving up the corporate ladder at HEB. Break the foot. Move right up. What location?
Woodlands. I'm from Houston.
Sweet. Oh, Woodlands. The Woodlands is one of my favorite blunt wraps. There you go. Absolutely. All right, Joshua. What do you do for fun?
Usually just play golf and get drunk.
You play golf?
Since I was 8.
Wow. You must be good, huh?
No, I suck.
That's what people that are really good say that.
Yeah, I'm just there for the drinking part.
Okay. I believe that.
First place I can go and drive legally and not get pulled over.
Okay. All right. How about your love life? What's that like? You into white girls or black girls? Because you talk really cool. You talk like you have the confidence to shoot for black women, is what I'm saying.
There you go. I'm definitely on that train.
Really?
So,
okay.
my favorite.
How's that been going for you? What's your white girl to black girl ratio?
It's probably like 2 black girls to 5. I don't know.
It's interesting that you would start with one number without knowing where you're going.
Because I don't know what the white number is.
But it's less than black ones?
Yeah.
So you're saying,
Black is 2. That's it. I'm just saying.
you're saying like 2 to 1.
Yeah. It's just shit.
It's no other number. 2.
2.
Well, maybe 3 to 1, huh? 3 black women for each white girl?
No.
No, 2.
2.
Maybe it's just been all together, not even a ratio. Maybe you've only been with 2 black
2.
women.
That's it.
Really?
2.
And 1 white woman?
No.
More white women.
Way more
Okay,
white
so you totally misunderstood the original question. I was trying to
figure out how
present during this episode. I'm trying my hardest. There's moments where I'm like, did I miss something?
Yeah, I was trying to think about how many black women. And I had to think of 2.
Okay. So more white women than black women. But what did you think of the black women? They're your favorite.
Most definitely.
That's who you're trying the hardest for right now.
Oh, yeah.
When's the last time you were with a black woman?
3 years ago.
3 years ago. My goodness. When's the last time you were with a white woman?
Probably about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Where'd you meet her at? Some boring white place?
I already knew her.
You already knew her?
Yeah.
Yep, that's as white as it gets right there. Boring as fuck. Already knew her. No fun at all. Friend with benefits.
Just go get it. Go home afterwards.
You already knew her.
I already know her.
Easy.
Easy.
Absolutely.
I'm on crutches. I ain't working for shit.
Hell no. You got I could get black girl confidence, but not with crutches. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
How can she explain that to her friends? She couldn't explain that to her friends. Wow. I don't even know where the fuck did that sound effect come from.
That was the one black chick here.
Is that
Yeah, what's up?
Is there a black woman in the audience by any
What's up,
chance
folks?
tonight? Oh wait, I do hear someone talking loudly in the back of the room. Perhaps there's a chance.
Casey shit.
I love it. Wow, Joshua. So once you move, what would you try differently? If there was a black woman and a white woman, what would you say differently? Do an impression. Pretend like Allie is a white woman and say your original pickup line to her. Like she's in a bar, you walk up to the bar, what would you say to her?
What's poppin'? You want a Fresca?
You want a fresh what?
Fresca.
Okay. Now let's say she's a black girl. How would you greet the black girl? What would you say to her?
How are you doing?
Oh! You see how much more respect? See the respect? Wow. White women's like, hey, sup, want a fresco or what? Fucking fresco. Black women, he's like, now, how are you? How are your feelings? How's your day? How's your job? How's everything? You just talk for a while, and if at the end I get lucky, I'll just let it happen. And I'll still throw in a fresco. I love it. Joshua, what's the thing that you notice most about the difference between a black woman and a white woman in bed?
In bed?
Yeah.
Oh, probably about everything.
Everything.
I'll say
one thing.
60% of white women just kind of lay there.
60%? But you've only been with 2?
No, white women. A lot of white women. Black women, no. Their percentages. Shit crazy.
You're one of the worst math students we've ever had on the show. I've only been with 2 white women, but 60% of them are really
black women. 2 black women. 60% of white women don't do shit.
I can confirm that that's true.
Ah, look at that. I love it. Joshua, any other special skills or talents that we'd be surprised to know? You freestyle, rap, or anything?
No, I do not.
No? You do anything? Anything else?
Pretty much, that's about
Just
it.
golf.
Chill,
Talk
golf,
shit.
go up, do comedy every now and then.
I love it.
Go to work.
Anything else for Josh? Am I missing anything, guys? Look at this fucking cast on his foot.
I do got a question, though.
Okay.
This thing is clean. When I clean, there's no signatures on it. So if I got called up, I was going to see if y'all can sign it for me.
You want us to sign? You're taking it off tomorrow.
I'm going to put it on the wall.
You're going to put that on the wall. You can't put a cast on a wall. Why?
Too late.
All right. We'll sign it after the show. You guys. Yeah.
You notice, when you take that shit off, it's gonna smell. It's like bone marrow. Like you're gonna want to throw that away.
All the soft stuff comes out, and then the hard casting is still there.
There you go. We'll sign it. Absolutely, we'll sign it. That's it. Since the crowd went wild, and then they're not gonna find out that we didn't sign it anyway. I'll say it. We're gonna sign it after the show. There he goes, Joshua Miller. Everybody, he's on social media. Mill Comedy 68. So give him a follow. Seems like a cool guy. Let's go golfing sometime. I'll go golf with you, dude. She sounds like he could roll a blunt. Dog.
What you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. Oh, shit. How about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Your next comedian's Tamer Hassan. Tamer Hassan sounds like a new name. We love that. A lot of people get pulled up multiple times here in Austin since we started doing the show here. But Tamer Hassan seems like a new name, new story. Could be a local legend, who knows? Could be his first time. Anything could happen. How about a hand for the band, huh? A real live band? How many of you were at episode 500 on Thursday at the Paramount? Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, you guys shit, right?
You guys know what the fuck's up. We had to send a lot of those special treats back to Los Angeles, unfortunately. But boy, was that fun.
There he is.
Here he is, everybody. Make some noise for Tamer Hassan.
Oh, no.
Oh, he lost the bottom. Tamer, you lost the... Yeah, plug it in. Plug it in, and I'll give you a good reset. Come on, everybody. Make some noise one more time for the great, the brand new Kill Tony. Give it to Allie. Give it to a professional, please, for the love of God. Come on, people. Make some noise for Tamer Hassan.
Give it up for the Jews! I love me some Jews. I'm Muslim, by the way. Historically, people say Jews and Muslims don't get along. Not true. I'm here to prove that incorrect. I trust the Jews. They trust me. Last week, Goldman Sachs, $10,000. No questions asked. Try getting $10 out of a Muslim. My friend. I think shit's not Jewish enough. I got the vaccine last week, the Johnson & Johnson. Would have got it quicker if it was the Johnstein & Johnstein. If it was made by Weinstein and Friedman, I would have lined up for that shit all up and down the Gaza Strip. Give me some of that Jew juice.
I'm just saying it's impressive. We're 25% of the population, gas station legends. 1% of the population, Jews, and they control the media, money, and the weather. Impressive.
Tamara Hassan, my God, barely, really not that many jokes. More like what somebody says right before they shoot a place up with an AK-47. There are no weapons on it, though. We do have security here. My God, what do you guys think about Tamara Hassan? Hold on a second, Tamara here.
I'm just glad he has better ratios than the last guy.
Fair.
You might be Muslim, but you smell like a Persian.
Yeah.
Well,
Miami, Cuban, California, Mexico.
are you just naming places right now?
I'll be short.
What is this episode? This is
What
wild.
the area needs. So here, Austin,
What? Tamara, what the fuck is going on right now? What exactly region of the Middle East are you? Does your what type of blood runs through your veins?
100% Egyptian. Parents came to
There it is.
Detroit in 78.
You were born in Detroit in '78.
Michigan, yeah.
Okay. And how long were you in Detroit for?
Born and raised in Detroit.
Born and raised. Until when? How old were you when you moved out of Detroit?
I'm still there. I honestly just came for 500.
Put the microphone right next to your mouth.
My bad, bro.
There you go.
I came for 500 a couple days ago. I'm just a big fan of stand-up, you know.
Have you ever done it before?
You know what? Honestly, this is my first official set. However, I got the cosign of a lifetime, believe it or not, in 2011. If you Google,
We're not going to.
yeah, I know.
Go ahead, just tell your thing.
2011, Sarah Silverman, she came to Detroit. I'm a big stand-up fan, obviously, everybody. She had like a little Q&A after the show. Tamara Hassan seduces Sarah Silverman. She gave me like a big cosign, basically saying that you might be a comedian, you should do it. I've always been a writer.
She told you that if you try it and work hard at it, you could do it. And here you are 10 years later, trying it for the first time.
I've always wanted to be a writer. I'm a writer. I've always written scripts and shit, you know?
Okay.
But I'm a big fan of you, obviously. I saw you at Oddball 2016. I've always just been good with getting tickets and shit, you know? Oddball was saw you there. I was a little late to Kill Tony. Saw it like 3 years ago. Like my mind was blown out.
What's the plot of your best script?
Honestly, with scripts and shit, I have an awesome script. I mean, I would hate to reveal it tonight.
A couple sentences.
Oh, you don't want to. He doesn't want to give away
say
the
the
plot.
name. You know what? I'm actually gonna.
Does it end with planes hitting the World Trade Center?
You know what? It ends with a tragedy. I appreciate that. It ends with a tragedy. I'm actually gonna say this. Believe it or not, I'm gonna reveal the name here tonight on Kill Tony.
What are you revealing the name of what?
The script.
Okay.
Even though I tell you the name, you never see it coming, but it's gonna be one of those foreshadowing.
I don't think we will ever see it coming anywhere near us, but
Final Party.
Final Party.
It's foreshadowing in the title with the writing, to where when you see it, it's obvious, but it's one of those things.
Wow. Oh, wow. I'm pushing for the Muslim ban.
Yeah, exactly. This is like Long Night Shyamalan up here.
Fair.
What's the big twist? Is there a big twist in the movie?
It's literally the final party, but literally revealing that
Final Party.
Like
Before the end of the world.
It's literally like a comedy.
I'm pretty sure that James Franco did this a few years ago.
Stop saying the word literally, too.
It's the final party?
Yeah. It is the final. I'm not going to say
My microphone.
Yeah. It's the final party. It's the final party, so it's all comedy and all that. So it's people, ironically having their final party.
Okay,
It's
Taylor,
real.
I can't take another fucking second of
It's
you
real
talking
life.
on
It's
this
real
show.
life. It's real life to where everything ends. So just like we're having a sick ass time tonight.
Yeah, we're having the sickest time. So sick that I think we should get out right now.
Real quick,
not going to get any better than that.
like a tragedy happens to where people are having.
Hold on, Taylor, shut the fuck up for a second.
Shut the fuck up.
John Deese is going to say something.
You're freaking me out. I just want you to.
Come more, step up to the mic stand, Tamara. Right up there. That's where you belong. There you go. Oh, wait. No.
You don't have to
You don't
put
have to put it all sad into the mic stand like that. You don't have to make that like... You have to make that little cutie pie face that you give the TSA agents, dude. Come on, it's a comedy show, bro. Relax, all right? You don't have any additional inspections or anything. Anything else for this guy, guys? I mean, this is wild. I can't imagine how bad the veteran that kills Middle Eastern people is biting his tongue right now in the back. He's got his thumb right on the safety of his gun, just like, get the fuck out of here. Right.
He's a big Muslim. You're like Al Quesadilla.
Mark, motherfucking Norman.
How was the writing? Lisa? How was the
Cameron, all you talked about was stereotypes up here. My friend, and then you just went on some really racist tirades about the Jews. The writing, honestly, I mean...
Sarah Silverman... Tamara Hassan.
But what did she say? She didn't see... I know what she said, because she was being encouraging, because she's being a good person.
She's being nervous.
But she didn't... Stop fucking talking, Tamara. But she didn't see any of the work that you had done, correct? You asked a question, right? And you said
I did a joke and I got a pop from like a soul.
What was the joke that you said in 2011 in front of the room?
Right here.
Yeah.
Sarah, she said,
Put the fucking mic up to your mouth.
Sarah, hello, my name is Tamer. If you could make out with anyone in Hollywood, male or female, be honest.
It's not a joke. It's a
What would
question.
it be? She said,
She made the joke.
myself included. It popped 5,000.
Did your question pop or did her response pop? Tell the truth.
I got the pop. I don't really.
How the fuck did you get the pop on a question? That's impossible.
I made the joke.
It's not a joke. That was
It's not
a
a joke.
question.
It's a question.
She's a Jew. She was terrified you were going to cut her head off.
I'm just trying to survive the interview. I got a lot.
I think you should be heading back to the audience. There he goes, everybody. Tamara Hassan.
All right.
My goodness, fucking gracious. Oh my god, that guy's gonna kill us all one day. It's always fun when you see the ones that are gonna be peeking through your window later that night. Nothing more exciting than that feeling. Even D Madness fucking sees trouble in that guy. Yeah. Alright. Ooh, that's exciting. We'll get that up here in just a second. How many do you think I should pull for a woman, huh? Yeah! We haven't had a young lady up here yet tonight. Let's weight the balances of, or balance the scales.
That's something we forgot to do at episode 500.
Yeah, but we had Jet Ski there. That was fun. Jet Ski Johnson.
By the way, if you're a female listening to this show in Austin, Texas,
Yeah.
you are thinking about doing stand-up comedy, please write a minute and try to sign up for this show. You have such a lack of females in this
Really, it's true. I'm just playing the games right now, and there's not a single... This is crazy. Dallin, Sam... Leonardo? Is Leonardo a boy or a girl? If it's a girl, you can come to the stage. If it's a woman, you can come to the stage. If Leonardo Joni is a man, don't try to come up and be funny. I don't think do you guys know Leonardo? My God, what a debacle.
Look at this.
4 different guys named Austin, though. Isn't that exciting? Real original parents out there in Austin, Texas.
Oh, wait. We got some movement.
Is that Leonardo?
Is that Leonardo?
Oh, here we go. Leonardo Joni, everybody. How cool. Come on, make some noise for Leonardo, everyone.
What's up? All right, if you guys didn't catch that, my name is Leonardo. That is Albanian for we were expecting a boy. So, do we got any Albanians in the house? What a surprise, huh? There's like 3 of us in the world, and the other 2 are taking Liam Neeson's daughter. So, my dad watched that movie and was like, she's a whore. go to Paris. I was like, I hope I never get taken. He'd be like, don't bring her back. I did turn 35 this year. And thank you. Any other women in here expired? I do miss how it felt to feel young, right, ladies? Because this only lasts for us until we're what, like 13? 13. Like, I knew I was getting old when I stopped being afraid of getting molested. It went from show me where he touched you to I'll show you where to touch me, huh?
Wow, look at that. Set of the night so far. Out of nowhere. Wow. Knock that off your Las Vegas risky bet that the set of the night would be the female comedian for the first time ever in the show's history. Leonarda Joni, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 2 years.
I love it. And you're really Albanian.
I am really Albanian.
You know who else is Albanian? The very famous from the Comedy Store, Rose the bartender.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And you kind of have that Rose
Yeah,
energy.
you really do. Very like sort of you have like gypsy family members or whatever, like gypsy-ish.
We don't talk about that.
Right, exactly. I know. Gypsy's like a rugged word, but yeah. I love it, Leonardo. So how long have you lived in Texas?
I just moved here 3 weeks ago.
Wow. And again, how long have you been on stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. And where were you doing it?
New York.
Oh, great. Hell yeah, that shows. Have you guys ever worked together?
Yeah, she's funny. She killed in New York when she came here because they're terrified of her.
Yeah.
Why are they terrified of Leonardo?
Well, she keeps it real on stage, and I think New York's a
Yeah, a little too wokey for the jokey, huh?
Yeah.
I love it. Well, we're always looking for more. I mean, we were literally just saying we need more women to sign up here in the market here right now. I mean, even Ali Makovsky just comes to visit. She just does JRE and fucking Kill Tony and then skips town again. She's actually on the road. I'm just joking around. But you excited to be here in Austin?
You know, it's Austin.
What do you? Hold on. Way to really win everybody over, Leonardo. This is your chance to have a built-in in-city fan base. She's just kidding. That's one of her jokes, everybody. That's one of her jokes. She loves it.
I just think we have better homeless people in New York. That's all.
Why? Why are they better in New York?
Well, they sing. You know, they sing and they dance, and they do drugs, but they sing and they dance. So.
Yeah, that's true. They really don't sing or dance here.
The Austin homeless are actually real homeless people. Like the homeless in Los Angeles and New York, they're just lazy hippies.
Yeah.
Like that's
the ones in New York take their fucking tip jar and go into a nicer apartment than the people that give them money at the end of the day. What do you do for work? How do you make money, Leonardo?
I'm an LSAT tutor.
LSAT.
Yeah, so it's law school test prep.
Wow.
Got some LSAT?
You've gone through law school?
No, I just took the test, did really well, and then tutored everybody.
You did so well on the test that instead of going into law, you just said, fuck it, I'm going to stop right here. That's fucking awesome. Hey, Redman thinks it was a great business decision.
no, that's cool. I mean, you are that smart. Have you always been a nerd, like growing up? Is that what got you into comedy?
Listen, yeah, I kind of keep that on the down low, but you know, like you're blowing up my spot right now, so.
You're in there. It's just got a real attitude. I do see what you mean now, Mark.
Just like Rose, by the way.
She's a real fucking spunkmeister, this one. Leonardo, what's your love life like? You got a boyfriend?
I do.
You keep him on a tight leash, don't you?
No, he's good.
You beat the shit out of him, don't you?
What does he do?
He's a producer, like film producer.
Oh, okay.
He's a hot black.
Hey, is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Thanks for blowing up my spot, Mark.
So,
I'm pretty sure your black boyfriend's the one blowing up your spot, if you know what I mean. Let's face it. That thing was built for Albania, not for fucking WrestleMania. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm a bassist, by the way.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I love it. Leonardo, what else do you do? What do you like to do for fun?
I mean, that's a hard topic, you know.
What do you mean?
Well, I just work a lot. So,
Yeah.
I don't
What's like your release, though? What's something that you like to do? Like me, I'll take a couple drops of eucalyptus oil, put it on a nice little washcloth, boil some water, pour that shit on there, and I throw it right on my fucking face. What's your version of that?
I I have recently discovered paddle boarding in Austin.
Okay.
That's fun. That is fun.
Okay.
Yeah,
Paddle boarding.
We don't have that in New York.
Better than waterboarding.
That's true. That's true. Which our last comedian on stage has gotten really good at.
Yes.
I love it.
Did your boyfriend move out here with you?
Yeah, we moved out here.
Okay.
How's he liking it?
He loves it. He's like, I'm never going back.
If he wasn't black, I'd say he was whipped.
Jesus Christ. Mark Norman.
Sorry.
Powerful.
You know, I'm always looking for new talent. I would love to invite you to the Vulcan show Thursday if you can.
Look at that. How cool. Leonardo Joni in the mix. Thursday at Vulcan. How awesome is that, huh? Put your hands together for her. There she goes, everybody. It's Leonardo Joni, everyone. She just booked a show live Thursday night at Vulcan. I'm at Vulcan Friday and Saturday. Going with Tony Hinchcliffe and his current friends. I just picked it up today, so you can be the first people to get tickets. Friday and Saturday. Just stand-up shows. I'm going to host them. Friends are going to be here, whoever's in town. We'll see what happens. Okay, back to the bucket we go. You guys good with that? Bucket one more time, huh? Make some noise for your next comedian. He was on Kill Tony 500. He's back again. This guy, an incredible story. He just got pulled out of the bucket. Make some noise for Philip Garcia, everybody. Here we go again. Philip Garcia.
Fuck yeah.
This guy, incredible luck on this bucket.
Really is.
Oh, there he is.
Here he is, one more time. Make some noise for Philip Garcia, everybody.
Hey everybody, I officiated my buddy's wedding 2 weekends ago. Yeah, I was a preacher for my friends in college. They were like, it was a weird situation though, because like, hey, that's Preacher Philip, but the whole family, like, all my friends from college, like, that's the plug. You just don't know. It got even weird though, because after the ceremony, I went to the restroom in the reception, and a little kid about 5 years old comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, mister, can you help me do my belt buckle?" And I was like, "Not this weekend, dude. I'm a preacher." You know, it's a... Like, oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman, I get it. It's okay. You don't remember the 2008 box office smash hit Doubt. You remember the 2007 box office smash hit Transformers. Yeah. Remember those guys who thought driving yellow and black Chevrolet Camaros was the biggest personality trait? Hey, dude, I don't know about you, but I drive fucking Bumblebee, dude. I'd like to think all those guys are now doing as mentally well as Shia LaBeouf. That's where they're all at now. Thank you, I'm Philip Garcia.
There's Philip Garcia. This guy just won $500 on Thursday night. It's to our friends over at Ridge Wallet. You have your new Ridge Wallet on you?
That's actually in my girl's bag right now.
Oh, perfect. Way to really help us out with this.
It's the best wallet I've ever had in my entire life.
Right, changed your life, didn't it?
Ridge Wallet changed my life.
Did it help you out with the extra money you got towed? You just moved into a new place here in Austin?
Definitely did.
Did you spend it on anything frivolous?
Yeah, barbecue. Because that's basically gold in this fucking town by weight. It's crazy.
Absolutely. What else? What else has happened this week since your newfound Kill Tony fame?
I moved in, actually. I'm a Austin resident now.
Whoa! Newest resident. What part of town do you live in?
Riverside.
What were you saying, Mark?
I was just asking if you won the Jonah Hill lookalike contest.
I've been told I look like I shrunk the kids and got myself bigger. That's what I was told.
Yeah. Hell yeah, blew yourself up.
Yeah.
I love it. Philip, what else? What do we not know about you yet? We've interviewed you 3 times in the past 4 weeks.
Oh, man. I've had more fingers in my ass than any other straight man that's 24 that I know.
Okay, hell yeah. Explain yourself. How does that happen?
I've got colon issues.
Let's talk about that.
I can help you out.
Let's see.
Semi or full?
Semi.
Are you talking about the male periods?
Basically, that's what started happening. I was like, that's a
interesting.
Is it internal or external hemorrhoid? Wow, this is disgusting. Watching you two fucking morbidly obese people talk about your bloody assholes. Incredible. Be sure to try the hot dogs here at Antone's, everybody. Get yourself a good old delicious Cliffy dog, everybody, while these guys talk about their engorged fucking outwards. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear more of this bloody mess. Where's your fart board? I mean, if you're ever going to do it.
I'm going to save the fart board for next week.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, but I like to talk. I don't know. It's always awkward being at the doctor's office and like having to bend down. I never know what to like say there. I'm usually just like playing with the subway like paper at the end of the bed, just like golf much, you know? What do you really say to a doctor?
So what have they treated you for? What are they calling it?
Polyps.
Yeah.
Polyps I do.
Jesus Christ.
They told me I need to stop eating like red meat and smoking cigarettes, but I just can't stop eating red meat and smoking cigarettes.
Yes. This looks like a great guy for your cereal question. What kind of cereal do you love? Lucky Charms.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Honey Bunches of Oats.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like that answer. Yeah, I don't know you, but you look like you have allergies.
Thank you.
You look like the human version of "Can I speak to your manager?"
I feel it.
Really?
I'm actually a stepdad. That's actually something you don't know.
I can see you hitting a kid.
Wait, how did this happen? How did you become a stepdad?
The fucking pandemic, dude. I was like, the world might end. I was like, I gotta experience everything this pit of hell has to offer. So our relationship really sped up, and then I just stepped into the
How old's
position
the kid?
5.
1 5-year-old.
Yeah, 1 5-year-old. I like to say I got to skip all the hard shit.
I guess so, but now you're like a real dad. How long have you been in this position? Like a year?
A year, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
Boy or girl?
girl.
Okay.
I'm trying to
And is her dad in the picture, or you're just the only dad now?
Not really. It's kind of a bad person.
Oh.
I'm just like, I don't. Do you like
You
it?
seem like the
Do I
kind of
like
guy.
it? I love
You
it,
seem
yeah.
like the kind of guy a lady would date after getting out of a really bad
Exactly,
relationship.
right? Like a pillow.
Yeah. It's like a my pillow.
It's the only way I think I would have been able to have such a hot girlfriend, honestly.
Somewhere right in between a teddy bear and a body pillow.
By the way, that needs to be an app, like hot chicks with kids that just got out of divorce and they need some comfort guy. You know that?
That's me. I'm the
My
comfort.
goodness. Wow. The only trauma she has to deal with now is you waking up in the middle of the night with a bleeding asshole.
And getting snacks.
Yeah.
Growing in the middle of the night.
Well, Philip, you've been on the show a bunch lately. We're going to get you up and out of here. There goes Philip Garcia.
Thank you, everybody.
Follow him at Philip Garcia Comedy. What do you guys think? Should we go to this bucket one more time, huh?
One more!
You guys really think there's some fucking talent here tonight, huh? You think someone's going to do good? How many of you think the next comedian's going to do bad? Make some noise. That's a pretty safe bet. Let's see what happens.
We should have her do stand-up comedy.
Gotta get a minute.
You think you could ever do a
How
minute?
much time do you think you have right now? You have a joke? I bet you have a joke better than that chickpea joke that the one guy did earlier.
My life is a joke. My parents being proud of me is a joke.
Hold on, wait, band. Hold on 1 second. We gotta hear this. Kaylee's going for it.
This is a lot of pressure.
Look out there. Wait and let it really soak in.
Kudos to y'all.
Come on, you do this all the time.
Yeah.
Just pretend
I'm not naked though. So.
Yeah, pretend like you're naked. That's what they tell people. You can actually do that.
Aren't they supposed to be naked?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Naked
Yeah.
for me, and then I'll.
Everyone take off their clothes right now.
Y'all aren't tipping me. I'm not doing shit.
There you go. Kaylee, everyone. Being dirty while cleaning up. Gotta love it. The yellow rose and the red rose.
By the way, if you have a bachelor party, you can actually hire her to do bachelor
Yeah, or
parties.
if you guys come into town to see Kill Tony, check out CM Smoke. Do the full Kill Tony experience. Go to CM Smokehouse at Bolden Acres, eat some food, come to Kill Tony, and then you go to the Yellow Rose. That's
Red
right.
Rose.
Red Rose.
Red Rose.
Hey, check out my Instagram. Bachelor parties. I got y'all.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's right.
Team,
Hell yeah. The one,
but not naughty.
Yeah.
not naughty. You do clean bachelor parties.
Clean.
I don't know if I believe you. Every time you talk into the mic, you re-sanitize it. You must know something we don't know.
What if the bachelor party's just me and I'm at a red buffet?
Red bands. Oh, God, you're disgusting. There's a Me Too movement happening.
Oh.
Actually, Kaylee is a Me Too proof, if you're wondering, everybody. We made sure about it before hiring her for this job. We had her sign a waiver that says,
And she's not ticklish. Don't even try.
yeah. Only her butthole, she says.
Only in her butthole.
Hell yeah. We just got word she sold 3 bachelor parties after she made that joke. All right, your next comedian goes by the name of Kyle Doty. Kyle Doughty or Doty? I do believe it is, actually. Kyle Doty. Wow, the handwriting on you motherfuckers tonight is inexcusable. Kyle Doty is next on Kill Tony. Wow.
Yeah, my girlfriend's been watching a lot of videos about like handwriting techniques. Like you can like judge somebody about how they make their T's and shit like that.
Yeah.
Very psychotic, really.
Yeah. Well, you saw The Jinx, right?
Oh yeah.
You haven't watched The Jinx on HBO? It's like the greatest crime documentary of all time. And handwriting analysis is huge. Here he is, Kyle Doty, everybody.
Yeah. Anton, how's it going? Guys, I just figured out that I'm 50% white trash on my dad's side. I took a test called 23andMe Mall. Which pretty much, if anyone in your family gets called Meemaw, you're garbage. That's what it is. Actually, I have a mammal, so it came back inconclusive. I found out that my dad just got a Marine Corps tattoo on his arm, and he was never even in the Marines. What? He asked me what he got that for. He's like, look, son, you always got to root for the home team, you know? I'm like, Dad, we're usually the away team. When's the last time you tailgated a war? My dad watches war videos like a fat guy watches football with the quarterback and he completes a pass and he's like, I could have made that. My dad sees a drone strike video and he's like, I could have hit that school bus, you know? I could have hit that. He is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so regardless of if he's watching football or war, he is rooting against the Browns, though. So, yeah.
Wow, I really like that, Kyle Doty. Some of the best jokes of the night. But the interesting thing was you started with that. Was that meatball you were saying?
Meatball?
What did you say?
Meemaw. Yeah, that's a real. I'm from Ohio. They got some meemaws out there.
It's not an Ohio thing.
What is meemaw?
That's your. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, I don't think I did, and I feel like the audience, a lot of them at least, didn't know what you were talking about or saying.
Oh, really? You guys don't have meatballs out here?
Oh, you guys did know. I'm looking at my Family Feud table over here. 3 of them are saying they knew. My guy from Boston has no fucking idea. He seems angry about it.
Make some fucking noise if you got a meatball.
Yeah!
Oh shit!
Whoa, that's a Texas thing is what it is.
Is it Texas?
That's Texas shit. Where are you originally from, John? Oh, but you had Meemaws up there?
Yes, too.
Meemaw?
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I had Grandma. Meemaw, Peepaw.
Yeah, meatballs.
That's normal.
Pawpaw. Really? What the fuck?
I got mammal papaw. I think it's more apple.
So why is the joke funny if you're 50% Meemaw?
I know saying that like I have a mammal. 23andMe. 23andMe.
This is white trash? 23.
Yeah, it's not white trash.
Fuck that joke. I don't care what these idiots say.
I don't think
When you switched and you went to your dad having a fake Marine tattoo, you had me. The fact that you had a joke good enough to recover from the Meemaw insanity was
I
impressive.
just added the meemaw like.
By the way, you guys are all oohing and ahhing about this Meemaw thing. You didn't laugh at the Meemaw joke. I can rewind it and play it for you. It's fucking dead silence.
I got it.
So don't ooh and ah now, motherfuckers. When he needed you the most, you were not there. Much like I'm guessing his Meemaw right now. Is she dead?
No, she actually survived COVID, which surprised the shit.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Those Ohio grandmas are not to be fucked with.
Dude, she's been an alcoholic since 72.
Shout out her OnlyFans.
There you go.
Meemaw 69.
There you go. Okay, what part of Ohio are you from, Kyle?
Columbus.
Oh, very nice. That's where Red Band's from. What part of Columbus?
The hilltop, the west side.
The north side.
The bottom, it's the west side.
The hilltop.
Wait, well, west.
The west side, yeah.
Mm. All right.
Yeah,
West
like
of the
Hilliard.
270. How far west of the 270?
Like where all the heroin is.
How
right?
far west of the 270?
No. I'm still in town.
In the 270?
Yeah, in the 270.
Oh, shit.
Like I'm selling my fraud. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
30
What
bucks.
are you just visiting here? Are you
No, I moved here.
How long did you move here?
It's been like 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Kyle. Look at that. What part of town do you live in now?
Just up north near Domain.
Oh, wow. You like the Domain, huh? Bath and Body Works and shit?
It's not bad, dude. I smell great ever since I moved here.
I bet you do. I bet you do. If you're anything like your fucking D-mom.
Did you move here for stand-up?
Yeah, I moved to San Diego during the pandemic, and that was a bad choice. And now,
Yeah, California was not the place to flee to.
yeah.
I love it. That must have been weird. You're just on the freeway going west, and everybody's going the other direction. I don't know if that's the right decision, my love.
Look at the traffic was great.
I don't know why I assumed that you were there with someone that you loved. Did you come solo?
Me and my sister.
Oh, right.
You're looking at your sister?
Yeah, from the fucking meme out of the seesaw. You know what I'm talking about? That fucking
50% white trash.
getting all up in that sister blister. You know what I'm saying? That fucking sissy pissy. You know what I'm talking about? Get all up in. Oh, D-Man is covering his ears. You know what's not good when D-Man is only has 3 senses left that he's All right, Kyle. So let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
Construction worker, but I'm unemployed right now.
I bet you are. They don't need construction workers built like me.
What kind of construction?
I do a lot of underground, like, piping and stuff, like water lines and shit.
I need a deck guy.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. It's not only are people getting spots for the Vulcan, but they can also book a spot making your deck.
No. I just need a privacy to park there. My neighbor has a hot tub, and it's disgusting when I'm in the backyard.
Wait, you share a backyard?
No. I can just, when I'm in my back patio, I can look over to my neighbor, and he's like, "Hey, Red Band, what's up?"
He calls you by your podcast?
He knows me from podcast. Oh, shit, he's going to listen to this.
That's so
Never
weird.
mind, I'm going to edit this out.
Dude, I'll build you a fence, dude. I'll build you a fence. I got you.
It's so frightening. Nothing weirder than a neighbor that calls a comedian by their nickname, right?
No, it's fucking weird.
It's so wild, man. Hey, the machine. What's
Yeah,
going on?
imagine that. Imagine you move into a place and you don't talk to your neighbors, and then some guy goes, "Hey, Red Bear, you want to get in the hot tub?" And he's like
I bet
drying his tits off with a towel, and
Oh,
you're
you
like,
guys all have tents in that neighborhood?
"Yes." It's so weird.
Wow. Kyle Doty. So here you are. You're looking for a construction job currently.
I'm looking for anything.
What's your sister doing out here?
No, she lives in San Diego. I came here solo.
Gotcha.
You guys broke up.
Yeah.
It was making Thanksgivings weird. My other sisters were getting jealous.
Oh, shit. Do you really have other sisters?
I have 4 sisters.
4 sisters. Are you the only boy?
Middle child, only boy.
Wow. Look at you. My God. Anything creepy ever happen when you were a kid? Any of them tried to, I hear a lot of stories about young girls, like, sexually abusing their brothers at times. Like, they, give them, like, a dry hand job or something like that.
That cosign?
I wish. You know how much more confident as a child I would have been if someone was trying to fuck me, dude? I was a very ugly child.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Religious family?
No, my parents would drop us off at Bible study just so they'd have to deal with us sometimes.
Got ya.
Did you ever hook up with anyone at church?
No, I was only like 12, and I wasn't the
How about the
cutest
priest?
boy.
How about the
no.
priest?
You don't remember that when it happens.
How about the special skills or talents, Kyle? Surprise us. You must be good at something.
Talents, I mean,
Other than stand up.
yeah, not even that great.
Say that shit.
I was born without the roof on my mouth. That's a weird.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, my mom would feed me, it would just come right out of my nose. I was like a fly.
Oh, shut the fuck up. So what did they do? They put a fake roof in there?
Yeah, I think some guy died.
No wonder you work construction.
Do you have a dead person's roof on the mouth?
Yeah.
Does it smell?
I think it's an old person. I can't taste salt that much.
Wait a second. You had the transplant of a fucking roof? They gave...
I have no clue. I have no clue what's going on up there, but sometimes.
What did they
it's hard.
tell you?
My mom just was like, "Hey, you just were born without the roof of your mouth."
So they did
That's all I know about it.
So they did it when you were a
I was a
child?
child. Yeah, they had to put arm braces on my arm at one point, and I had a big head, and I would just fall over and be like a kickstand. My mom would just leave me out front for hours. I couldn't get up. My head was so heavy.
Wow.
Like, do you touch the roof of your mouth right now and it's like a little creaky, like it might give in?
Yeah, it is haunted. It's like waterlogged. It's up there.
Shit.
Can I see it?
I mean, it probably looks like yeah, if you want.
Oh, here we go. We're checking out the roof. Look
Yeah,
at
let's put the flashlight in there.
Fine.
It looks normal.
Yeah.
It works. It does its job. Nothing comes out of my nose anymore.
Yikes.
Did your mom like drink or smoke when she was pregnant with you?
I like maybe like a pack of Marlboro a day, probably.
That's normal.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you blew the roof off this mouth here tonight. Not really. It's stupid. Not even.
You don't say to your homeboys when you walk into a room. That was so weird.
Hey, what?
You don't say that to your homeboys when you walk into a room.
Say what?
No, just blew the roof off his mouth.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. Wow. Now that you repeat it back, that may be one of the gayest things I've ever done in my life. Jeez Louise. My God, it's good to have it. It's good to know that our keyboard artist is also like our worst enemy in the YouTube comments. Everybody here, Tony said the fucking gayest thing ever. Blew the roof off my mouth. All right, Kyle. Well, fun times. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Another good Buckeye here. Kyle Doty, everybody. He's on Instagram at Kyle D Comedy. All one word. He got it. All right, let's put a ribbon on this fucking thing. You guys ready to end tonight's show, huh? Maybe not. Okay, well, we're going to do it anyway, even though lukewarm response. We ready for that, Zach? Are you sure? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian tonight, regular here on Kill Tony, just freshly a couple weeks recovered from the coronavirus. Now recovered from ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, which has plagued him for a couple years. But this guy continues to write a brand new minute every single week as he is a regular on Kill Tony. He's an absolute legend in the history of the show. One of the funniest humans ever, a fan favorite. The only guy that could get us out on an episode like this. Former star from Chicago, 20 years at the Improv Second City game. Got diagnosed with ALS, decided to chase his dream of being a stand-up comedian. Now he's one of the best in the world. Here is a brand new minute from the great and powerful Michael Lehrer, everybody!
Yeah! The West Coast has something to say. Yeah, baby. Fucking Austin. It's not a music city. Austin is a food city, but musicians are like scavengers with craft services. So we make the best food. The musicians was the but what you don't know is you're so good at food, but you fucking cunts about everything else. Get off your fucking high horse. The musicians are only here because your food is so fucking good, huh? My bougie Calvi ass is calling out all the rude customer service. Alright? Austin does not export rock and roll. Austin exports cow. Alright? And that's why everyone is such a fucking asshole.
You're walking around on solid glass from the fucking gout, from the 3-week marinade barbecue that is fucking up your fucking foot.
Blue Olson here.
I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm putting on notice that the West Coast has something to say, and that bangers on Rainy Street, just because you serve bratwurst doesn't mean you should treat your customers like they're at a concentration camp. Fuck you and your $10 hot dogs. Get off your fucking conroes.
I could not agree with you more. I agree with everything he said. 100% of everything. The food runs the city. For those of you that just haven't been here and don't know, the food really runs this city. And I agree with everything, especially the fact that Bangers is the most overrated place in the entire city. I would like to let you know.
What is
I agree. Bangers? It's a place called Bangers. They serve dirty hot dogs and have horrible customer service.
Yeah.
They weren't the only bad customer service. The only place that's blacklisted by me. I tell everybody.
Really?
I go, if you want to be my friend, you just got to make me one promise. You're not allowed to go to Bangers.
I blacklist restaurants every day. I cancel restaurants like SJW motherfuckers cancel comedians. I'm not playing. Like, I'm here to eat and do comedy. And, like, you're assholes, alright? Like, how about we're in a club, there's 100 people access, but no, I can't have a paper menu because of COVID. Fuck you. I don't want to scan a menu and go into the Matrix, I want to order a fucking food and beer. Your food is good, but you're low-key the worst people in America.
What about the people exactly? What is it? What do you think? What is it about them, the us?
Well, I have an answer for every question. I don't say shit arbitrarily. So to answer your question, regionally America is very different. And I'm 42, so I got to live in a lot of places. And here, they're so good at food. They're like, we can be assholes about everything else.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. They don't realize, like, it's like they try to push other things on the transplants. I think, like, people are like, well, wait till you go swimming in Barton Springs, and I'm like, oh, I get to get in the same giant pool with you and a bunch of people sweating out banger sweat. No, thank you. I'm going to one of my new 30 favorite restaurants.
Exactly, and food goes a long way.
Yeah.
So it's real good, you know, but, like, I don't know, like, food isn't everything, and I'm here to eat delicious food.
It's true. I mean, people don't realize everybody's here for the food. Like, if someone wanted to do a terrorist attack on Austin, they could just replace the salt with sugar and fuck up the whole city's tourism for a week.
Yeah, go on.
Where's my sodium levels at? Go ahead.
When we defunded the police here, we took away the option from switching from savory to sweet. And you're fucking criminals. But I'm here, and I'm here to be Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. I just decided right now when you were in the middle of that sentence, I'm going to let you talk.
Now, I special. You know, like, we just had K2500, and before that, both I bottomed out with cocaine, and I got corona.
It is true. He really, the bottoming out for cocaine, I really just think that they just tested positive for corona, but I think it was mostly the cocaine. I think he truly snorted the coronavirus at one point off a mirror.
No doubt. Now, but I am here on the world's biggest open mic. I bet 50 to 200,000 people hearing what I have to say every fucking week. How fucking nice is that? And like, but no, I mean, fuck your boss. Like, to the bring that shit. Like, everyone talks to me like I got what I have because of my disease and not despite it. I'm in the fucking lab all day, every day, while you're bitching and moaning, and I'm getting better and better. And so, you want to fuck with me? We're here every Monday. The West Coast got something.
What do you keep referencing? Is this a new branding? You're planting some seeds for some real branding? The West Coast has something to say because you started your set by saying that, and then you went in immediately into something totally different, and I'm like, wow, this is some real.
Yeah, the West Coast, yeah.
But you're not the West Coast anymore. You're originally from upstate New York and then Chicago.
Look at my outfit. I'm Cali, baby.
Wow. You bought that at Ross in Indiana.
I bought that at Rocky in Oakland.
You look like Stephen Hawking at the X Games.
Yeah, he's like Tony Hawking. Teamwork. Norman and Hinchcliffe 2024.
By the way, he sounds like he has no roof of his mouth.
One of my favorite parts of watching Michael up here doing an extended set for the third time in a row, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, breaking a previously held record for.
You can't walk him.
2.5 minutes, and then followed up by 7 minutes of a killer interview. And my favorite part of it, the whole time from my viewpoint, is in the lit up staircase. I can see the first regular you saw, William Montgomery, literally mouthing apologies to me about his performance to start the show. So some of the fun things that I get to see, that in which I'm trying not to laugh and pay attention to the show. But it's just William lit up in the back going, I'm sorry. Hilarious. Michael just owning it. You would think William was the one with the disease that's going to kill him in months to years.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
Nobody laughed at that. That made it weird. He knows he's going to. Alright.
Look, like, if I wasn't diseased, if I wasn't on disability, if I didn't, like, go through a million cities and end up in LA, end up bugging, I wouldn't be here right now. My weakness is my strength. My disease is your cure.
Wow. The West Coast does have something to say.
West Coast has something to say.
Holy shit.
The West Coast.
I'm guessing we're going to see a new t-shirt released by Michael Lehrer this week. That's my guess. Guys, how loud can this place get for the fucking... Great. Michael Lehrer, everybody. We did it again. Guys, make some noise for the great Allie McCoskey, the Resting Bitch podcast. Mark Norman, Tuesdays with Stories. We might be drunk. And out to lunch on YouTube. Check out his special. Guys, make some noise for the band. John D's on the keys. The Fix Vodka band. Fix Vodka. Go to fixvodka.com. Get yourself a bottle. High alkaline vodka. Yellow Rose, Red Rose, we love you. Make some noise for them. Muling on guitar, everybody. Follow him at Mutation. John Dees is on social media. John Dees with just an O, Jonkeyz. How about a hand for D Madness on the bass guitar, everybody? Come on. And Michael Gonzalez on the drums.
Athleticism.
Drawing the whole time while you guys were sitting there doing nothing. We had 2 artists drawing tonight. Let's make some noise for the great Ryan J. Ebelt. Everything's available at RyanJebelt.com. Don't forget, you guys could walk right up to this stage after the show and buy one of the Kill Tony 500 posters from him, or a brand new Kill Tony the coloring book. Wow, look at that. Allie Makovsky in the middle there. Look at you, heavily featured. Wow, she's showing her butt. I think he just drew the very end when you pulled your chair out for Michael. Wow, that looks exactly like Mark Levitt. That looks like me, and that looks like Redman. A very thin version of Redman. You must love that. Yeah, you must love that. I wonder if the paper stretches out like that. Come on. RyanJebelt.com for all those prints. You can get a poster or a coloring book right now after the show. And of course, the great Chris Rogers has something to show us. What is it tonight? Oh, that's fucking Spawn! Spawn! Someone's gonna get it. I was excited. Yeah. Someone's getting Spawn. Local artist Chris Rogers. Chris Rogers art, RyanJebelt.com for all prints, including posters from your favorite city and stuff like that. What else? Thank you again to Kaylee from the Red Rose and her sister company, the Yellow Rose, one of the best places in town. Thanks to Yoni at Best Barbecue Show and our friends over at CM Smokehouse for keeping us fed. CM Smokehouse at Golden Acres, one of the coolest places to go. It's great for dinner, of course, but I prefer it for lunch. Show up at Golden Acres, the vibe, the picnic tables, there's a whole energy there. You can have some drinks during the day. It's a real lovely energy. Highly recommend it.
Hey guys, Thursday we have a show at Vulcan Death Squad Secret Show every Thursday or Wednesday, sometimes at Vulcan Gas Company. A lot of people you will see here on stage or at the show. Come out.
Yeah, it's a crazy week. I'm actually, like I said earlier, if you can't make Thursday, come out on Friday or Saturday. I'm doing 2 stand-up shows coincidentally this week. For the first time ever in Austin, a Friday and a Saturday with different friends on each show. We'll see what happens. Should be pretty crazy. Yeah.
So, you mentioned Bankers.
Yeah.
Fuck that place.
Yes.
But there's a place next door called Hampstead, and tomorrow night I'll be playing there with the Jazz Band.
Okay.
Michael Hill,
What time tomorrow night?
9 to 11.
9 to 11. I'll probably be there. Who knows? We might be there. We went yesterday. We had so much fun at the Van Zandt Hotel. We went and had some brunch. Caught John playing with the Michael Hill Trio. And we support all these guys. Anytime we get a chance to go see them live, we do. That's the move. D Madness has shows every Thursday. What's the name of that place again, D? Okay, D's going out of town. I don't even think he knows what town he's going to exactly. But
we have an announcement.
Yes.
We are working on the Kill Tony album.
Whoa!
It's going down, so stay tuned.
I love that. Kill Tony the album for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going down.
I fucking love that. I love it. It's never been done before. The great John Dees leading the band to a whole new evolution here on Kill Tony. Again, special thanks to Mark Norman. If you listen to this show, you know who he is. Badass out of New York City. Mark Alley, come hang out again with us soon.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, live audience, so much. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Praise Allah.